time we thought there was going to be a handoff from monetary policy to fiscal policy, we still don't have the robust growth that most people would like in this country. How much increased pressure does the Fed have right now to keep this thing going?
Well, you know, the Fed, David, really, the Fed's done a good job in this after the financial crisis hit. I think really, I mean, you know, this is not a bold statement here. I mean, I think they may have kept us out of a depression, taking rates down to zero. But, you know, they're in a tough spot here. They want to normalize rates. I think that, you know, they'd love to just close their eyes and tap their heels together and have the Fed funds overnight rate at 2.25. I think the economy would be doing just what it's doing now. But to get from here to there is tough. So the market is priced in some tapering, I think, this year for the balance sheet, priced in one more hike, which we think is going to be in December. What the market's going to pay attention to is what's going to happen. What are the hints the Fed begins to drop about 2018? Because in my mind, the 10-year, the yield on the 10-year Treasury is telling you right now 6 rate hikes in 2 years with a very modest growth economy is not great. You know, that yield dropped like a rock since the March Fed meeting.
So, Lucio, briefly, is there anything in the data that would justify clicking their heels and going to 2 and 2.25 right now?
No, no. That would be very. I would agree that it is very hard to make that case.
Let's hit the longest of Oppenheimer. You'll be sticking with us alongside Scott Wren of Wells Fargo. As we get you set up for the opening bell, that's 4 minutes away. Let's whip through the scores. They are as follows. Futures, very well bid, up by 0.5% on the Dow, 116, 115. A good amount higher in terms of points. S&P 500 up about 8 or 9 points on a session so far. Ahead of the open, about 4 minutes away. Here's the story elsewhere. Bonds are on offer. They slide. Yields are higher by 4 basis points at 230. The dollar weaker. A stronger euro that kisses 117 very briefly.
The investment world.
From New York City for our viewers worldwide, you're watching Bloomberg Daybreak. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Moments away from the opening bell, a ton of earnings coming through, a ton of surprises to the upside, and that means the Dow is very well bid up 118, the S&P 500 up 9 or 10 points. On the left side of the screen, Daniel Levy of Tottenham Hotspurs ringing the opening bell over at the Nasdaq. That will annoy some Arsenal fans. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's a North London derby story of UK football. I'm told it's like Auburn and someone else in football, college football. Help me out, David Weston.
SMU, I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. It's a big rivalry. There's Daniel Levy for you. Let's get that off so the Arsenal fans stay with us. Here's the story elsewhere in the bond market. Treasuries yields are higher by 4 basis points, 230 on a US 10-year. The dollar on offer, weaker by about 0.2%. It's a euro strength story on the crosses. Euro dollar through 117. Let's get to some of those records, shall we? 27 seconds in. Here's Alex Steele.
S&P, another record high, up 0.3%. The Dow up 0.7%, but not yet near a record yet. 3M was one of the disappointments when it comes to earnings today, and that stock makes up over 6% of the Dow, whereas Caterpillar, which crushed it, only makes up about 3%. The Nasdaq also on the soft foot, just pretty much flat on the day. You can probably blame Google for that, as well as those TAC revenues started to eat in to Google, and the worries they'll have to pay more to their mobile advertisers. Individual markets, individual stocks, take a look at this. Caterpillar up 4%. Told you they crushed it. They raised their full year forecast as well, and it is sitting right now, not yet of a record high, but 116 is the level you want to watch. It is at the highest level, though, that we've seen in about 5 years. AK Steel up by 6%. Same kind of deal. It had average selling price of steel was up. Overall shipments did fall on lower car maker demand, but nonetheless, earnings rose about 254% year on year. Freeport getting a nice bid as well, up by almost 4% because copper's on a monster tear. LME copper prices are right now at a 4-month high. We could close at the highest level in 2 years. Why? I have no idea. Someone got bullish on China. We have some labor stoppages, but really it's just sentiment at the end of the day at this point. So talking about earnings, the popular conversation is, where do you want to get that growth? Is it going to be in the U.S. or is it going to be in Europe? Most everybody says Europe, but take a look at what the stocks are telling you. So these are the number of stocks in the Euro Stock 600 and the S&P that are above their 50-day moving average. The white line is for the S&P. The blue line is for Euro stocks. Now, the number of stocks above their 50-day moving average in Europe has been falling. We're now under 40, whereas for the S&P, they're still right around 75. And that spread, the difference between those stocks above that technical level, is now at its highest level that since in the last year. So it's puzzling because everyone says Europe is great, Europe is where you want to play it, but earnings revisions are coming down for European stocks faster than for U.S. equities, and the number of stocks above that technical level as well, John.
I've got to clear something up because I'm getting a ton of messages across the Bloomberg at the moment. Auburn, Alabama. David Weston, I expected better of you.
I'm Michigan, Ohio State. If you'd given me Michigan, I would have given Ohio State.
Okay.
Auburn, I don't follow that closely.
We don't know what happens in the South. You don't watch it?
No, not very much.
Okay. Don't watch it. All right. Earlier in the programme, we heard from Henry McVeigh, head of macro and asset allocation at KKR, who spoke about the landscape in Europe. Take a listen to this.
What you're starting to see in Europe right now is that monetary stimulus shifting to the cyclical economic areas like housing.
Yo, you there?
A little more lending, a little more improvement. I heard there was a mention of copper, those type of things where it lifts the economy. And so it's this baton handoff where monetary policy acts as an ignition switch and the fire it's lighting is a cyclical part of the economy.
Still with us is Scott Wren.
If anyone's interested, I'm starting my morning off by shorting UJ, and I'll be going long bull here.
In the last 20 minutes is this strong euro story. And a question we explored last week was whether you could be long the euro and expect it to outperform, but at the same time,
I don't know what I got. No call for gold today.
And expect European
Even
equities to
technically, I have
perform
no
as
idea.
well. Can you?
I'm going to try to get a dip on SPX there.
If
Now it's dropping.
the DAX is probably going to continue to do well. I think overall, the EFA index is probably going to continue to do fine. I would argue
think
that
it's
the
working
emerging
toward
market
25,
index is a little bit stretched, but certainly when the dollar's weakening a little bit, the currency situation is not going to be helpful to a U.S. investor. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, I think that at least some of the bid we've seen in U.S. stocks here lately is on a weaker dollar. Now, our currency team thinks we're going to see the dollar stronger than where it is right now by year end. But in the meantime, I think that's one of the things that's helping the dollar. Or that's helping the S&P 500, rather.
Goldman Sachs say that you can be long both the euro and long European equities. Do you think you can as well?
You can. I mean, if we talk about a moderate euro appreciation and the euro being still undervalued or fairly valued, it should not provide basically a headwind to further equity gains. Also, the point made earlier, I think, is an important one. We had the monetary policy ignition. The monetary conditions were very easy, both through the euro channel and the interest rate channel. But now you're actually seeing slow but steady credit creation, easing in lending standards, and it's actually
XPI got shut right down from that pre-market high.
You see it in the hard data that the European growth story is more self-sufficient. So I would worry more.
Gold's taking off. I diddled around too
in
long.
The short term. I'm actually not a big fan of correlations as a metric, especially on a forward-looking basis. They until the
I haven't been able to get any entries on some of these small dips because they're too sharp, and they go down and then boom, they get bought up right away. You don't even get a chance to think about it.
How aggressive do you want to be in playing the cyclical story in Europe? Like, is it a buy Greek debt kind of story? Is it buy, Southern debt or Southern equity markets, or is it still going to be sort of bigger multinationals?
I think at this stage you can be quite aggressive, especially if you played as a relative value against other markets. So on a total beta story, on a risk posture story, we're actually at a neutral level because we see the environment is fairly good on a global growth basis.
Oh, you know what? Now I remember. I think E said that he doesn't have his usual setup today.
Of course, there are underlying risks, but they're not materializing. What we see, though, is that Europe is really the only engine of the world.
I heard him say hello earlier, but
the growth momentum is still accelerating. In the U.S., we're seeing some deceleration. In China, we know it's engineered, but we're seeing a deceleration. But we have started to see some deceleration also in the other large emerging economies, Brazil, South Africa. So I agree with the previous comment where we have actually been long EM equities for over a year, since April 2016. In the last 2 months, we've brought that position back to neutral. We're still overweight.
XPI has the weirdest candle.
But
man.
Europe is where we
It's
see
this big
the clearest
red candle on the 15-minute
risk
way up higher than everything else.
So at the moment, being aggressive, I think it pays off, but I would play it on a relative value basis against the rest of the world.
Scott, where does that wind up leaving, say, European banks?
There's
They
more
kick off
sellers
earnings.
than
You got
buyers.
Thursday, Credit Suisse, you got Deutsche Bank coming on Friday. If in terms of a U.S. bank, if you were a U.S. bank, unless you're Morgan Stanley, it wasn't like the best quarter in the world. Where's the relative value play there?
Well, I think Alex, that these European banks, I mean, there's still a lot of things that are happening internally within these banks. You look at the Italian banks, there's issues there. There's issues in other banks, whether it's France or elsewhere in Europe. So I think the bank play, the risk, the upside risk to Europe's economy, that's there, and the surprise factor is potentially there, and the banks will participate in that. But I don't think you want to go all in on European banks at this point.
Alessio, just quickly, you talked about how to play a high beta European story, and you talked about some of the proxies in Eastern Europe. When that issue of Greek debt comes out today, is the Greek debt story separate from that? Is that a high beta European story? Is that just a high risk story that's isolated in Greece?
The latter. I think it's very much of an idiosyncratic, almost like an idiosyncratic credit story. I don't think it is I don't think it's a safe way to tie that to the global Europe, to the broader Europe cycle.
All right. Well, the other stock we're paying attention to right now is Google. That stock's still down by about 2% as the market opens here, and that is due to earnings. And the real issue with earnings has to do with TAC, traffic acquisition costs. Take a look at the Bloomberg here. Traffic acquisition costs are payouts that primarily go to network websites and mobile partners, and they took the largest chunk from Google sales since 2009. Well, joining us on the phone is Scott Kessler, CFRA Research Deputy Head of Equity Research. He has a 1070 price target and a buy rating on Alphabet. Scott, what did you make of TAC? It's all we're talking about all morning and how that's going to crimp their growth. What's your take?
So thanks a lot, Alex. I guess a couple of things. There's no question that the percentage of TAC has been going up, and that indicates, obviously, that, frankly, it's a more competitive environment right now where essentially Alphabet and Google need to pay up in this context. And also more important, I'd argue, is that the notion of their pricing as it pertains to their search advertising seemed to decline more than a lot of people expected. And the dynamic is relatively simple. You have more people shifting to mobile. That means that volumes will go up in terms of clicks, but that also means that advertisers are going to be willing to pay less for each click because those types of advertisements are not as compelling in mobile formats, particularly smartphones. And so the concern is whether or not this is an inflection point that, frankly, is going to show that Alphabet and Google's financial standing will continue to decelerate from here. We don't see that. We see pricing firming up here, and we're not overly concerned about this from a one-quarter perspective.
But at the end of the day, I mean, Google is pushing towards $110 billion in gross revenue this year. To really move the needle, you're looking at $10+ billion to try and move it. Does Google have the ability to do that? And if so, where do they get that revenue from?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are also missing the fact that this is a company, no matter how big it is, it increased revenue at 21% in the quarter, 23% adjusted for currency. This is still a very healthy growth story. I think when you're looking at growth out a number of years, I think they have a number of levers. I think about YouTube. I think about cloud. I think about some of their other bets, including what they're doing with Waymo and next-generation car technology, whether it's ride-sharing or, more importantly, perhaps, self-driving cars. So a lot of different things that they're doing, but I think the core fundamentals of the business are actually healthy, and I think this is largely just a temporary pricing issue that'll be addressed relatively soon.
So, Scott, you mentioned YouTube. How much is YouTube contributing right now to Alphabet and to Google? And how much headroom is there? How much growth potential?
Yeah, so I think, David, that's a question that a lot of us have been asking and asking the company directly over the last number of years. They don't provide a lot of disclosure as it pertains to YouTube. My sense is that it's eventually going to get big enough where they're going to have to disclose some further details based on SEC requirements related to materiality. Nonetheless, we think that YouTube has been and will continue to be a very healthy growth driver. We're not so enthusiastic about the subscription aspect of the business. That doesn't seem to have worked for the last better part of a decade that they've been trying that. But in terms of monetizing video content with advertising, we think that Alphabet does that as well as anyone, and they continue to kind of be a leader, not only in terms of the franchise and volumes, but also, we think, related advertising revenue.
So finally, Scott, as somebody who follows this company, Ruth Porat went there, and part of the reason she went there, essentially, was to increase the transparency because it had been rather opaque. Are you satisfied with the progress she's making, given what you just said about YouTube?
I have been satisfied. I think you got to look overall. I think she's now been there for a little over 2 years, and we've seen some pretty dramatic improvements in terms of transparency, but also in terms of expenses. And so it seems like the company is better focused and spending on the things that are going to yield returns, particularly for investors.
Scott Kessler from CFRA Research, thank you very much, sir. To Scott Wren of Wells Fargo and Alessio De Longis of Oppenheimer, thank you to both of you as well. In the markets then, about 13 minutes into the session, it's a record on the S&P 500. We kiss a record on the Dow and then just come back a little bit. But the story really is a series of earnings that have surprised to the upside and helped deliver and validate some of the gains that we've seen throughout the year so far. The Dow up 0.5%, the S&P 500 up 1/3. From New York, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak. I'm Taylor Riggs here in the Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Green Room. Coming up tomorrow, Bloomberg will have special coverage of the Fed's decision starting 2 p.m. Eastern.
Let's get you up to speed on the market action, shall we? 16 minutes into the session. Here's the story for you. Cross-asset. We'll begin with equities. The S&P 500 trading at an all-time high. We're up about a third of 1%, positive 7 or 8 points. On the Dow, a series of upside surprises for the earnings story throughout the morning here in the United States has helped deliver a record high in the Dow. Very briefly, we're still up by about 122 points as we just pull back from a session high. So that's the story in the equity markets. A big difference from the story of messy politics and the story of enthusiasm and optimism in the world of markets. In the world of politics, the UK International Trade Minister Liam Fox is in Washington for 2 days of talks with Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross and USTR Robert Lighthizer discussing the path towards a bilateral trade deal after Brexit. Today, Fox made the case for a strong UK-US trade relationship to members of Congress. Michael McKee caught up with Fox on Capitol Hill.
Well, we have a number of continuity agreements. These are agreements that we are party to because of our membership of the EU with the US. So they cover a whole range of different issues on trade, on security. So we've got things like mutual recognition agreements. We've got some marine agreements that we want to transition. So it's a technical rectification process. It's just a matter of replicating in law what we have today. That's the first part. We also are looking at some short-term outcomes where we can get liberalisation while we're still in the European Union. Then we have a work stream on our potential future free trade agreements, working out what sort of areas we want to look at. And finally, we've got a working stream on how we make the global economy work better together. As Britain leaves the European Union and takes our independent seat on the World Trade Organization, how do we get those mechanisms to work better to our, not just our mutual advantage, but to a global trading advantage, given that trading has been growing very slowly. Growth in trade last year was only 1.3% compared to 2.5% for GDP. That's an inverted relationship from the normal, which gives us cause for worry.
Well, you said that you are laying the groundwork for a new trade deal with the U.S. after Brexit. But since you can't negotiate until 2019, what exactly does that mean, laying the groundwork?
Well, we cannot negotiate and conclude a treaty while we're in the European Union. But of course, it's in our interest that we look at the sectors that we want to talk about, look at where we think the gains can be made. What can we do in the service economy, in financial services, for example, and we'll do all the groundwork, all the due diligence now, so that when we do leave the European Union, we've got a head start on a negotiated agreement.
How long do you think it would take to negotiate an agreement after 2019 with the U.S.?
It's really dependent on how much progress we make in that initial period. One of the reasons why free trade agreements can take a long time is that economies are too far apart when they begin the process, and therefore they've got big distances to close. Our economies are a relatively similar shape in terms of services to manufacturing, for example. We've got relatively good trade balance, so there are a lot of areas where we'll want to try to see where we can maximise that. It's a very difficult question to answer because we don't know how far we will have got by the end of March 2019. But what's true is the further we get then, the shorter the time gap between then and being able to complete a negotiation.
Well, which is your priority, a trade deal with the EU or a trade deal with the U.S., or do you have the manpower, the staff to do both at once? We
are powered up as a department and as a government to be able to do both. Obviously, the free trade agreement with the European Union
XPI just got
needs to be done. But if you think about it, never do you begin a trade negotiation with a zero tariff background and 100% regulation.
I'm so confused with what it's doing right now.
European Union, so technically, were it not for the politics, that would be a relatively
giving up a little bit
procedure to conclude. And with the US, again, as I said, we've
mainly just
shaped economies.
The correlation between where it is now and where it was pre-market.
To go at the same pace, we can't be making concessions or agreements on one of those agreements, but not on the other one. They need to proceed at around about the same pace.
15 more cents here to get even. So.
You may have that more with the EU than the U.S., particularly in the areas of finance.
It'd be nice to make a few bucks, but I don't know if I want to stay in the way.
Is the UK willing to lower any of its standards in trade negotiations to get a deal?
Well, we're not willing to lower standards. But what we are looking for are areas where we've got a greater overlap. So
Healthcare bill
areas,
may
for
pop
example,
back up
perhaps
again.
like dispute resolution mechanisms, we may have a closer view to the US, whereas in other areas we may be closer to the EU. That's for us to find our way through. Ultimately, we're setting UK conditions, we're setting UK standards. We're neither going to be members of the European Union, nor are we totally bound to the United States. So that's what a negotiation is. We'll try to work out what's in our mutual interest.
Now, Dave Davies said today that he thinks that you can negotiate a trade deal with the EU by 2019, which is not what you said yesterday. Why is he wrong?
Well, we all hope we can do that.
Hoping it's not just a bear trap tease.
Is what we are doing, which is working out what our contingency would be if we were unable to do that. That's just simple, good planning, whether in a business or in a government.
That was UK International Trade Minister Liam Fox.
Excuse me, giving it a little, but not without a fight, man.
Policy correspondent Michael McKee.
Those candles on the
Did
5
we
minute.
get a handle of what laying the foundations really means and what ultimately will come out on the other side?
Well, basically, they have assigned working groups.
Yeah, this is good news for you and E, that's for sure. I'm glad to see we're inching towards your entries.
Under EU rules until they actually
inching is the word. I'll take it.
I'd take the cut and run before the vote today for sure. If you get it, I wouldn't push your luck.
No, I definitely agree.
Laying the foundations is tough. Then there's the complexities of actually finding a level playing
This could be a
field.
really good swing on one Lab U or Lab T once the vote's done.
What are they going to do about that, Michael? And more specifically, the issue over
I'm going to try
agriculture.
not to lose money here. I'm going to try to hold out and see if it'll drop to
Agriculture is always a tough issue in any trade negotiation, and there are some
If I
particularly
can get
tough
16
issues
more
here,
cents, a couple more red
particularly
bars
because
here,
Britain has
I'll just
higher
get out
animal
and call
standards
it a
than the
day.
United States. There are
Yeah,
questions about genetically
but
modified
I will
crops,
say I'm incredibly
hormone-fed
surprised
beef in
that
the
it's
United
doing
States,
this.
things we allow, and the
Just
British
in
don't.
relation to
And
where
there's
it was
already a
pre-market,
news
like
media
something must have
flashpoint
changed.
that the Brits are alternately amused and
Well,
annoyed by.
I think it's big money knows things that we don't.
To
We're
prevent
full
bacteria, it's a chlorine
and
wash, not the stuff you put in your
down
washing machine, but it has the word chlorine
in the
wash
3x
in it, and
products
many Brits
from
are
the pre-market high.
horrified by the idea of selling that kind of chicken in the
Yeah,
United
they probably know the
United
healthcare
Kingdom,
bill's not
even
going to
though
pass
it
or
would bring
something,
down
so
their
that's why
costs
it's going down.
tremendously. So
But because it's a
on the
vote,
agriculture side, also in finance,
more
standards
interesting,
are
like no
different.
one
So
really
a lot of
knows
work
the
to be done.
outcome, I would say.
Michael,
So
we've learned
it's
about
like
this president.
lots
When
of
it comes
shaky
to
hands.
trade, he wants to be able to say, I got
Yeah,
you
but they
jobs.
sort of do because
so where is the opportunity for him to
they
say,
poll
well, I
each
didn't agree
senator,
to
so
the
they
UK
really
because I
already
got you
know who he's
jobs.
going to vote and how.
Well,
There's
and
always
You know what?
one or
he's already claiming credit, tweeting out this morning that he's on the verge of a great trade
You're
deal
right. I
with
guess they
Great
do
Britain.
have some
Obviously, that's not going to happen for a few
some
years,
good
maybe
insight.
after he leaves
Oh yeah, I
office.
mean,
There
there's
is a lot of
like
employment on both sides.
probably like
A
two
million
that
people
are
in
on
the
the
United States
fence
employed
that could
by
be
British-owned
swung
companies,
by
according
last
to.
minute or
It's
vote.
hard to see exactly in what areas yet because we don't know the shape
That
of
usually
Brexit.
falls on the
The
one or
UK
two
is also
Republicans
becoming,
that are
like
on
the
the
U.S.,
fence,
a
because the
service
Democrats are going
economy,
to vote
much less
against it no matter what.
manufacturing. So whatever jobs we may see would come in that area more likely than on the
But
assembly
the
line.
Republicans and Trump haven't had any luck, and
jobs for lawyers because we just
I'm
had
thinking the Republicans as a party may try to let this go or try to
former campaign chair,
quell their one or two holdouts just to show that they can do something.
in various things
They've been
involving
getting
Russians
shot
and
down a lot
Ukraine and all
for
sorts of things.
the fact that the whole
So maybe we can get more
administration's
lawyers' jobs.
Republican and they can't get anything done.
Wouldn't you like to see a Senate hearing where
I
everybody
see
was wearing the wigs that the
XBI's
British
fall
barristers
into a
wear?
fairly weak support
Is that what the
zone.
trade deal's really for, Michael? Is that what we're trying to establish here? Some interesting comments, Michael, from the President of the United States about the EU being protectionist. In your time down in DC, have you got any idea of how trade policy evolves, not just with the UK, but ultimately with the world?
Pre-market
No,
is
it's
just
very confusing
always
because, of course, the president came to office promising
a
basically
really
trade wars,
risky time to
slapping
buy
tariffs
in.
on people who were unfair trading partners in his
And
view.
NASDAQ is
And
rocketing
even
back up,
attacking
so
the
it's
Germans
going
who
to bring
don't have their own trade
fucking
policy. They're part of the EU, but none of that has
XBI
happened.
back
It
up
was
too,
particularly
probably.
hard on Mexico, and yet we're going to renegotiate
What up,
NAFTA, and
guys?
it looks like it's proceeding
Finally
on a
got
peaceful
home.
path.
Shit,
So
man.
hard to figure out where this goes from here and
Eat
how
that
the
shit.
U.S. will look at
Holy
these things.
fuck, look
What
at
you have to come
Snap
back to is
too,
whatever
eh?
trade deals you do, it
Yeah, I got
does
too much
take
up
a
now. What's it
very
doing?
long time. And so It's not
Snap,
clear that we're going to see any kind of major change
just fell
in the
right
United
at
States
open.
economy because of trade anytime soon.
13
Great
Jan.
interview down from DC, Michael McCain.
Indeed, but
right
it's
here on
just
Bloomberg
continuing
TV.
to
26
die
days into
every
recession,
day.
and let's wrap things up for you. A series of really solid earnings coming through in the United States, taking the Dow and the S&P 500 to new record
I woke
highs.
up,
We're
gold
up
was
about
fucking
0.5% on
tanking.
the Dow, a third on the S&P 500.
Like
for
I
New York
said,
City, for our viewers
and then it's
worldwide,
fucking
this is
bouncing back.
Bloomberg TV.
What are you thinking? This is coming back down, correct?
Yeah, look at that weekly chart on Snap. It's fucking brutal.
That down. Isn't there a news report at 10? Consumer report, right? Where's E at?
I don't really know. He said hi at like 9 and disappeared, so I don't know if he's working on his stuff.
Said no audio. For some reason. The audio on. I'm gonna buy more J-Dust here. And then
I think gold is going to reverse.
2 minutes consumer confidence. That's a big report.
Supposedly consumer confidence is high.
Ooh, yeah, there we go.
I mean, that should make gold go down, but
we'll see. Uno momento. So wait, can they even hear us on the YouTube? Or is it just silent?
they hear us what?
Like hear us through the YouTube? I highly doubt it. Oh, they hear us.
I think they can hear us.
Yeah, also, if you look at J Nugget, it's really uncorrelated right now. Nugget's up, it was up 4% compared to J Nugget like 1.5, which is weird.
Yeah, I'm surprised J-Nug is this low. Very strange.
No, J Nugget. Bound to happen. Range bound. Due to gold. Alright, that report should be out. Come on, why don't I get that? Eat, so we should see gold tank here.
I can't believe NASDAQ, man. Shit takes a couple of red bars and bang, gets bought. I mean, what support is unbelievable.
21 versus 116.
I'm Mark Barton. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets.
Bad. Yeah, I got 121 on mine. Cool.
This XBI movement's making those people that went long pre-market look like idiots.
Economic data here in the United States. Here's Julie Hyman. Thanks, Bonnie. Well, we've got the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index coming in at 121.1
Well, it's always bad to be the
for
last
July.
people to go long.
That is above the 116.5
Yep.
that economists
Yeah,
were
so I think
expecting
that's
here.
the rest of the
Coming
reports
in
today.
still with relatively strong
Anyway,
consumer confidence. That's
big
something
stuff.
that we have been seeing pretty consistently. And I take it we're looking at pictures of Jared Kushner
Gold's
here.
kind of coming down here.
Consumer
That's what
confidence
oil's
index
doing.
entering
VIX is going down to newer lows. 9.32 I have.
So again here, July consumer confidence rising to 121.1 from 117.3. As we look at the major averages here, we've got the S&P and the Dow trading at records. The Nasdaq has been the weak link this morning. It was trading lower. It's just now flipped into the positive, but you can see it's flirting with the unchanged level. A lot of the action this morning has to do, of course, with earnings as we get into what I believe is the busiest day of the week here on the earnings front. On the strong side, and what's helping the Dow in particular, we've got stocks like McDonald's and Caterpillar coming out and beating estimates. McDonald's traffic ticking up. That's been something that the company has been struggling with after years of declining traffic. It's on increase in U.S. diners in particular last quarter. Same-store sales up 3.9%. Domestically, analysts were estimating a gain of 3.2%. And Caterpillar, also another company
Ford's pulled back quite a bit and just realizing now.
Yeah, that's it is forecasting its first annual sales increase in 5 years, thanks in part to construction in China. A lot of replacement of spare parts and shares touching a 5-year high. So what's responsible for the Nasdaq weakness? It's all about Alphabet, or a lot
Yeah,
about
it got
Alphabet.
rejected in that
Facebook
when
as
it
well.
was nearing 12, I suppose.
3%, even though most of the metrics from the company looked relatively strong.
Didn't even really come that close.
Acquisition costs are accelerating.
Dude,
Just a percentage point versus a year earlier to 22%, but that's enough to send the shares lower. And finally, a check on hospital stocks today, and that's as investors are, of course, watching the outcome of the vote on whether to begin debate on healthcare legislation. Also, HCA, the hospital company, coming out cutting its full-year EBITDA forecast, so that appears to be weighing as well. But at stake for these hospitals in particular is what is Medicaid coverage going to be like? Are they going to get more
121
entering the doors
versus
of their hospitals? That will
116
result in increased costs. Mark?
Julie, we're up for the first day in 4 European stocks gaining up by 0.5%. Basic resources following metals higher, banks rising along with the yields of European government bonds, autos continuing their decline, which let's talk about it as well, because autos are a big constituent, as are exporters of Germany's benchmark, the DAX index. So not a great time to be
I was hoping XPI would break a little more, but now it's picking back up again.
I see that got hit in XPI was IONS, down over 5%.
Because of the strengthening euro and that cloud over the auto sector in Germany, allegations of collusion over emissions, cheating technology, hurting shares of car makers for the last 2 or 3 days. The German measure, by the way, falling for 6 out of the last 8 sessions, pairing
small bounce on XPI.
To less than half the advance of the blue line, the MSCI All Country World Index. Very simple. This is Lindt. Lindt & Sprüngli, the world's biggest maker of premium chocolate. It expects a slowdown in full-year revenue growth amid a challenging market in the U.S. first-half earnings missed estimates. Also, sales growth will be slightly lower this year than in 2016, when it was 6% on an organic basis, excuse me. That implies the slowest pace in 8 years. Operating profit rose by 6.7%, missing estimates. The outlook shows that while the global chocolate market has begun to recover, North America remains difficult. Shares are down by 3.5% today. And big M&A today here in the UK. Michael Kors agreeing to buy luxury shoemaker Jimmy Choo, listed here in London. Shares are up by 17%. The price 1.2 billion. 230 pence a share. That's the offer. Valuing it at 2.2 times sales, 13 times EBITDA for 2017, based on the Bloomberg consensus estimate. It's a premium of 37%, Vonnie, above the pre-announced price. Shoes made famous by, among other people, Carrie Bradshaw. Vonnie, tell me a bit more about her.
You know, it's hard to remember.
Hey Frank, how long are you holding that?
Mark. I'm sure there
I'm gonna hold mine for at least a week, I think. Until gold looks like it's gonna bounce back. I think it's gonna come down.
Trump keeping up the pressure on Republican senators, urging them to vote
I think that gold
on a
pop was
healthcare bill.
bullshit.
Earlier, Trump tweeted, quote, "Big day for healthcare."
Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Fed's tomorrow.
We will soon see whether or not Republicans are willing to step up to the plate.
Right.
A procedural vote scheduled in the Senate this afternoon, despite uncertainty about what exactly lawmakers will be voting on, what the debate, should it go ahead, would be surrounding. So let's get some details now. Kevin Cerulli, our chief Washington correspondent, is following all of the dramatic developments on Capitol Hill. Kevin, it looks like this motion to proceed will pass, even though Senator Susan Collins is a definite no, but we think that Rand Paul and probably Mike Lee will also vote to pass. Therefore, there are the votes.
Hey, Vonnie, yes, that is the situation here on Capitol Hill with the president himself tweeting out yesterday and this morning trying to urge Republicans to move forward on this motion to proceed. He'll make some remarks later today from the White House before he heads to Youngstown, Ohio, to deliver what he's hoping will be a political celebratory speech. Now, all of that comes as, of course, Democrats are pouncing on this notion that they're not sure what exactly Republicans are voting to proceed on, a full repeal of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, or just a repeal and replace plan. That said, meanwhile, the Russia investigations continue, crossing the terminal now, headlines suggesting that Paul Manafort, the former campaign manager to then candidate Donald Trump, has been subpoenaed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Meanwhile, Jared Kushner, the president's
For what it's worth, guys, Ryan hopped into you guys for the beginning of a swing around 11.73.
Yes, a fascinating day on Capitol Hill, and indeed it will be.
And we're already up
Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent
Evan,
for
you guys,
Bloomberg
so
News.
that's approaching like 5% already.
Twists and turns in U.S. politics, if at all, is Brian Belsky, Chief Investment Strategist at BMO Capital Markets, which manages more than $500 billion in assets. Brian, welcome.
Good morning, Bloomberg.
I know that you are a sort of a micro, more fundamental guy, and you think that we shouldn't really be too focused on Washington. But how can you not be now when every single client is asking you, what's going on?
You know, it's interesting. We just were in Europe 4 weeks ago this week, and it's the number one question. If you have an hour meeting with an institutional client around the world, you're probably spending
God, I just hate late
45
starts
minutes
for me.
talking about policy and things that you actually
Doesn't
don't
feel
have
right.
a lot of quantitative or analytical substance to, because it really is about conjecture at this point. When and if. And we firmly believe that the majority of our institutional clients, Vonnie, around the world are positioned for nothing to happen. There remains a lot of negativity with respect to the U.S. Now, in years past, investors around the world were negative on the U.S. because they were bitter they missed the rally, right? Now, we've seen a big move in European stocks. They've sold off a little bit the last 3 or 4 weeks. A big move in emerging market stocks. So the consensus is to be in those areas because of some perceived value or something like that. Now we've seen U.S. earnings come out pretty good. The market is rewarding the right areas. Investors on a near-term basis are taking profits in those areas that have been excessively strong in the last few months. So the essence of fundamental investing is working. But again, with respect to politics does not drive the absolute performance of the stock market. The economy and the fundamentals of the companies within the stock market drive stock prices.
So how are they changing? We saw great results from Caterpillar, or great, relatively
I think
speaking.
SPY is going to come down at least to this 20 MA here.
Got some
Around
caveats there. The banks did
247.08 and that 247 even number.
U.S.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful.
Say
Gold,
this,
both
it's
the
the
indexes
yeah
are
but
dropping.
rally in financials, right? Oh, the numbers are great. Yeah, but we don't know what's going on with interest rates.
Yeah,
right?
but
and
that
then
means
with
the
respect
dollar
to
might be
McDonald's, it's
rising.
a 99-cent pop, as we call it in the Midwest and Canada.
Yeah.
But how much further can the stock go up? What kind of institutional sponsorship do we have? And then you talk about industrials. Remember, a year ago we were talking about an industrial-led earnings recession. And a lot of investors, Vonnie, were caught behind the eight ball because they were not fully invested in industrials because they were so negative on overall global growth. Now we've seen a distribution and diversification with respect to growth in the industrial space, not just the internationally focused, but the domestic focused. Industrials look very good. So that's why I think the stocks continue to go up.
You've talked over the last few months,
Brian,
Brian, about the declining
Hoping
stock
to get out at
performance
71.
correlation. What's the impact on the investment process?
The impact on the investment process, as we like to call it in
Jada.
Canada, is one that we think investors need to focus more on intrinsic stock fundamentals and less about macro.
Like literally, I looked at it like 4 in the morning. I was talking to John,
still, there's 3 phases to a bull
and then
market: the reactive phase,
saw
the
UJ
executive
starting
phase,
to pop, and then
the
I woke up at like 6 this morning.
macro data point,
Cool, man. Gold's fucking flushing.
the trees are
And then next
all this
thing I knew,
macro
it's
stuff.
like,
You know, we had consumer confidence today. That's
boom,
great news.
came
But
back
the
up.
forest really
Yeah, the buy
is
volume
the
was
fundamental attributes
incredible
of these
about an
companies
hour
continue to
before
do
it
very
opened.
well. And when you're a stock picker, you have to
You're in
realize
J-Dust now, though, right?
that
Yeah, I'm in
companies
I've
begin
been
to
in
recover on a
J-Dust
fundamental basis at different rates.
for a
So
while.
we would
I'm at
continue to
an
implore
average at like
investors to focus less on indexing.
67 now, maybe 66 something.
Okay, good. You see some support on the SPX somewhere?
Spy on the spot. Well, I use Spy, but yeah.
Prepared for how strong the euro has
I've
been.
got a trend line coming in.
There's this broadly consensus
That 247 even number roughly.
Cheaper than the U.S.
And then I've
you
got.
can basically say throughout time that price of sales, PE, price of cash flow are almost always less expensive than the U.S. The problem is with that euro strength. How's that denominator from here going to grow?
Kind of jumbled right now.
How's cash flow going to grow in a stronger euro environment where these companies on a fundamental basis are just at the beginning
we're at that
stages
candle also. So there should be some support here.
The market's got it right in terms of taking some profits from these European stocks.
Because at the top of that candle from the other day.
Or is that giving you, even
not sure how big the support
that's the forest of the trees comment that we have so much investing habits and strategies focused on the macro. Now we believe a year from now interest rates are going to be higher.
247 even number.
Interest rates are going to be higher than they are today. If that's the case, we think too many near-term opinions with respect to interest rates going lower are kind of are throwing near-term money into these interest rate proxies like utilities and
oil's dropping here,
and away from the banks and away from the real implicit growth companies within, we think, a value-led
I'm surprised how oil came back.
Kind of left holding the lurch again in terms
well,
of
it's in that channel, man.
With respect to interest rates being
more towards the top of it now, but
the dollar, remember the dollar
should be coming down
is reacting to
I'm thinking like a week. Thinking like a week. We'll see some direction.
Yeah, I really thought midsummer here we could see that.
The United States of America is the world's largest economy. We have the strongest companies in the world. We're the most diversified economy in the world. As the economy continues to recover, and oh, by the way, maybe we do see something out of Washington. Maybe growth is understated. Interest rates will have to go up, and the dollar
you
will
must
go up
really
as well.
not be feeling good.
Brian, just looking at a
Hope he
survey
gets
we've done,
better.
we've surveyed 30 finance professionals.
What is it, like the stomach flu?
The next bear market in stocks. The consensus seems to be late 2018.
I don't know. I wasn't looking at
Have
the
you
other
got
part of
a
chat.
date when it's all going to come to an end? This bull market.
Oh, that's a trap. I love that. My
had it shrunk down because I got so much stuff on my screens.
I would also tell you this: is that stop reading textbooks.
Yeah, luckily I'm only in like one or two things right now. I had fat fingers on that Momo trade yesterday, which looks actually decent. Fat fingers, so whatever.
That's good when you do something like that and it works out.
Yeah. God, dude, I was like so pissed too. I'm like, shit. I was gonna try and ride that up because it just got over its all-time high also.
We're not going to have recession
I was
until
playing
we
it
see
for momentum.
growth and
Shit.
CapEx being led growth. Then we'll pull back. We don't recess
Thought it was
from
gonna be a
low
lot
levels of
worse.
growth. We recess from higher
And I sold that lap D this morning. I
Very
took a
briefly,
small
Brian,
loss
do you
on
stick
that.
with the sectors that have been working then?
Yes, we do, but we're overweight industrials,
I'm trying to make
healthcare,
that decision
financials,
now.
and
Take a
materials.
small loss or
Materials
what?
is
Watching
a
it for
3%
direction.
sector in the U.S., much more important to Canada. We think financials
Yeah,
over the next
second
25
line.
years remains the
Finding
biggest bet
support
that you
where
should
it is
be
right
making
here.
right now because we continue
Yeah,
to
see,
grow
I was
investors
piggybacking on that
underexposed
trade.
financials.
I'm not gonna lie, I was
Industrials
just
is
like,
one of those
fuck it,
great
I've got
eclectic
extra
sectors
cash
where
right
you can
now.
own from time to time here and
Man,
there
I mean,
in
I
different
liked it where it
areas.
was,
Healthcare is
because
a-
near
continues
that
to be a
low.
contrarian type bet and own
Yeah.
those companies that provide
I
the
kinda
greatest
just took it,
products
and
that quote unquote kind of keep you alive.
just
So
didn't work out,
biotechs,
so
devices,
whatever.
those types of names.
Awesome. Brian Belsky, glad to have you back in studio
Thanks
after
for
so
having
long.
us.
Chief
Yeah.
Investment Strategist at BMO Capital Markets.
I think it was only like a 200 or
Funny
something
coming
dollar
up, oil
loss.
extending its gain
Whatever it
on
was.
Saudi cuts, gold edges the
Yeah, I'm around that now at
decision tomorrow. Futures in focus is next. This is Bloomberg.
3.86%.
Yeah, I got it at 584.
I probably should have took that peek. I don't know if I'm gonna get another one.
Woohoo, come down, gold, give me a good entry.
Do we have short UJ again when that happens?
No, because I'm already short.
Oh, you are? We're going to go long gold.
You don't think UJ is going to come up to this 12?
Well, all I know is at the top of my channel, it's probably more likely to go down from here if it keeps on doing what it did before, so that's how I'm betting it.
Heard that.
I watch E with fundamentals and it's just not working, and it's like, I mean, if I'm not going to do it on a week or a month candlestick-sized basis, then why bother with the fundamentals?
Yeah, I mean, these wicks are so long on UJ, though. It's really trying to pick a side, and it doesn't know where to go. Kind of looks like a flag on the hourly. Flagging up. In my opinion. Or a megaphone.
That's the image I see.
Yeah. So you do have a 111.67. Is that your hard support, or is that the middle of something?
Yeah, that's a zone. It's kind of it's been tested and is both support and resistance multiple times in the past.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, I think it could still break out of this channel a little bit more before it has to come back in if it wants to hold that channel.
Television. Let's get to futures in focus. Oil getting a lift today. Saudi Arabia, of course, that was the big news yesterday. Gold dropping ahead of the latest rate decision.
Yeah, actually, I think at 1 hour is looking more like a megaphone.
Dan Deming of KKM Financial. Dan, let's start with gold. How should we be positioned ahead of the big Fed meeting, which kicks off today?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, Mark, it feels like a lot of gold traders are neutrally positioned here when you see gold holding between the middle of the range from February through July. But I can tell you we had a nice bounce off that 1210 level. We're pushing back up here around the 1255 level. It does feel, though, that the market anticipates that the Fed's not going to change the language, change its structure this time around, and the market is holding here on that 1255 level, although it is the top end of the range over the last couple of weeks.
Flush,
let's
gold,
talk oil.
flush.
It was all about Saudi Arabia yesterday. Its decision
Like
to promise
49.
deep cuts to crude exports next month. I mean, how likely is this when it comes to the market?
Well, I think the theme continues to be something that traders are pointing at. And currently, you're right, the market hasn't had too much of an impact on the price of oil. We're holding here between that 42 and 47 range and 48 range. However, it does feel, though, that there's a trend building here, especially with the weaker dollar, and if these cuts actually are monitored and complied with, we could see oil reach up to the 58 level, which would be a possible breakout from this current range.
Yeah, man, XBI is just like a wild beast right now.
Yeah, I need to stop touching that one until we get some better direction, because I keep looking at this chart and I'm like, ah, man, it's close, it's close. Double bottom. Maybe it's not. And then it's like, boom, it just fucked.
I still can't believe how high XBI hit pre-market. Like, what the fuck was that?
Ooh, this might be bad for gold. Dollar might bounce above this little small channel here.
And also, you're seeing a trend in refineries coming in line and production being rated.
And break this 93.65.
Break 58 here would signal the trend higher.
Dan, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Dan Deming there of KKM Financial.
The markets are pulling back up. Unreal.
I know, and I didn't even, there's not even a chance to get in. It's like,
nope.
Doesn't even pull back enough for you to get confidence to jump in long. It's insane.
Nope. But if you would have bought in long on these small dips about 5 to 10 days ago, it would have been fine. It would have been great. It would have been huge.
Really would have, man. Really disappointing. I missed all that.
It's not disappointing because you're trading the correct way. It's just now it's a different style of trading that people are doing, and I guess we have to adapt. But like, I don't know how to adapt to that. I can't buy a towel.
I was just gonna say, I don't even know how to adapt. Is it? All we do is range a point or two under the. So like, if you don't short it, I mean, you have to long. Then it's gonna be stuff there.
Your mic's breaking down a little bit.
Yeah, you were.
I mean, I got you, but
Internet connection.
Yeah.
That's classic internet lag.
classic.
You heard it from the doctor.
Yeah, I only got 100 megabytes per second or whatever the fuck it is. How that lags, I'll never know. But
You're lagging because of that? That's bullshit.
Unless you got someone in your house, like a teenager who knows how to torrent real well, there's no reason for that unless it's the ISP's hardware outside your house, or you have an infection of some sort.
Yeah, I don't know.
Too much Pornhub.
I got a lot of stock shit running right now, but it usually not enough to.
Yeah, if anything that caps out your CPU will do it too, especially if you got like 10, 20 screens open and you only got a 4 core or some stuff.
Gotta get them quad cores with fucking 8 virtuals.
Yeah, I need a gamer setup to trade.
Nah, dude, what I want to get? I want to get me a $22,000 Talos system, freaking Power 8 CPU, 16 core.
Yeah, I saw those.
And most of the onboard chipsets are FPGAs, so you can literally reflash your own bridge chips on these things.
Hello.
What up, Ryan?
Did the VIX set an all-time low?
Yes.
Unbelievable. The VXX is no longer like responding to it.
Yeah, there's got to be some
The VIX would be down like probably 2% at this point, but it's only down 0.3%. I just don't think
I'll be right back. Sorry, Ryan. Sorry.
I don't think that the product is supposed to be at these levels. Of course, I have no idea. But I was reading something last night. It was interesting. It said that SVXY and like XIV have like a precautionary clause or whatever that if the VIX jumps more than 80% in a day, that they would be protected or whatever. They would just like shut off the security or something to protect the issuer for the VIX jumping 80% in a day. And in previous times, it was like unthinkable that could happen. But if you think about it, the VIX jumping 80% from like say $12 would be a jump to like $20, but a VIX jump from $9 to like $16 in a day is not unheard of. Because the VIX has jumped more than 50% on like several different occasions. But like I said, a jump from like, I don't know if it makes a difference, but a jump from like $12 to $19 or $20 is different from a jump from $9 to $16. If that makes sense. So the average VIX price is $12 about. An 80% jump from $12 would be $20 or something like that. My math's probably wrong. But an 80% jump from $9 would be $16, which is only $4 above the average price of $12. Whatever, I'm just rambling, but I thought it was interesting.
So, in layman's, you're saying that if the VIX jumps high enough, fast enough, those in SVXY are slightly protected?
No. I think the issuer is protected, not the investors.
Oh, I see.
They don't want an 80 or 90% pop, and then everybody sells on that, and they're fucking screwed.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now it's looking a little more scammy.
Well,
they're all scammy.
Thanks so much, Eric.
Yeah. What do you want?
Traditionally a summer lull kind of time. Eric, appreciate it. Bonnie, back to you.
Is that your ex calling you?
Thank you for that, Julie Hyman there.
Oh, geez, come on. Can't do that to the guy.
Gets underway today, and concerns about inflation will be top of mind. We'll check.
Just judging based on his response.
This as today's stocks really.
I say that when anybody calls me, so I hate talking on the phone.
Come on, that was a shooting star that showing up.
Stay tuned. This is Bloomberg.
Did the VIX already pass what you said was your prospective entry?
Bonds got wrecked.
What TLT did?
Yes, sir.
I'll take a look.
You know what I think is happening for TLT? This is actually interesting. Are you looking at TLT?
Yeah, I'm looking at the time frame. Oh, holy shit! Yeah.
What time frame are you looking at?
I'm in the daily right now. I'm switching to the hour.
Yeah, check out
Got
the
a shooting
hour.
star though.
Check out the hour. This whole run up since like the start of July might just have been a bear flag.
Yeah, potentially.
You see that?
Yeah, I do see that on the hourly. Wonder what.
That would bring us back to like 120, 118 range. But I was worried about that. It just
I wouldn't count it out yet.
Yeah, we're catching some good support at this level right here. But if we break that, then the next target.
You might get that hammer on the hourly. Sorry.
I'm not hoping for it. I'm in some.
Oh, you want it to go down?
No, I want it to go up. I'm just looking at all sides, you know.
Gotcha.
So we got some basic support right here. If it falls through that, I could see it come down to 122.50 pretty quick.
Yeah, they'll reach that ultimate support of all supports.
Yep.
All that.
If
Yeah.
it breaks through that, then it's a confirmed bear flag. And we'll probably go down to like
120.
120, yeah.
Yeah, 120, 119.84 ish. Yeah, so we're in the same range. Yeah.
Oh.
Gosh.
Excuse me.
That doesn't sound good.
That was a perfect sneeze on the mic.
Oh man. Okay, I'm better now. Real estate, what are you doing?
Why isn't gold going lower yet?
Hey, was real estate a miss or what?
Today? I don't think there was.
I thought it was yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was beat. Yeah, it was beat.
In terms of home sales?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If I remember correctly. I'll look it up for you. Hold on, give me a second.
Nasty head and shoulders on IYR. It's a big time head and shoulders. I don't know if it's...
Yeah, existing home sales was a miss. 5.52 million. And it was 5.58 million.
Days after being diagnosed with brain cancer.
Now, today's vote is whether to even begin to debate on that issue.
And then
Still haven't decided which healthcare proposal to vote on.
existing home sales.
Repeal and replace Obamacare. The House is prepared to impose more sanctions on Russia and prevent President Trump's power.
The PMI was
It also imposes
beat.
more sanctions on Iran and North Korea. House leaders expect Democrats to join the Republican majority in voting for that bill. And Greece is
Where's my good friend E?
go for its recovery story.
He is sick. He's not talking.
Market for the first time in 3 years. 5-year bonds
Feeling
are expected to be
down in the weather.
And the Greek government is looking to exit from its current bailout program, which ends a little more than a year from now. Global
He
News
popped a blood vessel from that rant last night.
I love that rant.
Yeah, I did too.
Vonnie?
Courtney Donahoe,
I think
thank
it's
you for that. While
was due.
Congress debates all
Very
sorts of
due.
things, including
That rant was the highlight of my day.
healthcare-wise, companies are preparing for all sorts of scenarios, and that includes
It's all a lie.
Indianapolis-based shares are falling today, even after the company beat the street's estimates and increased its guidance for the
Where's the
year.
Rothschilds when you need them?
CEO David Ricks spoke to Bloomberg about what is driving the business.
I can't believe the VIX.
Only going lower here too.
This is unprecedented.
Key message for investors is not only do we have a
Even the market kind of coming down here.
continue to diversify that new product portfolio, which will have a long life.
So you know, it's normal.
Different parts of the healthcare market. So next up should be abemaciclib. This is a CDK4/6
Luckily, I got out of that UVXY when I did. I was assuming we were gonna have a bigger pop.
And the FDA granted us what's called a priority.
Dollar, you need to
So
fuck
we do
break.
expect to launch abemaciclib for breast cancer.
UVXY's fucked so many people.
Yeah, it is. Oh man, it has.
It's called galcanezumab, a complicated word, but a useful drug for migraine prevention, a new class of drugs that people can take
I must have deleted my dollar.
during the month. We had positive data on galcanezumab.
Back to work then.
Plan to submit this year to the FDA and then launch in the
I hate when all my charts go like missing.
innovation story continues for
Sometimes I accidentally delete them, thinking I'm saving them.
system overall.
So Dave, talking about new products, there's also a product that you have now said you're going to delay a resubmission to FDA on. And I'm going to try one of those complicated words. We'll see how far I get. It's baricitinib, as I understand it.
Correct.
It's an arthritis drug.
Yes.
What's going on with that? You're going to delay. It's not going to be in 2017. You're going to resubmit to the FDA. How important is that to you?
So it's important. We had mixed results on baricitinib in the quarter. As you're pointing out, the FDA issued what's called a complete response letter, and then we had a meeting with them to follow up on the details of that. We now understand that they don't agree that our submission has a positive
GDX, what are you doing?
They'd like us to do some more work before resubmitting. By the way, we don't agree with that conclusion, and neither does Europe or Japan, who just approved the drug and where we're launching now. We'll work with the FDA.
I wanted to go lower.
To get this drug to
At least touch the open of the day.
need area, and baricitinib appears to have some really unique features. We just have to work through the regulator here in the U.S. By the way, I should say baricitinib also has many other indications of interest.
Well, I hope he gets better.
In autoimmune conditions like
Yeah.
lupus and atopic dermatitis, and we're committed to pursue those despite this setback at the FDA.
U.S. oil.
We've launched in Europe, and
Jesus,
we're off to a great
should
start
not
with
have sold you.
baricitinib there. So it's one of 20 new medicines.
Man, U.S. oil every single day, 5% swing.
But not pivotal to the story.
One direction.
Finally, you have committed more or less to have 5%
Yeah, but it should
revenue
come down
growth
tomorrow. It's on
through
top of
the
my
next several
chin.
years. What is the biggest risk to that
Squeezing
number?
on those trend lines.
What would keep you from making it?
Well, David, of course, we model across a range of scenarios what our potential performance is, and we're confident we can get to the 5%.
Yeah, that's a good call. I agree with you.
I'm thinking about a week. See some either break up or break down. Is my guess.
For a product called Alimta, which is used in lung cancer in the U.S.
Because I was looking at that with John last night.
Review hearing on that patent that's already occurred. We're waiting for the answer to that. If that patent is rolled back, and we
Really like to see it go lower again, but
ability to get to the 5%. The other issue is what the federal
I don't know. That's something that I'm not going to decide. But we know Grandma doesn't want any higher oil prices, that's for sure. That won't help the market float up.
Is that the top on XBI?
In Q2 and 8% top line. That's the kind of performance that we'd like to.
I don't know, Jerry. You're going to get some killer moves right here, man.
David Ricks
My chart's broken or something. It's not moving. I don't know what's going on. I'm seeing price on Lab D go up, but I'm not seeing any candles on my chart. I don't know what's going on here.
He's saying that she wants higher oil prices. You really think she wants higher oil prices? I don't. Inflation.
What the boys happened to Barnes and Noble?
Ooh, some pop on Lab D here.
Who was I talking about? Barnes and Noble. What the boys?
It was me. I think you're talking about Barnes and Noble with me.
BKS?
Yeah, I think we looked at it.
Yeah. It's up 10% today.
You're still in it, correct?
Yeah. I'm holding this for years, dude. What the boys?
Their motivation comes from, again, that dual mandate of stable
You're long Barnes and Noble or short?
They're really looking for that
long
data to reverse course, which
Yeah, I think he's long since like 690-ish area.
You've got clear ongoing signs of domestic disinflation in the US. So why is the Fed continuing to
I'd be careful.
Freeport.
I know, they're probably tough.
Yeah,
FCX up 12%.
if that comes to test that 770 area and it breaks down, you know that Barnes and Noble is probably going to come back down to at least that 660.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Longer term expectations for inflation.
7% dividend.
12 to 24 months. So the Fed is basing current monetary policy
Barnes and Noble?
on anticipation
Yes, sir.
prices will reverse
7%, nice.
towards that 2% target longer term. But in the near term, if we don't see that
You have to look into that, but I don't trust that long term though.
Yeah, just look at the weekly chart.
The dollar just broke out of this channel here. Looking for a confirmation candle.
Come on, XPI, let's go break this support level.
It shows positioning in the 2-year, and short positioning is, you know, much bigger
UJ still struggling.
than it has been in a long, long time, way back in 2007. What does this signal to you?
I think we're starting to see a little exhaustion in everything today. There's a lot of battling.
Yeah, I see a lot of whips on everything.
The Fed to move forward
Yep.
with additional rate increases by the end of the year, up until up through the March meeting, the June meeting.
The money flows are starting to slow down because everybody's moved their money around and stuff. So now it's just a bull bear fight on direction.
The market is looking at the current conditions and saying, well, they're more on the moderate stage at this point, but it may be enough to continue.
Come on, baby, 13 cents.
Expectations for higher rates, at least in the short term. Of
You
course,
watching
on
a
the long
Western?
term, the Fed can do very little to drive fundamentals.
It was like a World War II movie, sorry. I usually keep it turned down lower.
It's all right.
With reinvestment, in other words. Have a look at the chart that I have. It's number 54 in the Bloomberg chart library, and it shows
9:40 a.m.
Good at porn on, I guess.
9:40 a.m. television on a Tuesday.
Start, you know, tapering down this balance sheet. What is your
Here, let me ask you this, Ryan. Do you think that this Barnes and Noble move is going to come back down? Or do you think that you should sell the rip, buy the dip again?
But they've really used very unspecific calendar language. By the end of the year is what we've heard as of late. But it's going to be a second layer of monetary policy.
Because if this comes down, it's going to come back down quick.
The Fed does want to continue to get rates back to a more
What's the news on it?
Remember the Titans?
So if the economy maintains
Remember the Titans? Yeah.
You have?
Remember the Titans?
Yeah.
The movie?
Yep.
Who hasn't seen that movie?
Honestly, you want honesty? Honestly, I think you're nothing. Nothing but a God-given waste of talent. You don't listen to no fuck. Shove a push on the line, he blows right past you every time. Push him, pull him, do something. Nah, man. I'm gonna get mine. See, that's the worst attitude I ever saw. Attitude reflect leadership.
And how does that answer the Barnes and Noble call?
Honestly, you want honestly? Oh god. I don't know, man.
What's the news behind it? I'm not looking that far at it. I'm just looking at the chart. I'm not holding it.
I don't know.
It might have back tested that there. I mean, it's within 2 cents.
2019 down to 1%. Now you're talking about by 2020 a non-accelerating economy.
Yeah, I think you're going to come back up. I think you're in this range. Be all right.
Word got out that I bought it. I don't know. I got a 9% cushion at this point.
Ooh, Jerry, look at that run! Holy shit!
Yeah. I'm watching it teeter on this support, man. I'm just hoping it breaks.
9% cushion on what?
Barnes and Noble.
Nice, man.
Lab D opened at 561. Is that for real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I wasn't here at open because I'd been pissed.
The XBI pre-market high was...
Oh yeah, you're breaking out here, Jerry. Good for you.
For XBI?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it wants it. For Lab D to move up, XBI to break down.
Yeah, I need 12 cents to get even here and get out, or maybe I'll make a few bucks if it breaks hard.
I'm in it with you, Jerry.
Oh my gosh, Lindsay.
Hoping for you.
Thank you very much for
Appreciate it.
Lindsay Piegza,
Watch it.
Chief Economist.
Watch it closely here, Jerry.
Another 6 cents to break even.
Market's relatively flat. Something should here. Sooner or later.
I know I should have bought double my position at the open, but I was a little nervous that it was.
Yeah, I'd be nervous as hell. What she could do there.
Yeah, but I would have been in a positive now had I done that. But I also could have been fucked really bad if it spiked.
Right. Well, on the plus side, the IWM is getting a red bar. So let's see. Fuse is getting a bar. Fuse went to the bottom of the channel.
Just need NASDAQ to weaken a little bit. That would help, man. That NASDAQ or Qs are fighting.
Yeah, they're fighting, but on that 15-minute, they're bouncing off of that 50 MA. Is on the bottom of the Bollinger Band, and it's like kind of together. Looks like the dollar wants to push up here. Let's fall on the top of the Bollinger Band. Good. That's got to be good for dropping that gold.
Yo, you guys ought to look at BOFI.
Oh.
Bank of the Internet. This thing is just beautiful.
Looking at too
Can't believe they made a name like that, Bank of the Internet.
Yeah.
That thing's going to a fucking 100.
Dude, I think so. It's like, it's a clear breakout. We're probably like halfway through the breakout, but...
Oh no, I'm looking at AAOI.
How's the AAOI doing?
Full steam ahead, man. That 95 area where I was shorting came down to the 85 area. Just fucking bought the dip. Now it's trying to regain that all-time high. That 96.25. Like unreal, dude. That thing just runs.
That is pretty crazy.
XBI could break down here.
God bless it.
Yeah.
Live from London and New York, I'm Mark Barton, along with Vonnie Quinn. This is
moving on up.
Having a good day.
Gold is coming down here. Let's do the dollar. Dollar's pushing out of the Bollinger Bands. About to reach a little bit oversold. Frank, me too. Me too.
Cars on the road today can brake for you or steer you back into your lane, while others coming shortly will change lanes automatically and allow you to drive hands-free. That makes
Look at that lap D, boys.
end to the ethical and legal questions yet
Push
to be
it up.
settled. But there's little doubt
10
that
cents.
Robot Drivers Day will come.
There you go.
Jack sucks.
He's got a
That's
big
bad.
smile on his face, I can tell.
I do.
This comes as
Smiling ear to ear.
by both car
Just hope it doesn't just turn around like it usually does.
I hope it gets sick.
cameras and high-speed computing power. Tesla now plans to outfit all its new cars with self-driving
Wait, how much more do you need?
Google and Fiat Chrysler are teaming up.
I need 10 cents to get even.
Self-driving Chrysler
Yeah, about 6.
and BMW is collaborating with Intel and Mobileye.
It'd be nice to get 10 cents in the positive and just make a few bucks on the deal.
Yeah.
Here's the background. Consumers got their first taste of autopilot back in the 1990s when Toyota, Mitsubishi, and Mercedes
Either way, if this thing finds support somewhere, though, I'm just going to get out of it. It'd be a tiny loss at this point.
autonomous features can now
I'd rather that than weather some other spike because of this fucking news later.
development by logging more than 2 million miles testing its driverless cars.
Hoping that's maybe they're bringing us down to take a spike later.
Here is the argument, along with the regulatory
Then I'll get lappy on that spike again.
the ethical dilemma of turning over decision making to a
I just can't believe that it was at 561 at the open.
Automakers have also yet to design
That's
a connected car that cannot be hacked, which obviously raises concerns over security. Yet to U.S. regulators,
Come on, baby, bring it on.
could save thousands of lives.
I'm even sitting up in my chair, which is unusual.
Bitcoin looks like it might want to do another big drop here soon. Not sure though.
Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Now, Bonnie, let's stick with technology.
Yeah, Bitcoin showed its true colors. It's going back down.
Yes, that's the big story.
Glad I sold out more of my holdings up here.
Nice.
I just sold my initial 2 days ago that I started with. House money is still in my wallet.
How worried should we be about this trend of rising?
Yeah, Bitcoin
spends more on this advertising
is
business.
going down. It's an ascending. It's a huge ascending triangle, but it broke down, and then it came back up to retest it, and then it got rejected there. Now it's heading back down.
Here's my hourly link for anyone who wants to see it.
And it's paying off. And it's paying off in massive.
I can't believe technicals even work on Bitcoin.
In the world ever, growing at a 21% clip in the last quarter because of some very.
It's a tough chart to follow, dude.
I bet.
I love technical analysis.
17% growth just 18 months ago. Now it's 21%,
tough.
22 the last 2 quarters. So a very strong, quickly growing company. But yes, there is a change afoot. Now, the change, as we all know, is too mobile. Mark, I'll bet your phone is.
Can't you like color coordinate those so like you can still see the price action once they get tight in that range?
Get that advertising space to advertising. They're paying for that traffic.
I don't know. I can tell.
That traffic, it seems to be what's weighing on the.
Well, that's all that really matters.
I mean, yeah, my main candles are darker in contrast relative to the lagging Haishinaki.
I mean, buying or selling stocks, I don't. You can't pay me enough for that kind of advice.
And I can see that the clouds also dark contrast.
Yeah, I pointed that out earlier, Frank. I don't know what the hell. That GDX, why it's so high compared to JNUG. Or GDXJ, sorry.
Some time on my model last night, sort of trying to find a way to illustrate this, and I think one way is just looking at the traffic acquisition cost, and the change in traffic acquisition cost as a percentage of revenue has been gently ticking up, and that traffic, the cost of their traffic is increasing ever so slightly, but on a year-over-year basis, it's increasing massively, right? So 28% growth year-over-year is a lot in terms of traffic acquisition costs, except that you also had 21% growth in overall revenues.
If things get too hard to see, I just
and I think that's the number that's alarming to Wall Street, saying, whoa, you told us this number was going to go up, but it's really going up. But if you look at the growth as a percentage of revenues, it's much more gradual. As a percentage of revenues, you can see that increasing.
XBI wants that 80-50 zone.
but as a percentage of
So do
revenue,
I.
the traffic acquisition cost is up to 19.6%. Yes, that's an increase, and it's a pretty sizable increase over last quarter, but less than a full percentage point. So you can see the change in the business model because they're going to companies like Apple and paying for the time in front of those users' eyeballs to send ads to them, but it's working. They're pulling back revenues, and they're getting a lot of profits in the process.
Just in case you guys didn't see that, I think the healthcare vote's at 2:15.
Watch the flop.
Ooh, that'll be big.
I'm telling you guys, no reform will pass. No reform will pass that doesn't include an insurer of last resort.
The real concern isn't just the amount of money that they had to pay, and they took a lot of that money in a charge.
Like, this is some definite shaky hands before the vote.
Earnings per share for the quarter. But
I do, however, see IONS, one of XBI's top holdings, approaching negative 10% for the day.
Might have to change its business model. The model that
Sweet,
works
man.
so
Thanks
well
for
in the
letting
US
me know that.
is putting their own content
Bring it down.
on top of search results, whether it's
Says
shopping
Jerry.
Bring it down, baby. 4 more cents and I'm even.
It's worked on the revenue front. But the real
Cut and run.
What do you got done?
Corey, great to see you. Thanks for joining us, Corey Johnson.
Oh gosh.
Jada.
Oh, there must be something in here. Where's he at?
He's sick. He's talking today.
You don't want to miss it. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern. This is Bloomberg.
Did Cat beat on Erding?
Come on, Labby. You know you want to see 6.
U.S. oil, you dog.
Yeah, I'm shorting Cat here.
Cat?
Yep, CAT.
Yeah, I got that on my long account.
Doing really well right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just shorting it for like $2, maybe. Trying to see.
Yeah, I just take them for dividends.
Yeah, there's a lot of growth in Cat, dude.
Oh, I think so too. I mean, I've made tons of money on Caterpillar over the last 10 years.
You've been holding them for 10 years. Jesus Christ, really?
On my long account, yeah.
Unfair, man. You had a chance to get in 10 years ago?
Yeah, and I've actually sold
everything.
Huh?
So long it all.
Well, like I said, I've been a Warren Buffett follower for a long, long time, and long account, and just it's just buy and hold all the blue chips. That's it, basically.
Eventually, you bought in at like 15.
You did?
No, you did. 10 years ago?
Yeah, something down there.
30, $40. Got 113.
Yeah, I've sold shares like 3 times just to take profits. Fuck this green bar now. And I'm still up, tons.
Yeah.
I only have half the shares I started with, but I quit selling them. I'm like, fuck it, I've taken so much. I've taken 3 times the profit the thing cost me, so.
It's a good feeling.
America's largest automaker says both production and earnings will slip between now and the
Yeah, like he was saying yesterday, talking about, just stopping this and doing the passive investing. I mean, everybody should be doing that as, you should have a 3-tier approach, your long passive account and, swing and then day trading.
Totally agree.
I mean, my long accounts made tons more money than the day trading, so if I could perfect the day trading, I'd really be on top of the world here.
UJ broke out of that channel, trying to come up at probably 7 area.
Pesticide revenue was up 10%.
Whereas the dollar is also breaking out the channel to.
Some banks are pulling business out of London in the wake of the Brexit.
Oh, I don't have that chart anymore. Fortunately, guys.
Yeah, dollar's killing it. Nice. That's the most movement in a week.
Yeah, well, a little bit of movement. I think it was
Video service in Europe. Facebook, Google, and
last. Yeah, I guess it was a week ago.
Damn it, EJ, go down.
No, go up. Go up. Go up.
Go down.
Go up.
I have to side with the real money, Doc. Hate to see you get hurt, but.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Once you got some skin in the game, we'll work with you.
Nah, it's fine. No, I just figured that, you know, it was either going to go up or down at this point. I just figured the likelihood was slightly higher they'd go down. I guess I'm wrong.
I saw your channel and I was like, okay, I see where you're coming from. But I don't think they want gold liquid.
Well, this would be a good reversal point since that big pink line is a long-term support resistance line from.
You know what? You know why I don't have my gold chart or my this DXY chart? Because I chart the fucking UUP. What the fuck am I doing, man? Jesus Christ. Long morning. So yesterday I went to Three Floyds Brewery. I don't know if you guys know what it is, but it's a pretty solid brewery. A lot of people love it. So I drove pretty much like an hour and a half, west. Went there. It's close to Chicago, about 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away. I ended up going to Chicago, getting a Gianetto's East pizza because we were near it. So then we're like, well, fuck it, go there. Then we come back and go to the bar afterwards, fucking 3 a.m. Get home. I got to do inventory at 6 a.m.
Oof.
Yeah.
Dude.
There's that XBI 8050.
J-Nug's about to go red.
Yeah, I'm getting out of Lab D right here.
E's approaching.
Ooh, nice. Nah, dude, hold that for a second.
His entry.
See if it breaks 6. Put a stop loss at 50, like 8 or 59. See if it runs out.
Yeah, I know.
It's just coming into this oversold, overbought. Yeah, see, yeah, you're right. You might be right. What do you think? 1472. That's my password on my phone, guys. It's all over the internet now. Press OK. Both of you.
I'm out for a $10 loss. I can't risk it. Risk reward isn't there. The shit could fucking fly in 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Well, you should have just sold half.
Nah, man, I don't like the feeling that I don't like what's been going on the last few days.
Yeah, but are you looking at the market here? Also, like looking at the SPY and the Qs. Qs are going down. They're falling they just got below that 50 MA on that 15-minute, and they're at the bottom of that Bollinger Band. They look like they want to go down a little.
You know what's happened to me though? The last couple of weeks, I got real gun shy with the things just keep reversing so fast.
Ooh, gold is tanking here. Nice red bar on gold here. Nice gold. Nice, good job.
Plus, I want to look at another trade, man. I want to make some money somewhere.
XBI has been real hard to short lately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I might have left a few bucks on the table, but I rather the risk reward for me just isn't there.
By lately, I mean like the last 2 months or so. It's just yeah, it's small retracements. Huge up.
I'll get it back later. Like if the healthcare bill pops this back up to somewhere around the opening high or something, I'll grab Lab D again and I'll make the money back.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes, yes. J-Nug breaking down here. Breaking down. breaking fucking down.
You know, JNUG's not going to get exciting till it's about 15 though, because I don't think it's going to be topping 18 too much.
FOMC is tomorrow, so I want to see what they're doing with this. That's my main thing.
It's not an important FOMC, I don't think, though, right?
No, but it's an FOMC. Do I just take 69 or do I wait on this?
I gotta find something to get into now.
Do you take 69 and what?
JNUG or JDSP.
You thinking about buying some?
No. Selling mine.
Hold it. In my humble opinion.
You right. I just hold.
You can do what you want.
No, you tell me to hold. Dust is still a buy in Frank's opinion. Got two people.
Yeah, I don't know. Gold looks at support right here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tried this area twice, I think. But if that breaks down, look at how harsh this drop is compared to the other ones.
Gold must hold right here.
I hope so, man. I saved a whole bunch of money in my long account to get some GLD or some SGOL, and they never really got down to where I wanted it.
What was it? XAU or something?
Yeah.
If we don't hold this level, I'm guessing then we'll come back down to the upper 36s, 1238.
1236, 1238, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
I'd like to see lower than that, to be honest.
And to be honest, that would be the range we identified, I think,
a while back, yeah.
We said 1260 to 1240. We're going to bounce around there for the next month, probably.
Yeah, but if this comes back down there, that could be a good retracement for this move up and then go back up.
I totally agree, yeah.
You're just not getting high enough. Come on.
There you go. I've got it there. Look at what it says on the tin. German business climate hitting a record as the economy proves robust, improving for a sixth month in July.
Just like a little bit more of a dollar's kind of selling off here.
The sentiment showing that the economy very strong at the start of the year. That seems to be seeping into the second half. Steadily declining unemployment has been supporting domestic demand. The Bundesbank says and predicts that lively export demand will turn manufacturing into a leading growth driver. Record German
Caterpillar short's doing pretty well.
90 minutes into the trading day in the US, Julie. How's it looking over there?
Well, we continue to have some strength
EKS earnings call starting right now.
As it is held back by Alphabet in particular. The strength that we're seeing today in the Dow and the S&P has to do with earnings, and it has to do with commodities as well. We are seeing
wait, is this European? Is this the European cell? No, they still got half an hour.
For example, coming out with second quarter results that, according to Jeffries, were slightly weaker, but largely
kind of like a hog.
Easy.
by nearly 13%.
Damn, dude.
Gonna hurt.
On Wall Street, hogs never win.
Raising its production forecast, saying costs are lower as well. And then we've got
They did in The Lion King.
I should have been in lumber this week, man. All the fires up there in Canada, they said the price of lumber is skyrocketing.
Yeah.
Lumber ticker.
Plus there's some in California.
Lumber liquidators.
Crude oil also getting a boost still
How's that?
Just futures lumber and what was that? A funny lumber one? The chop fucking lumber future.
Inventories number coming out tomorrow. Also, as we heard Mark mention, we are seeing some movement in sovereign bonds today. Some selling in sovereign bonds. It's selling.
He said delivery to construction has already slowed down, so that might even affect some other things.
The financials, Bank of America, Citigroup, JP Morgan snapping back.
What's gonna try here?
Seeing some weakness on lower yields, and what's more, it looks like that traders are betting that yields will continue to be low, which is a change.
JNUG is also trying here.
A chart of shorts, speculative shorts. On the 2-year in particular, and you can see here that shorts are highest or longs are lowest, to put it another way. going all the way back to 2007. And as you can see, it's a big drop. It's a big change here. So interesting, the changing sentiment, it looks like, regarding the 2-year note in particular.
Exactly. Fascinating, Julie. Thanks for illuminating that for us. She'll be back in a little bit. Well, in U.S. politics, a critical day for healthcare reform. President Donald Trump and Senate Republican leaders pushing for a vote on repealing Obamacare. The president tweeting this morning. This will be a very interesting day for healthcare. The Dems are obstructionists, but the Republicans can have a great victory for the people! Exclamation point. But lawmakers don't even know what they're voting on. Joining us from Capitol Hill with the latest is Bloomberg Chief Washington correspondent Kevin Cirilli. Kevin, is it fair to say that this is looking likelier to pass, and so we will get 20 hours debate on something? What will that debate be on?
Well, it looks like they're going to have enough votes for them to proceed on a vote. Now, whether or not they're going to proceed to voting for a full repeal of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, or a repeal and replace remains to be seen. Senator Rand Paul, a conservative from Kentucky, just tweeting out that he's been told by the White House that they are going to have a full repeal only, something that he likes. But I can tell you that this is going to come down to the wire. Just walking here outside of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I spoke with Senate Banking Committee Chairman Mike Crapo, a member of this committee as well, and he said that he's going to vote to proceed, but he's unsure whether or not Republicans have the vote. The president himself, using his Twitter account,
All right, I went ahead and went long gold, 1250.69.
Republicans to vote to proceed. He will make comments later this afternoon at the White House, and then he'll head to Youngstown, Ohio, and either, Vonnie, it's going to be a political victory.
Stop loss, 1247.19.
Kevin, I mean, President Trump's been using his Twitter account today to continue his
1247.19
rhetoric against the Attorney General.
Why would you put it that low?
How long can he remain in
It's 20% of my channel width outside of my channel.
It's not just President Trump. It's also his top communications officials, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the newly elevated
How'd you pick the 19?
secretary within the administration, but also now
20%.
Spreadsheet. And also don't want to sit on round human-friendly numbers because that's how you'll sometimes end up being missed or accidentally stopped out too soon because they look for those kind of numbers. One's ends in zeros and fives, 25, 75, 50.
Still standing by the Attorney General, who of course was one of the first lawmakers back when he was a senator to endorse President, then candidate Donald Trump. I want to pull up now comment from Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican from South Carolina, who says that President Trump's tweet today suggesting Attorney General Sessions pursue prosecution of a former political rival is highly inappropriate. He goes on to say that prosecutorial decisions should be based upon applying facts to the law without a hint of political motivation. To do so otherwise is to run away from the long-standing American tradition of separating the law from politics regardless of party. So Republicans clearly divided right now and not all in agreement with the president on his decision to from Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
Bloomberg Chief Washington correspondent Kevin Cirilli on Capitol Hill on what should be a fascinating day. And just a reminder, we will be bringing you President Trump's news conference.
Couldn't figure out why GDX and GDXJ were skewed.
8 p.m. London time. This will,
Morning.
of course, be the first time he addresses the public.
I know ABX is what next week. It's miners.
Unclear whether we'll have
at least GDXJ.
or not. Stay tuned
One.
for that. Well, turning to trade, President Trump also tweeting this morning, working on a major trade deal with the United Kingdom could be very big and exciting. Jobs. The EU is very protectionist with the US.
You guys thinking of an entry in JNUG at this point? At some...
Trade Secretary Liam Fox is in Washington for meetings with international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee. Just spoke to Fox and he joins us now. By Fox we mean Liam Fox, of course. Michael, what did you learn?
I just don't see that much upside in it right now.
Well, you know, the president
Yes, I was thinking too. I thought I heard one of you guys mention it.
They can't be working on a new deal with the United States yet because under EU law, which still governs the UK, they cannot negotiate any bilateral.
I'd wait for like the end of the day, literally play the pop in the morning, and then that's the only way, in my opinion.
I did that for like 3 weeks, man. It would open at it would open around 870 or so, and I would sell and buy at the end of the day down around 20, and the next day it would open at 70 and sell.
Yep. Well, I was doing research on it during the weekend, and so 5 out of 8 or 9 of the days it would pop and then it's like pop during the open, and then gap up, and then come back down and fade lower. And it would actually fade just enough, you know, and so you must have been catching that. I wasn't catching that.
I was doing it, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was just like, I would just happenstance buy it, and the next day it would be up, so I'd sell, and then by the end of the day it was faded. I'd just buy it again, speculate. You know, I just kept doing it, and then it kind of quit now.
Yeah, I've caught one of those. It's literally like you're on the gold, and then you're not on the gold. That's literally what it is.
I was focused on other stuff. It just happened to keep working. I was making like 30, 40, 50 cents each morning, and I'm like, all right, well, that's a good start.
I mean, I know it's something you addressed with Trade Secretary Liam Fox. I mean, can you do both at once? And this is the question you asked him. I'm setting you up nicely here. I mean, is there the manpower to do both trade deals at once?
I think Lab B is
they have staffed up and they are able to do that. But a lot of people
about to break up here.
Yeah, that's why it's a fucking evil motherfucking mistress, man. That's why I took my little loss and forgot about it.
With a raft of inexperienced people. So if they do try to do both at once, what it probably
it's high on the RSI.
even more slowly, Mark.
Also at the top of the Bollinger Band.
In order to negotiate trade deals, right? And the UK hasn't
That's
even
my
written
TA.
laws for the most part.
I don't know how much more it can run. Maybe the 610.
All of that have to be done before you can fully negotiate a trade deal?
Well, you can negotiate.
It'd have been really hard to hold that though, because they brought it back down to 593.
In order to harmonize the two sides and make things work together.
Like, I mean, I would have felt like I was about to lose my edge there if I was holding your position.
Yeah, that's why I made it.
Especially for it to go down to 561. Geez. I'm glad I wasn't here at the open, because I would have probably sold that. I would have just been like, this is tanking. Made the first like 5-10 minutes.
Talk about the chlorine wash chicken. That's
yeah, I'll catch it back up here.
That is going to have to be settled somehow.
Well, our own Commerce Secretary
I've actually made probably money on my last 6 or 8 Lab D trades, so a small loss like that is nothing.
Well, we're hoping to hear something about steel. That's the one everybody wants to know about.
Oh, what else should I show?
Actually going to move ahead with some kind of sanctions based on national security grounds. It was supposed
Well,
to be by the end of
McDonald's
June.
had earnings, right? That was a morning one.
Out yet. Does that suggest that they are pulling back? Did the Chinese negotiations produce some progress last week? We just don't know. And so everybody's going to be looking for Wilbur Ross to
Real estate looks like a short.
We don't know for sure.
It
well, if anyone can get him to talk, it's
doesn't
you,
hold.
Michael. I know you'll be trying to catch him after that event.
I'll tell you, my real estate investment trust holdings in my long account aren't doing that great.
And a programming note coming up
Oh, fuck, I missed entry.
we'll have a live interview with former House Majority Leader Eric Cantor. The Republican will discuss the ways forward on repealing and replacing.
Yeah, McDonald's popped the 59, like 41. Oh, like the shorted probably about that 59 area. Even number, maybe 58.70. Started back down to 156.92.
House leaders expect Democrats to join the Republican majority in voting.
I bet you it comes back into the gap.
President Trump's son-in-law back on Capitol Hill for more closed-door questioning about Russia. Today, Jared Kushner is being interviewed by the House Intelligence
Biden and the Qs are going to just hold this fucking line today. It's going to be till tomorrow, the FOMC. They always get like this right before.
In other news, in London,
Yeah, IWM's breaking up here, man.
Is there a report today?
It already happened. There's the consumer.
It was beat, right?
Yes, sir.
What a surprise.
Is this a bear flag on gold?
That indicates a tight supply of properties and increased demand.
Don't you dare say that.
On what?
According to S&P CoreLogic Case Schiller,
Time frame.
I'm looking at the 5-minute here.
from 1 year ago.
I was going to say 5-minute looks like
by
it.
more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 100
Ooh, yeah, look at that. 15. I'm liking that better. Even.
Courtney, thanks very much indeed. Right, coming up here on the
Well,
European Close, Deutsche Bank's Rough Rider. Look at what Chief
check out the Head and Shoulders that's there.
On 15 minutes?
Yeah.
I just see a left shoulder and a head on the 5-minute.
Yeah, I see the 5-minute head shoulders better than I do on the 50.
I don't see much downward movement to complete the measured move of it.
Yeah, I'm still learning head and shoulders, man, so I'm trying to look at it.
The left shoulder is at the start of yesterday, the 24th. The head
like that
is the highest point.
You're looking at like 9 o'clock. Is the head, correct?
No, yesterday midday was the head. It's a bigger head and shoulders than I think that you might be looking at.
What time chart?
15.
I looked at the hour, but I see the same thing.
Ooh, nice. Nice. The dollar looks like it wants to come back up here. It's just taking a breather. Oh, baby. UJ ripping out. They don't want gold. They want dollar bills.
What is the market foreseeing a Fed rate hike?
Here's that 167 number on UJ. 111.67, 111.68.
Yeah, these are zones for me at what time scales they were established.
IWM is ripping higher here.
I'm probably going to stop out on UJ.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a pretty significant bounce here. I don't even know what the SPY wants to do.
Live from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York City,
I'm
I'm
looking
Molly
at shit.
And live from London, I'm Mark Barton, counting it down to the European close in roughly 13
Golden.
minutes' time. So shares of Deutsche Bank up nearly 5% so far this year. Not an impressive move compared to
anyone knew we'd be rich.
competitors. A move in the right direction, though, for Chief Executive John.
Wait, didn't Chipotle have earnings today?
Into his 3-year promise to revamp the trouble bank,
Honestly,
joining us with
I don't know if they'll matter.
plan, what he's accomplished so
XBI goes.
Yeah, but if shares get around 200, I'll buy some. I really don't care. Like, I'd like to have, like, even if it's only like 25 shares or something.
A little bit and get back to business. But fun, no. I mean,
Just say I own some Chipotle.
That's what I do with Apple all the time.
They owe me a burrito.
IT to remixing its businesses to
US oil.
handling Brexit. So a number of challenges are still very much in train.
UWT is up 8%. I'm telling you, every day it's 5 to 7% move.
Well,
Oil.
it's organic growth, so basically squeezing the most out of their businesses through efficiency.
Yeah, but how do you predict which way it's going to go? That's the hard part.
Yep.
Technical.
Expanding in Asia, and then cutting costs. So it's kind of the classic.
I know it's technically
organic revenue, cut costs. So there's
fucking
no
bullshit
kind of
breakdown.
major, bold, game-changing.
Technically, it needs to happen.
But it's just managing the.
All right.
Problem with oil is you get technical on it, and all of a sudden it just rips the other way. Today's API coming out later.
And you know what? Oil and gold are correlating too. Said oil's up, gold's down.
That's usually what they do.
That's a proper correlation.
Oak Tree is the turnaround plan.
Dollar goes up, then gold should be going down.
This is the third.
That's another proper correlation.
And the linchpin of Oak Tree was really this retrenchment in Germany, that the bank, which over many years had gone global, was taking on Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, and global markets from an investment banking perspective, was now going to recommit to Germany, to its home market. It's bringing its retail bank back into play. It's concentrating on winning over more corporate business in Germany. So that's what Oak Tree stood for, or stands for.
There's a little respite now, but how long does Cryan have before he needs to make performance happen again?
Well, there's two answers to that. The bank I mean, Marcus Schenck, who is the deputy CEO and in charge, co-head of the Corporate and Investment Bank, has said.
Dude, I think if they push the dollar up a little bit more here, people are going to scurry like rats.
2019 to 2021
Fucking roaches.
That's how long a lot of these projects are going to take. But of course, investors probably aren't going to be that patient. So they're going to be looking
1250 is such a big level for gold right now.
Progress. Well, they tend to look quarter to quarter, but
is Klein going to be around in 2019 to 2021?
His contract runs through 2020. So
yeah, you're going long on the JNUG. Yeah. It fills the gap.
Until then, and he told us
what's your gap fill?
With him that he would consider staying on after that period.
But in the meantime, U.S. rivals are cranking up dividends and stock buybacks. So they're playing catch up, aren't they, Deutsche Bank? The U.S. rivals are somewhere
1649.
No, that's a very good point. Is that Deutsche has kind of come around to a strategy that's won praise from investors and analysts, but it's always comes with this caveat of, if only they had done this a couple of years ago. You know, if only they'd done this.
Hey, you know what? I'll put a buy here. Yeah. Good idea.
Deutsche Bank's crying, finally having some fun. Should he be, Vonnie? That's the question.
We shall see. Okay, still ahead, Mark. Greece celebrates its return to the international debt market, and demand is said to be high for the Greek 5-year notes. But has Greece learned its lesson following multiple bailouts? Plus, Michael Kors is stepping it up a notch, striking a deal to buy Jimmy Choo. Is the deal a good fit? Details next. This is Bloomberg.
With worsening.
Been digging energy ETFs lately. Gush, Gasol, Drip, UGAS, DGAS, UWT, DWT. ERX, ER1.
London's closing in 10 minutes. Also, lunchtime is about.
In New York, I'm Vonnie Quinn.
And live from London, I'm Mark Barton with European Close, a matter of minutes away. So German plastics maker Covestro reporting earnings that came in ahead of estimates today. Shares a little bit lower. Chief Executive Patrick Thomas says the company is looking for takeover targets. He spoke to Bloomberg earlier.
We want to achieve one of two things with those bolt-ins. We either want to increase our geographical...
Saw Dunkirk the other day. Fantastic movie.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday in the morning. Fucking awesome movie, but if you're expecting action, it's not a Hacksaw Ridge or Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, definitely not.
And that's what I was expecting. So like when I went into it, I was kind of disappointed, and then like, you know what? Solid.
It was not gory at all. Yeah. And I'm a bit of like a film critic. I went through a phase. I have a lot of things that I get like into for a year and then I drop out of. But yeah, so I watched like a ton of movies or whatever. But
isn't a concern for
Dunkirk is a movie like completely based on an event, not the people. The main character, the movie doesn't say a word until halfway through the movie, and I liked it for that. It's like a completely different genre than what you're probably used to for a war movie, than what I'm even used to. It took me like halfway through the movie before I was like, wait, this isn't about the characters. It's all about the event, you know? And if you know, I think a lot of people would be disappointed because, yeah, it wasn't like Saving Private Ryan, but I thought that it was like, who was the director? I like that director. Should know this one. Christopher Nolan. It's just like, what are some other movies he's done? The Dark Knight, Interstellar, Inception, Dark Knight Rises, Memento. All fantastic movies, and you know, it was beautifully shot, great score, good storyline. Like I said, it's all about the event, but it was intense from the first scene, you know, where he's running and his friends are getting shot at from behind him. You are engrossed in the place. You're there with the character, experience everything they're experiencing. It was
new low.
It's a crazy movie. What else did I say? Oh, I found it interesting, I guess, because like with event movies, like it's hard to have an emotional attachment to the characters, you know?
Right.
I found the movie, like, I guess kind of soft, but like not the movie soft, but like I'm gonna get soft right here, but like I thought it was emotional, like an emotional movie towards the end. For
that definitely was.
Different reasons than what you would totally
like that plane, that guy that shot that plane and then kept going back and forth and chose to save everyone else and then sacrifice his life. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
When all the teeny boats came in finally and saved everyone, and they just had that pan out view of all the soldiers like yelling or whatever.
Yeah,
I thought it was like very emotional, but for a completely different reason than what I'm used to, and I thought that was significant that a movie could make me feel that different range of emotions, I guess. It's a powerful type of emotion. It's like watching Niagara Falls for the first time or something like that. I don't know.
Right.
And so yeah, I enjoyed it.
Ryan's World Series for everyone.
Talking about horror movies, any you guys seen Fury as a 2014 film?
Yeah, Fury, the Max Road or whatever the hell it's called. I wasn't a fan of that movie. I didn't know what it was really about.
Yeah, it was giving a pretty good portrayal of kind of how life was in the tanks back then. My own grandfather, who was a World War II vet, actually said it was pretty accurate, even down to the tracer, gunfire scenes, and all of that.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking of something different. Thinking of was it the one where they like
Mad Max.
go to Bahala? Mad Max, yeah.
Oh, dude, Fury, great movie. If you want to watch a war movie, that's a good movie.
And the DAX is trailing that global benchmark for the first time since 2011.
Thinking
The euro casting a doubt over
I don't know if this gold's gonna break here.
allegations of collusion over.
But yeah, it shows a darker side to U.S. soldiers as well. Actually, enough war exposure psychologically breaking
Its annual gain to less than half the advance of the blue line, the MSCI All Country World Index.
Very
Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Jimmy Choo. Shares up a record amount today to a record, up by 17%.
UJ looks like it wants to come down a little bit here. Right around your channel, Doc.
As you can see there, 230 pence a share. That's what it equates to. That's
You're just a couple cents off. It looks
13
like.
times EBITDA for 2017 based on Bloomberg consensus estimates. That's a premium of 37%.
Anyway, I think that was that kid's first day or first 2 days of the war there, that whole movie.
Kate Spade earlier this year, 9 times
Gotta see it.
EBITDA. 17% gain today for Jimmy Choo. Love this chart as well. 10-year treasury yields would have to rise to 3.7%. The white line right there, German rates to 3.3%. The green line, UK yields to 2.7% before they'd hurt.
Guess I'm not in love with Lulu.
This is according to strategists.
Lululemon.
Lululemon.
Despite
Letica.
rising stock market,
Yeah, it's retail.
risk premium, the
I like their
excess
CEO.
shares
He was
are
trying
projected to deliver
to but
over a risk-free
Looks like a
rate
big W.
have remained high, and they provide evaluation.
well, I mean, you see that big drop on Lulu, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just said that in a recent note. Wonderful chart.
A couple months ago.
Today's charts chat.
And everyone's like, "Oh no, buy it." CNBC was pushing it. And it's like it's down 10% or 20%, whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, there we go, down again.
Still LU.
Trend for the dollar, it sure seems. For the Canadian dollar, it's the opposite.
Yeah, those stations don't know anything.
Dipped below 125.
Yeah, that's 66 to like $50 drop. Yeah.
2.31%, but we are still in that range as the
Gold just might be hanging in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
on a barrel of crude. Let's have a look at GMM now.
That's almost the third touch. I'm not too confident, especially with tomorrow.
More interesting thing today is the bunch of
What's
earnings
tomorrow?
that are out, and of course it is a big
FOMC.
is here and has more to tell us. Indeed,
I think I'm gonna sell part of my JDUS position here.
At this point, we've had 127
In the money.
S&P 500
Take
companies
some.
report. Now, 80% have beat earnings estimates. 73% have beat sales estimates.
I would have really liked to see that gap fill, like you was saying, by JNUG, that gap fill.
Higher sales. So far, it does seem like a positive earnings season.
But
Let's take a look at a few of today's big winners. We are, of course, looking at Caterpillar, McDonald's, and
I'm gonna hold for a little bit longer.
oil still going?
Caterpillar in a big way by 19%. They also boosted
Yeah.
the full year view, apparently on strength for their parts segment. McDonald's, they beat
I sold all my
raised
UWT.
with customer traffic, a real milestone for CEO Stephen Easterbrook. And then Rambus, the chip company, they beat.
Thinking about buying DWT, but it's just too strong right now.
Laggards on the day after disappointing earnings reports. 3M down about 5%. This after the company put up a huge miss. They missed on the bottom by
got by. I was going, got by JNUG at 69, JDST, haha.
Traffic acquisition costs rising, concerning investors around budget. And then finally, Eli Lilly down about 4%.
So lost, Frank. Your mind is too zen for me.
Frank, I want whatever you're smoking.
Look at the macro sense for earnings beyond those stats that I gave earlier.
Probably
What
edible
happened
nerds.
with Bloomberg and taking a look at G #BTV 2087.
You guys, what do you want?
Growth year over year. We did have that earnings recession.
Oh, did you see what E posted on his
In fact, in the first quarter of this year, earnings grew
on the
by
YouTube
about
channel?
14%. Perhaps on that easy
You see this anchor? I think he's putting sinking ship. I think that's what he's going for.
For what?
Look on his like on his broad or on his not podcast. Like is this his stream? He's got a big red anchor, just chilling, and I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And I'm like, ooh, sinking ship.
Investment grade rated countries selling 5-year bonds maturing in 2022, testing whether investors will back its recovery from a debt crisis that forced it to seek multiple international bailouts. Joining us now for more details, Partners Group Vice Chairman Charles Delara. He's also
See what I'm saying or no?
Managing Director of the Institute of International Finance. Charles, thanks for joining us
What
today.
is this for? What stock is this even?
That's Lab D. That's probably XBI.
SPI.
Assuming.
He hates XBI.
Yeah, he does.
I think it is a positive step, no doubt about it. It's good to be with you, by
I don't blame him.
and I certainly
Yeah,
welcome
so
this bond issue.
I got out of my JDSP at 68.6.
This is a country that is still struggling.
We'll see here.
You know, not too shabby. You're probably right. I should exit my JDST around here.
Saw that Bird Hammer and kind of got scared, so
There's still some severe challenges
shine your reversal there.
on the ground.
Charles, what did you make of the timing of the bond sale? I mean, does it lead to the question that
JNEG's about to go positive on the day here.
more debt, and how soon?
Positive to negative, positive.
Will be very reluctant.
See if we can hold this level. That might also act as resistance.
Back into the bond markets. I mean, you know, this is from the Greek
Plus it's that 17 even number, which is weird.
that they're able to secure on the back of this first bond issue in many years.
AKS had a big drop.
Greece still has
I'm not surprised, dude. That shit's volatile.
I think that one of the most unfortunate developments of the last few years has been the continued unwillingness of the European authorities to restructure and reduce their claims on Greece.
That chance is tiny. For the Qs today, absolutely tiny.
Our goal was to get the debt outstanding down to 120%
Same
of
thing with
GDP.
the SPY.
It's now
UJ is melting.
to 200%, I believe. And frankly, until Europe
God, good call, Doc.
reduces the amount of its own holdings of Greek exposure,
I don't know why, but when I lay these lines down, they look like they work, and
they kind of work, but like I'm not trying to be modest or anything. Like I was only 2 cents off this time. Next time we'll make sure it's one.
renegotiation. Absolutely. I mean, after the tensions of the summer of 2015,
Don't listen to him, doctor.
quite widely among European
About to give him an apple a day.
actually look at a restructuring of
all I'm really doing here is support and resistance and channel trading.
before then. I think that Greece
And
now
using the
has a
indicators
strong case to be made.
back up.
And I think the IMF fully supports this, of a major restructuring of European government claims, Eurozone government claims on Greece. This continues to be a major claim.
Finding a divergence in anyone is
and it needs to be addressed
good thing,
definitively.
for example.
The delays, the constant delays here, I think are unacceptable, especially given that Greece has outperformed on the primary fiscal surplus over the last year or so.
Given what you're saying about Greece and the debt burden that it is currently shouldering, is a 5.20% return, say, on 10-year debt, is that an accurate reflection of the risk you're taking if you do buy a 10-year bond?
Well, one never quite knows whether market prices on any day are an accurate reflection of
It's time to make some money, Bill.
And I think you've got a really
What are we making money in?
the fundamentals in Greece are still very challenging. I think
Oil.
that the decline of investment, the remaining high levels of employment, and many of the jobs that have been created over the last year or so, although welcome are part-time jobs, the percentage of part-time jobs in the Greek economy has almost doubled in the last few years. So I think that the reality is such that in order to really create the momentum for investment, this remaining debt burden needs to be addressed definitively. And I think that if that happens, you will actually see some meaningful gains in investment and meaningful reductions in unemployment in Greece.
You know when you like go back and read what you typed out, and you're like, wow, my grammatical mistakes are just god awful. Just happened. And my spelling errors.
Very, very good.
Try and go way too fast.
I think there is an underlying issue here, which I think no one.
I think Frank is on his cell phone right now.
Is long-term.
The capitalization is the first letter. Gives it away.
Membership and Italian membership in the
Yeah, probably. No, I bet he was on his iPad.
Structural realities of their economies. I have some doubts about that. When I negotiated the Greek debt restructuring, I was
I know he used tablets.
them remaining in the Eurozone.
trades with it. I don't know how he does it, but he does.
Today, because we've seen this economy really go.
He probably cheats, has a Windows Server system with remote desktop services installed and uses RD client.
But that's a long-term generational proposition. And can that be done in the context of continued stagnation? I doubt it. So I think there's a fundamental question here about the existential structure of the Eurozone. And frankly, I don't think that it has been completely addressed yet.
So, Charles, we're essentially here talking about a two-tier Eurozone.
Pretty happy to take the profits
Who's
right
in
there.
and who's out? If we look at the core, Germany, France, the Netherlands, I mean, who's in the outer tier?
Well, I think that's a very good question. I think
trap long one more time before they pull it down.
Really is not.
I think it might come up to this 52 area, pull back down.
Constraints and realities of the
1252.
Eurozone, and certainly they could benefit from their own exchange rate. I think the more fundamental challenge revolves around the Italian economy. Can it sufficiently adjust its reality, its competitiveness, its employment realities in the context
Ryan, you're still holding, right?
permanent membership in
Still holding what?
ADST.
Yes, sir. How's it looking?
Mr. Dillard,
Still holding.
briefly, I did want to ask him about
Old
your
kinda
strategy in the U.S. right now.
Sitting right at that 150, 150 area.
Two thoughts on something that's unrelated to Greece.
Well, we're, Partners Group is continuing to.
When there's a
look at
clear
investment
break,
opportunities in the U.S. We've been quite fortunate the last few years.
we'll know what to
find
do.
a number of sectors, particular growth sectors in the economy, healthcare, education.
Obviously, it's the dumbest thing I've ever said.
High precision technology, for example. And
Nah, not dumb. Just basic. Like a Starbucks girl with a unicorn.
Although I will have to say that overall valuations
That's what happens when we're distracted.
in the public markets
Yeah,
are
you're watching
extremely high today, and it's very hard to find the value that you could a few years ago.
It's
The
like,
dollar.
like saying it has to retrace at some point.
Well, it does.
Like
You're
it
not wrong.
doesn't help anybody.
It helps everyone. It's like gives them consumer confidence.
Oh, right.
Well, sometimes in linear algebra, tautological mathematical statements and equations can really help.
I think we'll know. And it's here. The dollar breaks down on this candle below this last green candle.
Doctor, you just talk nerdy to me all you want.
A dramatic turn of events.
Go listen to these other guys.
Preparing to take up healthcare legislation. Senator John McCain will return to Washington
Looks
days
like
after
he
being
is
diagnosed with
looking for
brain
that
cancer.
3210
Today's
area.
vote is whether to even begin to debate on that issue.
20 for a buy target.
Still haven't decided which healthcare proposal to vote on, and they've promised for years that they would repeal and replace Obamacare.
That's a
Consumer confidence in the
GDXJ.
U.S. unexpectedly rose in July to a 4-month high. According to the Conference Board, Americans were more optimistic about the current situation and their outlook for the future. Global News,
I
24
guess we
hours a
haven't
day, powered by
looked
more
at
than
chat today.
2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
I'm sorry.
Ooh, the money bell. What do we make money on?
These shoes were made for walking. That's what U.S. retailer Michael Kors has decided, at least after his
Jesus
announcement
Christ.
by luxury shoemaker Jimmy Choo. Will this change the game?
It was
in the
the reversal in GDX.
This is Bloomberg.
I got my first red candle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, brah.
Dude, the VIX.
The SPY about to go to the high of the day.
This is stupid.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Hurry.
I can't. It might be a long poo-poo.
Oh.
Kidding.
Jeez.
My dog's going nuts.
Turn the mic off, will you?
Yeah. All that kimchi coming out.
and this is the European close on Bloomberg Television. Right, 4:30, 4:46 in London. Let's move it on. Michael Kors will have some
No entries anywhere
to
here.
match their handbags. The US retailer agreeing to buy luxury shoemaker Jimmy Choo for $1.2 billion. The purchase will be Michael Kors' first deal to expand since its IPO in 2011, pushing the presence as a high-end
XBI's leveling
retailer.
off.
Let's bring in Bloomberg mergers and acquisitions reporter Ruth David for more. Is this the push to sort of exclusivity high-end that Michael Kors is reaching for once again?
Seems to be that. I mean, and also investors haven't been too pleased with this company for a while, right? And you saw they were around the whole Kate Spade situation as well in the US, which then Coach bought that. And so we have this comment today saying they're following Coach again, but on steroids. If you look at that price that they've paid for it, a 37% premium to the stock price on a company that has already seen quite a good valuation, that's some pretty hefty numbers there.
Yeah, I guess people are still buying a lot of expensive shoes. This is great for, say, Tamara Mellon, right? She sold Jimmy Choo and now she has her own company, and this is bidding up the price of luxury shoes.
Yes. And Michael Kors, you know, we were following the bidding process, and our understanding was that Michael Kors was kind of always seen as the one that they wanted to get this. I mean, there were a few other private equity bidders in there as well, but I think in a lot of sales situations, at least in Europe that we've seen this year, companies really want to maybe get a strategic buyer in there. So, you know, when you had Body Shop as well, and the Brazilians came in for that, because they
GDX rejected.
To expand the business and really understand it, as opposed to maybe a private equity that'll buy it, keep it for a bit, and then possibly sell it.
Does the price, Ruth, I mean, it's $228.25 today. I mean, big gain, 70%.
So did you say you sold all or some of your JDST?
Acceptable to a counter offer. Does the fact that it's just below 230 suggest that isn't the case? Investors don't believe that?
Yes, I mean, never say never, but the price is pretty close to the bid price.
Yeah.
It's about a pence away, and they ran a whole auction process. So you'd have imagined that if there was a bidder that wanted to come in, they would have come in the auction process. Like, why would you not come in when the seller was telling you, hey guys, we want to sell ourselves, and then come in after a company has kind of sewn the deal up? Unless you're very desperate for it, but then you'll get accused of paying too high a price. I mean, already Michael Kors shares today are down as much as 4%, right? Because investors are asking, are you paying too much? Are you going to be able to expand this? How's it all going to work?
So Coach Kate Spade, that was another deal, as you say.
Yes.
What next in luxury M&A?
It's, I mean, we're looking at all the big names in Europe. I mean, some of whom we were talking about, you know, whether they were going to come in for Jimmy Choo. I mean, the Kerings and the Richemont of the world, and how they see the luxury market playing out and what they do. And I'm sure, like, these kind of intercontinental deals, really, we're going to see more of them. It's like the whole consumer space really has been so busy this year, whether it's attempted deals or deals actually going through. It seems like there's going to be a lot more for us to be talking about.
Yes, good stuff, Ruth. Thanks very much indeed. Bloomberg's Ruth David. I'm not going to ask her, Vonnie. I'm not going to ask her if she has a pair of Jimmy Choos. I'm just not going to go there. Right, time for the Bloomberg Business Flash. A look at some of the biggest business stories in the news right now. And a VW executive arrested in the US emissions cheating scandal will plead guilty in coming days. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Oliver Schmidt is charged with conspiracy and violations of the Clean Air Act. Some banks are pulling business out of London in the wake of the Brexit vote, but Amazon is expanding. The company adding 450 R&D jobs, planning to occupy all floors in its new London building. Amazon wants to boost its Prime Video service in Europe. Facebook, Google and Snap also increasing their presence in the UK. That's the latest Bloomberg Business Flash. What's next? You know it, BOTC time. McDonald's golden arches shine bright versus a pre-Fed decision spin. This is Bloomberg.
All right. Well, looks like the SPY broke out of its channel for a second.
Yep.
IWM went higher. Seeing a small reversal candle here on the 5 possible. Fused fucking cunts. Period. Going up. Lab D almost did get to that 610. So 8 back down. Caterpillar's being a fucking bitch. Nah, that's a swing trade. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take it easy here and watch SPY and see if I can get in on a dip. I can't find any entries anywhere else in any of the stuff I watch. I got UGAS, which is right about even, so I'm not doing anything there either.
See, I don't play gas. Play that shit.
Huh?
I can't play gas. You say UGAS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
know that'll be an issue. Yeah.
That's another rinse and repeat. Anytime it's down right around 290, I usually grab some. I'm usually guaranteed it's just a few points.
Now, my chart today looks at what sushi prices can tell the Federal Reserve about the American economy.
Tell you what, man, JDST is holding
If you look
here.
at Bloomberg Sushinomics indexes. So
Whole
Sushinomics
area.
indexes tracks the prices of sushi in major American cities as a measure of cost of living. Now, the most recent results show that San Jose, California saw the biggest
I also think that I am going to get some lunch here.
that's only one part of
Might do an extended lunch here.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go make a sandwich in a minute myself.
Yeah, then I'm gonna get Mancino.
California as a whole
That
actually
is
saw a decline in cost of
fucking solid.
in the past couple of years. Meanwhile, Texas as a state saw a
Possible hammer on XBI.
So that's just another reminder that wage increases are important to the U.S. economy. Something
Yeah,
I'm sure
dude, they got like subs that are
first day of their meeting today. So check out this chart at
like they put it through the toaster oven type deal, so like hot ham and cheese and stuff like that.
That's killer. I hate leaving the house, man. I just hate all the people out there. Just try to eat at home a lot.
Dude, I do too, but man, tell you what, I have nothing in the fridge. I've got tuna. Could eat cans of tuna.
Yeah, I always got
But like, I don't think the girlfriend's gonna eat tuna. So I'm screwed.
Yeah, you might want to do a little better than that.
He deserves like ahi tuna. But
There you go. Ah, nice hot ham and cheese sounds good too.
yeah, I think I'll get the chicken bacon ranch. Or maybe the club with breadstick. Ooh, cheese sauce.
Alright, go easy here. I'm just working on an egg salad or something, so.
Ooh. I could do a calzone. Ugh.
You know, it was Italian night at my house last night, so I'm done with that for a few days.
What'd you get?
I made shrimp and lobster raviolis and some sausage on the side.
Damn, bro. Squab bites? What is that? Squad bites? What is that?
It's a tie. Both equally brilliant. Well done, Christine, and well done, Bonnie.
I don't know what he's posting in chat.
Maybe it's squid. No?
No, it's squad bites. Use the
squad goals. I don't know what that is.
Squadbites.com.
Steve Easterbrook joining us tomorrow.
Oh, he's talking about a restaurant. He's always got those discounts.
Do not miss that interview here on Bloomberg. On a day we saw European
Gotta check it out, E.
First day in 4, day 1 of the FOMC meeting. The big day, of course, is tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
Hold on. We'll be right there. Don't yell at me. Yeah. Free meal on me.
I don't think I have a squad bites around me.
I don't think. There's none in Indiana. Yeah,
I know, I don't think there's any in Florida either.
Yeah, I don't see it. We got Ohio, Minnesota, Illinois. No Michigan. So
Yeah,
3 of my borders.
I might not have that restaurant, but I got a beach.
Ooh. Yeah, I got Lake Michigan. What do you got?
He's got Cincinnati. What the hell's there?
He doesn't have the Great Lakes. You're like so far south, you gotta drive. He got pine cones.
Poconos. You're not
Nah,
anywhere near
dude, he's got
Poconos.
pine cones. That's what he's got. Poconos ain't shit. Get pine
You
cones.
got fucking factories.
Yeah, we got tons of.
That's what Cincinnati's got.
Well, South Bend area, and you got pine cones in your butthole. Well, I mean, you got to start small, E. You can't just take a big railing like you do all the time.
He's still feisty even though he's sick.
Yeah, I know, right? He's starting to feel better, you can tell. This morning, he probably felt like super shit. Dollar just went negative also. Staying flat. Calling that out. On that consolidation point. Might be consolidating here.
These indexes are killing me. Man, I want to go long on one of these indexes and just fucking make money one day on them, and I can't even find a place to get in.
Someone new. It was the Doug song. Where's Skeeter at, though? Alright, well, the girlfriend is yelling at me, so I have to go.
Alright, dude.
So, yeah, she's hangry as hell.
You can't let him get hungry, man. My wife gets evil, too.
Alright, man, I'll be, probably be back in about an hour.
I'm gonna go away for a few minutes here and make a phone call. Catch you later.
Gotta set up stop loss. Bullshit. Put a buy order in. JNUG dips that low at the 1653.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, here are the top stories on the Bloomberg and around the world that we are following. As promised by Senate Majority
We
Leader
haven't
Mitch
get
McConnell,
past
we
this
get a procedural vote
52
in the Senate this afternoon on the Affordable
5
Care
area.
Act. Senators, though, not
Go
quite
back
sure
up.
if it's a motion to proceed on repeal or repeal and replace. We'll head to Capitol Hill for the latest. A deep dive into the world of online gaming. Jim Zenny, CEO and founder of Z Capital Group, will be here, where he sees opportunity after his purchase of Daily Racing Form. Also his outlook on private equity and the crowded distressed debt space. Plus,
Moolah said bios bouncing up.
the top of casual chain to release earnings after the bell, following a 7-day rout.
XBI is breaking out again. Here she goes.
Yeah, might be. I don't know. Now that I saw Lab D go to 560. Jeez. Oh, I don't know when to buy that again. But stay away from it.
Leading gains today. NASDAQ is held back to some extent by Alphabet, but I want to focus in on the Dow for a moment and look at some of the movers there. On the plus side, as we've been talking about today, we have Caterpillar and McDonald's contributing the most to the gains in the Dow. McDonald's seeing an uptick in traffic for the first time in several years, and the company's same-store sales domestically up 3.9%. That's better than
Is
estimated.
the real Donald Trump?
Also has been sort of struggling.
What? I don't know if I have the real Donald Trump Twitter.
Annual sales increase in 5 years,
But
thanks to strong
26 minutes ago it said America's labor market continues to boom. Jobs, jobs, jobs.
Up to $44 billion. Second quarter earnings
Sounds like
also topping estimates.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. So that was 26 minutes ago.
That I'm looking at it here as well. It has to do with those McDonald's same
same-store
minutes
sales.
ago is
You
when the
just
market
looked at
pulled
it as
up
the golden arches are indeed shining, and the company has seen this rebound in
a little
same-store
bit.
sales globally. The streak has now been going on for about 2 years now, 2 years worth of quarters, 8 quarters that is. So that's what's propelling that stock higher. Also an interesting contrast with Chipotle, which I know you're digging into a little bit later on. There is one fly in the ointment for the Dow, and that would be 3M. This company also coming out with earnings, the maker of Post-it notes, paring the low end of its forecast, raising the low end of its forecast, but it still came in short of what analysts had been anticipating. The company recently
I do like
has
it for the
acknowledged
news,
some
but
challenges in its consumer electronics and office supply businesses. It's also
like,
trying to
I mean,
pare
how can you
costs
pass up
and
on
beef
something
its
like
business
there is
outside of the United States.
an
So
attack,
the shares in the
and you
two-day
see
period
it
down 6%,
Twitter
yesterday
faster
down
than anything else?
at the
You
open
know,
today, but even
it
that
pops
decline
up.
is not enough.
Well, that's true. If you have the right feeds.
99% of that is just bullshit.
Julie Hyman, thank you for that. Well, as Republican senators vote today on whether to take up embattled healthcare legislation, President Trump is amping up the pressure, tweeting earlier, quote, "Big day for healthcare. After 7 years of talking, we will soon see whether or not Republicans are willing to step up to the plate."
T-Mobile.
Joining us now is Kevin Cerulli, our
Maybe
chief
that.
Washington correspondent. Kevin, where is
Really should
the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell right now?
Vonnie, it looks like they do have enough votes to proceed on a motion to proceed later this evening or late afternoon to advance this. Of course, all of this comes as Senator John McCain, the Republican from Arizona, who was recently diagnosed with brain cancer, has actually flown from
buy some
Arizona
AT&T tomorrow.
to the Senate. He's going to be making remarks.
Yeah, man. Verizon and AT&T are killing my lung account, man.
A press conference after that.
Killing it?
So we heard it here from David
Yeah, because
yeah,
I bought more recently at like 47, and it's down at 45. I think AT&T and Verizon.
It's at 36.28.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, she's really yelling at me.
Yeah,
if you can buy a small lot here, I mean, that's probably what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I might sell some of my REITs and just double down and average down on Verizon. I love the two stocks for dividends, but really pissing me off for their loss of appreciation now.
Yeah. Yeah, but if the market goes down, these ones will stay the same. They won't change.
Yeah, I think they're close to bottoms of both of them.
Yeah. Well, if you look at AT&T, it's like a triple bottom daily chart.
Right.
Take a look at it, but I'm gonna go. Hold it down, man. Hold it down.
Opportunity to keep those commitments by voting to begin debate and ultimately to send smarter healthcare solutions to the president's desk for his signature. Just yesterday, the president reiterated his intention to sign them. Just yesterday, the administration released a statement urging all senators to vote in favor of the motion to proceed so that we can, quote, move forward on repealing Obamacare and replacing it with true reforms that expand choice and lower costs. So I'd like to express my appreciation to the administration for its continued close work with us on this issue at every step of the way, from the President and the Vice President to Secretary Price and Administrator Verma, as well as so many others. The engagement we've seen has been important to our efforts, and it's sent an unmistakable signal to the country that this administration not only understands the pain middle-class families have felt under Obamacare, but is actually committed to doing something about it. By now,
so I'd like to express my appreciation
aware
to the administration for its continued close work with us on this issue at every step of the way, from the president.
Doubling on average in the vast majority of states on the federal exchange. Insurance options have declined under Obamacare, leaving many with as few as one or even zero insurers to choose from. Many Americans now face the real possibility of having no options at all and could find themselves trapped, forced by law to purchase Obamacare insurance, but left by Obamacare without any means to do so. All the while, markets continue to collapse under Obamacare in states across the country. It's a troubling indication of what's to come unless we act. Fortunately, the American people have granted us the opportunity to do so. We finally have an administration that cares about those suffering under Obamacare's failures and a president who will sign a law to actually do something about it. We have a House that recently passed its own legislation to help address these problems, and we have a Senate with a great chance before us to do our part now. If other senators agree and join me in voting yes on the motion to proceed, we can move one step closer to sending legislation to the president for his signature. I hope everyone will seize the moment.
I don't know what to do with minors right now.
Only then can we open up a robust debate process. Only then will senators have the opportunity to offer additional ideas on health care. Inaction will do nothing.
I have a feeling we're going to be stuck where we are all day until this meeting gets done tomorrow.
To those who need it. In fact, it will make things worse
Except for
for our
spies killing it again.
all across the country. I'd like to reiterate what the president said yesterday. Any senator who votes against starting debate is telling America that you're just fine with the Obamacare nightmare. That's a position that even Democrats have found hard to defend. Remember, President Clinton called Obamacare the craziest thing in the world. And a Democratic governor said it's no longer affordable. You won't hear me say this often, but they're right. So I hope colleagues will consider Obamacare's history of failures, the unaffordable costs, the scarce choices, the burden on middle-class families as they cast their vote this afternoon. I would urge them to remember the families who are hurting under this collapsing law. Numerous Kentuckians, like so many others across the nation, have conveyed their heartbreaking stories with my office through phone calls, letters, meetings, and dozens of healthcare forums all across Kentucky. These families are suffering under Obamacare. They need relief. I'll be thinking about them as I vote to proceed to the bill today. And I know many other colleagues will do the same. Our constituents are hurting under Obamacare. They're counting on us to do the right thing right now. That means voting to allow the Senate to finally move beyond Obamacare's failures. That's what I intend to do. That's what I urge every colleague to do. We can do better than Obamacare. We have a responsibility to the American people to do that. Today's vote to begin debate is the first step, and we should take it. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Without objection, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, you heard him. That was Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell basically saying that there is going to be a vote taking place today on repealing and ultimately sending smarter solutions to the President's desk on health care. I'm joined by Kevin Cirilli, our Chief Washington Correspondent from Capitol Hill, and also Sahil Kapoor, Chief National Correspondent. Sahil, let me start with you. He says any senator that votes against starting debate is telling Americans that you're just fine with Obamacare. Even Democrats find that difficult to admit. What exactly is Mitch McConnell's strategy when it comes to giving health care to the American people now?
He's making it hard for Republicans to vote no, Vonnie. He's making the argument that all you're doing right now is voting to begin debate on the Affordable Care Act, and this is a law that Republicans across the board have been consistently complaining about, campaigning against for 7 years. So I think that is the argument he is trying to make. Now, in terms of what specifically is going to happen, it remains opaque. It's a remarkable thing. They're beginning to vote today on a motion to proceed to a plan, a concept that could change about 1/5 of the economy. We don't know exactly what they're voting on, but a new idea that's out today, that's circulating and getting a lot of traction, is a thing called the skinny repeal. It's essentially what it would do is lop off only the few pieces of the Affordable Care Act that all Republicans really dislike. Things like zeroing out the individual mandate, zeroing out the penalty for the employer mandate to cover people, mid to large-sized businesses at least, and repealing a number of the Obamacare taxes that they all oppose. This is a last-ditch plan in the event that the other proposals, including the 2015 clean repeal, quote-unquote, and the various iterations of replacement that McConnell and his leadership team have been coming up with. One senior Republican aide told me today that it's unlikely that any of those other bills can pass, but this skinny repeal idea, this aide said, has a pretty good shot at passing if they can get the votes, the 50 they need to get on the bill, Bonnie.
Well, that is an interesting concept. So we'd have 20 hours or whatever it would take of debate, and then you're saying that that's what might actually pass. What about the individual senators that have major problems in their states? Would they get some of the money that would be saved, say, by lopping off those sections of the Affordable Care Act?
In the replacement bill, sure. I think that's the whole idea. That's what Senator McConnell's been trying to do, such as the $45 billion in opioid treatment money, and such as this sort of special carve-out for Alaska to try to win over Senator Lisa Murkowski. But if that doesn't work, you have to satisfy a lot of constituencies and a lot of senators who have varying priorities all at the same time. If that doesn't work, then the skinny repeal won't do any of that. This will only repeal a few things in the Affordable Care Act, and the next step would be to go to conference with the House, and that is where it would all come down. The big decisions would be made. You'd have to come up with a bill that both chambers can pass. So I think if the skinny repeal happens, it'll simply be a way to continue to try to move the process so it doesn't die in the Senate.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, we shall see exactly what happens. It's going to take place in the next 24 hours, that's for sure. He is our national political correspondent. Kevin Cirilli, chief Washington correspondent. We're looking for that vote to begin in the 2 o'clock hour. We'll keep you updated if we learn anything fresher. Next hour, Eric Cantor, Moelis & Company Vice Chairman, will be speaking to my colleague David Gura. You don't want to miss that one. That's at 1 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV. Let's check in now on the First Word News this afternoon. Here's Mark Compton.
Vonnie, thank you. As we've been reporting today, the new White House Communications Director says President Trump is likely looking to fire Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Anthony Scaramucci said in a radio interview the president is obviously unhappy. The president went after Sessions on Twitter today for a second day in a row, calling him weak. President Trump's former campaign chairman met with investigators from the Senate Intelligence Committee today. Paul Manafort's spokesman says he fully answered the senator's questions about a June 2016 meeting with a Russian lawyer. The Senate Judiciary Committee also wants to hear from Manafort. The panel's leaners subpoenaed him today, saying they tried to negotiate with him about his testimony, but weren't able to reach an agreement. Britain's Brexit minister says progress has been made on talks concerning citizens' rights once the country leaves the European Union. Speaking today, David Davis said his government wants a quick deal on the rights of 1 million UK citizens living in the EU and 3 million EU citizens living in Britain. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. Vonnie?
Mark, thanks. Coming up, the U.S. House is poised to vote on a bill to strengthen sanctions against Russia, among other countries. We'll talk about what this means with Michael Singh, Managing Director at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television.
sanctions on Russia, Iran, and North Korea too today. The bill would also require congressional approval of decisions by the president to lift certain sanctions on Russia. This comes as President Trump's senior advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner makes his second appearance before a congressional committee on Russian interference during the 2016 election. For more, I want to go to Michael Singh now, Managing Director at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. He's also former Senior Director for Middle East Affairs at the National Security Council. He's with us from Washington. Michael, is it a foregone conclusion that the House will vote today to stop the president from vetoing any sanctions or from undoing sanctions that have been put in place?
Well, hi, Bonnie. And yeah, I think this legislation will pass. It's obviously a sprawling piece of legislation covering all three of those countries, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. But Russia has gotten the most attention. The president has said he'll sign the bill, essentially. But I don't think he has much choice because, remember, this is something which passed 98-2 in the Senate. The North Korea piece of it passed 419-1 in the House already. And so this is moving forward regardless.
Yeah, and I mean, what will be the response from those
SPY's a really good
Russia,
short.
from Iran, from North Korea, or will there be a response? I mean,
It's
after
at
all, the sanctions are already
247.64 for me right now.
Well, that's right. And
I kind of expect it to go back to 247.75 and then take a tumble.
Just providing tools, and all three of these countries are already sanctioned heavily by the United States. You know, Iran has said it would respond and it'll sort of put in place reciprocal measures. But the real sort of reaction to watch might really be the European Union's response, because they've actually expressed a lot of concern about the Russia sanctions in particular, which target joint energy projects in which European companies are also involved.
Is there any advantage to lumping all of this into one bill, or should the House really be sort of doing these countries the service of separating them and talking about them very separately?
Well, these are all pieces of legislation which sort of originated independently. So the Iran sanctions bill, for example, was sort of, you know, its own independent piece, and the Russia sanctions were sort of tacked onto it, I think because of all these sort of swirling issues with Russia that have arisen. And this isn't so unusual for Congress. Oftentimes these things are lumped together in this manner, and I wouldn't read too much into it.
Will the president have anything to say about this?
Well, I have to imagine the president and the White House in general won't be too happy, especially with this provision of the Russia sanctions, which essentially gives Congress the ability to block him from offering Russia sanctions relief, not only because of any issues between the Trump administration and Russia, but just because it's a severe constraint on the president's ability to conduct foreign policy. And I think, frankly, it's something we'll be seeing more and more as Congress decides to assert a role in foreign policy during this administration. Well,
and this particular vote is coming as the House committee today, the House Intelligence Committee, talks to Jared Kushner. It was the Senate yesterday. Any overlap there or anything that might be learned that would cause, you know, Congress people to vote differently or to, you know, try some kind of amendment or something like that?
Well, I think the connection, Vonnie, is that what we see from this legislation is that Congress simply doesn't trust the administration when it comes to issues relating to Russia. You know, it's interesting that this Russia sanctions relief
is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Vonnie Quinn. Time now for our Bloomberg Markets Deals Report, where we zero in on the Midday business with insight and analysis from the biggest players behind the deals. Bloomberg Deals reporter Alex Sherman joins us now. Alex, Jimmy Choo.
Another retail deal here, a struggling industry, obviously. JAB Holdings selling Jimmy Choo to Michael Kors. Probably a better fit for Michael Kors than JAB, which really wants to focus on food these days. It recently bought Panera Bread. It owns Caribou Coffee and Krispy Kreme donuts. Michael Kors, of course, the luxury fashion company. We just saw Coach and Kate Spade merge in May. So to some degree, you can see this deal as a response, sort of a copycat deal. In fact, really, it's also a response to Coach's deal for Stuart Weitzman back in 2015, which makes luxury shoes and boots for women. Jimmy Choo, known for its high-end women's shoes and accessories, a British company. So the idea here, combining it with Michael Kors, these brands maybe fit together in a certain way better than what JAB wants to do now. So another retail deal, struggling companies maybe coming together, having a little bit more scale and perhaps able to survive better.
What about the price, the premium? Is it worth it? Is it a good premium? How does it compare?
Well, we should take a look at the stocks today. Obviously, Jimmy Choo shareholders are going to take this well. They're the target here. They're up 17% today. That's not a surprise. But Michael Kors, which has struggled all year, the market not really reacting all that well. They're down about 19% on the year and down a little bit today, too. Again, this is sort of the same story as what we saw with Coach and Kate Spade. Michael Kors brand has lost some of its luster due to discounting. It has a premium brand, but when you start to have flash sales and other discounting in department stores, you lose a little of the luster. So you add a really high-end brand. You know, some of the Jimmy Choo stiletto shoes sell for over $2,000. The idea is, let's bring some of that luster back. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just kidding. I knew that.
Yeah.
So talk to us about the cash and cash equivalents. I mean, there's plenty on the balance sheet, 227 million as far as I can tell. Will there be more acquisitions?
So the answer to that is yes. In fact, it's a firm yes. The CEO, John Idle, today said the company still plans to make acquisitions of luxury brands and would consider M&A in the luxury footwear and accessory categories, especially brands like Jimmy Choo that are backed by a founder who has a true vision for what their brand is.
And we were just saying there was no Jimmy Choo. It was Tamara Mellon who started the brand.
That's right, not a real name. Yes.
She has a new shoe company. I do own a pair of those, but I got them at a sample sale. Bloomberg's deals reporter Alex Sherman, thank you. Coming up, an exclusive interview with private equity investor Jim Zenny of Z Capital, why he's betting on online gaming. This is Bloomberg.
Never.
Going along in Jiffy, popped in. That's what you say.
Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. I'm Bonnie Quinn, and this is Bloomberg Markets. Let's have a quick look at some data today. It's a fascinating look at a very calm market. The dollar index spent a lot of the session so far below 94, actually, really unchanged for the day. Another week of dollar weakness, which is benefiting the euro. It's at 116.53, just about a tenth of a percent stronger on this particular session. I thought I'd throw in Greece's two-year yield because we did have that auction, which was successful, and you're looking at a 3.36 yield on the 2-year. The 10-year yield, by the way, about 5.3%. And NYMEX crude oil, the barrel is venturing up towards $48. Fascinating. Let's get to Abigail Doolittle now for what's happening with stocks.
Hi there, Vonnie. Well, we do have the major averages trading mainly higher, but the NASDAQ 100, or the big cap technology index, is trading slightly lower. This for the first time in 13 days. This is G#BTV 7081, and it shows the gains and the declines for the NASDAQ 100. And here is this long winning streak that we've been in, the longest since July of 2013. But right now, a fractional decline for the NASDAQ 100, perhaps about to break that winning streak. We still have a few more hours left, so let's see how the day trades out. Now, some of the big drags on that NASDAQ 100 today include Seagate Technology, down about 15%. This after the hard disk drive maker missed estimates in a huge way. They missed profits by 34%. There's also a change around the CEO role, and they have announced a 600 job cut. So pretty big declines there for the shares of Seagate Technology. We also have Alphabet trading down about 3%. This after the company beat estimates, but what was disappointing to investors is the fact that costs around acquiring traffic has risen, and this is putting pressure perhaps on margins, and Facebook seeming to trade down in sympathy. Now let's take a look at the worst sector for the S&P 500. That is healthcare. We have lots of various varieties of healthcare companies trading lower. First up on top, the few of the hospital companies, HCA Holdings and Community Health Systems. HCA down by about 4% after they did miss earnings for the second quarter in a row. Now, our Bloomberg Health team did just tell our team not so long ago that this is considered to be the best hospital. So the fact that they have had this miss for a second time in a row, especially around patient volumes, is dragging on some of the other hospital stocks. So we actually see that Community Health is down more than HCA. Pretty interesting. And then Molina Healthcare, the managed care company with a bent toward Medicaid, trading lower after Reuters yesterday reported that Molina is planning to cut 1,400 jobs, and Centene, down just fractionally, the CFO, has said that they see the third quarter and fourth quarter revenues being lower than the second quarter. So we have some weakness here overall. And we also, of course, have the GOP voting in the Senate on the GOP's version of the health care bill this afternoon. This is G#BTV 7098. It's an intraday chart of a blended index of all the stocks most affected by whether or not Obamacare stays in place or is repealed. It includes the hospitals, which benefit if it stays in place. It includes the Medicaid managed care companies, which also benefit. And then it also includes the diversified managed care companies that should benefit if it is repealed. Right now, down mainly on that fundamental weakness around the hospitals and those Medicaid companies. However, around the time of the vote, it may be interesting to see what this shows overall as a blended view of what investors think around that bill. And our Bloomberg Intelligence Healthcare team, Vonnie, told our team that right now there's probably a 5 to 6% chance that it passes. So not a very big likelihood there, at least according to that healthcare team, Bonnie.
Well, Abigail, we'll definitely be holding the vote, not ourselves, but we'll be showing the vote, let's say, on Bloomberg TV, so you'll be able to watch in real time. Okay, thank you. With the VIX at single digits, you might be wondering where to look for yield. Our next guest made a bet on sports gambling a year ago when his private equity shop acquired Affinity Gambling. Now he's looking to expand their online betting operations. Jim Zenny is CEO and president of Z Capital Group. And also here, of course, with us is Jason Kelly, Bloomberg's New York bureau chief.
Well, thanks, Bonnie. Yeah, it's an interesting day to have Jim Zenny on here to talk about a company that is not a new company, Jim. This is Daily Racing Form. It's been around for 100 years, is that right? And you just bought it. Tell us about the deal.
Thanks for having me. We just acquired it last week, actually. It was the closing. A little bit of a history. The company's 123 years old, and it's evolved over the decades. But we've actually been following the situation for about 4 years now. It was LBO'd about 10 years ago, and it restructured around 4 years ago. So we actually acquired the company from the banks, which reorganized, taking back debt and equity. And it was owned by the banks for many years.
And so what's attractive here? I mean, horse racing is obviously interesting to folks, but this seems like a broader, dare I say, bet on online gaming here, and online gambling, which has gotten a lot of press lately.
It's an interesting business. It's got a lot
Looks like gold's holding on for dear life at $1249.75.
We're in several different businesses. We sell print publications, about 10 million publications a year. We sell data, much like the Bloomberg folks. We're also we have an online gaming offering. We also have advertising. We also have two smaller divisions called Head-to-Head Sports and StatFox, which are data providers and a fantasy hosting site. But the big opportunity for us is to digitize the print side of the business, which the former owners started to do. It's expensive, but there's still a ways to go to really make it fully functional, and then the online offering as well, the gaming offering.
And private equity guys like yourself tend to think in terms of platforms. I believe we've had other elements of the sporting world, including the NBA. The NBA commissioner has said that online gambling, online betting may be something that could come to the NBA someday. So how likely is it, in your estimation, that this goes beyond horse racing for you?
Well, Adam Silver did come out, I think it was just last week at a conference, and the other commissioners haven't publicly said much, frankly. But I think if you look at the forces at play that would benefit from online gaming, and let's be honest, sports betting is estimated to be hundreds of billions a year. We actually think it might be bigger than that. Just horse racing betting, is about an $11 billion business. Wagered, this amount that's wagered, and that's just horse betting. So it's at least hundreds of billions. So the forces at play are taxing authorities, obviously the leagues, the franchise owners, the team owners, and those are pretty significant forces. In New Jersey, the Supreme Court just said earlier this year that they're willing to hear the case in the Supreme Court to pass it online gaming for New Jersey outside of horse betting. Today there's 39 states that you can bet on a horse today. So it's just other sport betting.
So we can't have a guy like you on television with us without asking you about sort of the broader private equity industry right now and sort of the state of deal making. Obviously a big deal today with Jimmy Choo getting bought. That was more of a traditional M&A. But what's the mood in private equity right now? I mean, you have trafficked a lot in distressed assets. We have valuations at a very high level. What's the feeling out there?
Well, actually, it was a deal announced last week for PaySafe, I think it is. It's a public company in the UK. CVC, Blackstone's acquiring that company. It's an article in the FT. They're paying roughly 14 times EBITDA. Part of that has an online gaming element to it.
Interesting.
So it's sort of I think it's a PayPal version of Europe, if you will. 14 times EBITDA. But you're right. Multiples have really run up over the last couple of years. High level of amounts of debt on these balance sheets. But we're a size where we're pretty nimble. We can find opportunity like the Daily Racing Form. Earlier in the year, we acquired a spinoff from Jerdal called Premier Thermal Solutions, which is a heat treating business. So we're actually able, given our size, we're able to find opportunities.
Great. Well, Jim Zinni, thanks so much for being with us.
Good to see you.
Bonnie, thanks for having me.
Fantastic interview.
Thank you.
We could have had more time. That's Jim Zinni. And of course, Jason Kelly, our New York bureau chief. Let's get a check on the first word news now. Here's Mark Compton.
Vonnie, thank you. Senate Republicans are moving ahead on a vote today on a motion to begin debating the GOP replacement for the Affordable Care Law. It's still unclear which version of the legislation will be in play. Former holdout Rand Paul has said he would support beginning debate. And John McCain, who underwent surgery last week for brain cancer, will return to Washington today to cast a vote. Meantime, former House Speaker John Boehner is predicting Republicans will never repeal and replace Obamacare. That's according to the Washington Post, which says Boehner made the comments to a private business gathering in Las Vegas last week. The Post says Boehner told the crowd, quote, "The American people have gotten accustomed to it." Boehner said the Republicans' best hope is to peel away aspects of the law, such as some tax provisions and regulations, and to end health insurance mandates. The parents of Charlie Gard have told a judge Their last wish is to take their critically ill son home to die. An attorney for the couple says they have had discussions with Great Ormond Street Hospital in London about sending the baby home, but that there were obstacles. Yesterday, the couple abandoned their months-long battle to take Charlie to the United States for experimental treatment. The 11-month-old suffers from a rare genetic disease and cannot breathe unassisted. Turkish President Recep Erdogan bashed Germany, NATO, and the U.S. and Israel in a speech to his party today. President Erdogan accused foreigners of attempting to break Turkey apart, and he promised to continue to crush, quote, agents acting against the country. He also dismissed U.S. concerns about Turkey's negotiations with Russia to buy missile defense batteries that would be incompatible with NATO systems. Global News 24 hours a day, powered by 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. Vani?
Mark, thank you. Well, coming up, it only cost $1,000 to put down a deposit for a new Tesla Model 3. But more than a year later, customers have yet to know when they'll actually be receiving their new car. We'll investigate that next. Plus, U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross speaking right now at the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. We'll bring you any headlines that we get. That event has just begun. You can watch his full comments, by the way, on your Bloomberg with the function TV Go. This is Bloomberg.
Republicans don't seem to get along that much, or you kind of expected that?
Well, it's not as...
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Vonnie Quinn. The Tesla Model 3 coming in at $35,000 makes it the least expensive vehicle in the Tesla range yet. And excitement over its impending release has helped drive the Palo Alto, California-based carmakers' shares up 60% this year. But lack of information has some buyers getting antsy. Keith Norton, Bloomberg Auto reporter, joins us now from Detroit. What, you mean we don't know exactly when we're going to get our new Teslas, Keith?
Not at all, Vonnie. In fact, there's hundreds of thousands of people out there waiting to find out any details. They're hoping this coming out party for the Model 3 that Elon's having on Friday will provide them some clues as to what they're going to get eventually.
Now, is Tesla customer care getting a lot of inquiries, or are people thinking, well, it was only $1,000, it'll be nice when I do get it, I'm not that worried?
No, these are true believers, Vonnie, so they are eager to learn anything they can about their car they're going to get. You know, they have a vision in their mind's eye of what they want to get, sunroof, all-wheel drive, but they don't even have an opportunity to order their options yet.
Yes, because this is the very stripped-down version of the car, right? It's the plain vanilla version, and even that was a change from what people thought they were ordering originally.
Yeah, you know, Elon says he really learned from the Model X, the gull-winged SUV that had so many early mechanical problems, so he's going to try and keep it simple with the initial production and just do the plain bare-bones car. But for the over 400,000 people who've put $1,000 down, they don't know when their car will get made. They don't even know where they're at in line.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly not going to affect the shares. Nothing else has, really, so why would this?
No, if anything, this just generates more buzz around Tesla, which only seems to drive the stock ever higher.
Yeah. When people do start getting their cars, Keith, will it be a letdown in the sense that they'll have waited so long? You almost need to, over meet the bar, if you like, or set the bar very low if you're going to make people wait longer.
Yeah, it almost needs to be a flying car, Vonnie. But yeah, I think, though, again, that these people are so devoted to Tesla, and finally here's an affordable Tesla, so it broadens the audience by quite a bit. I think that it is primed, actually, to be a very popular car.
Isn't this the perfect opportunity for another automaker to jump in there and get a cheap car, electric car out on the market that would maybe turn heads a little bit?
Well, of course, General Motors already has the Chevy Bolt out there, which offers similar long-range electric driving. It doesn't quite, though, have the sexy looks of a Tesla.
Exactly.
And that holds people back.
Well, that's my point. I mean, why doesn't some other company come in and just get a designer in there and take all these people that are perhaps a little antsy and say, well, look, if we'll give you your $1,000 back if you buy one of our cars instead.
It would be a smart move, but there's something about that Elon Musk magic that draws people like flies.
Okay, Keith Naughton, thank you. And I don't suppose you have any inside knowledge, do you, about when we're going to see this car?
Well, they've started making a few of them, but we'll have this big coming out party on Friday.
Great. Can't wait for that. That's Keith Naughton, Bloomberg auto reporter, talking to us there from Detroit. It is time now for the latest Bloomberg Business Flash. Look at some of the biggest business stories in the news right now. 3M missed second quarter earnings and profit estimates, even after raising its low end of its target range. According to analysts surveyed by Bloomberg, the company has trimmed U.S. expenses and strengthened its businesses in Europe and Latin America. 3M has struggled with challenges in the consumer electronics and office supply markets. Amazon is expanding its London headquarters while Brexit has some banks exiting. The company is adding 450 new research and development jobs and planning to occupy all floors within its new tower. Amazon aims to boost its Prime Video service in Europe and joins Facebook, Google, and Snap, who are also doubling down on London. Some 47% of chartered financial analyst candidates passed the Level 2 exam this year. That's the most since 2006. Up next, at least for them, Level 3. The CFA Institute says each of the 3 level exams involves an average of 300 hours of studying, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Coming up, we'll be taking a closer look at why Chipotle shares have been falling over the past 7 days, while McDonald's is experiencing a customer resurgence. What could the two be related? This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Technology.
has been on a rough 7-day streak following reports of a norovirus outbreak in one of their restaurants in Virginia. Bill Ackman, Chipotle's biggest investor, purchased a 10% stake in the burrito chain last year for $1.17 billion. The holdings are now worth roughly $190 million less than when they were acquired. Bloomberg's food industry reporter Craig Giamona joins us now with more. Craig, does Chipotle get over this new scare?
It's going to take some time. I mean, they're going to report after the close today. It'll be interesting to see kind of how the sales have been doing. But I think what's gone on here the last few days just indicates how tough of a situation they find themselves in. And, the market's just very, very sensitive to any negative headline with them. Norovirus could happen anywhere. It happened to them. It's in the news. It becomes a very big deal. So really a tough road ahead for them. It's going to take time.
We talk about Bill Ackman losing $200 million on a almost $2 billion investment. He's in it for the long haul, though, typically. And it's not just about money for Bill Ackman, typically. So will he be fine with this, or will he be mad?
Hard to say exactly what he's thinking here. But, I mean, I think when he got into the stock, he felt like it was cheap. It had really been hit hard from this crisis. I mean, the high point before the crisis was something like $757. It came all the way down, lost about half its value. So I think he felt like maybe the worst was behind them. This past couple of days, like I said, an indication that there's still a lot of risk with this stock. So $200 million to him, I mean, who knows whether or not that's a big deal, but I certainly can't be pleased exactly with how the stock is done here.
The last time Chipotle had a problem, it didn't handle it all that well. It tried to make light of it to a certain extent. It just the strategy for dealing with it marketing-wise was bad. Has it come up with a new one?
This time
I haven't heard much from the company itself.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they've apologized and they've said basically that we've updated our safety protocols. They're kind of saying what they've been saying, that we're on a path to making our restaurants the safest in the industry. And they're kind of saying it wasn't E. coli, it was norovirus, which means that it wasn't necessarily the food. It could have been a sick worker or something like that. But the average person doesn't care about that distinction. It's just still bad news for them. And that's really all that matters at this point.
Meantime, McDonald's had its best sales quarter in many a year and is probably, as you said, taking a victory lap. Is McDonald's doing better food-wise with the quality, or is it just benefiting from things like Chipotle's weakness?
That's hard to say. I think they have improved their food, and I do think people have noticed. The big thing for them is their sales have started to recover over the last couple of quarters, but guest traffic was still down. So basically higher menu prices or people buying more was what was driving it. Now they're saying customers are coming back. Their customer counts are up. That means that somebody is saying, I'm not going to cook at home tonight. I'm going to go back to McDonald's. And it's a mixture of better food and also the value. The $1 drinks has been huge for them. The $1 drinks brings people in. Maybe they buy a burger, an Egg McMuffin, something like that. So McDonald's kind of nailing it at this point, honestly. They're getting the value right, they're getting the food right, and they're kind of finding their stride, which is bad news for everybody else in the industry.
It does show you how you can turn things around, though, within a few short years. I mean, it's only in maybe 2 years ago that people were lamenting McDonald's' fate.
Right. There was this storyline that essentially Panera and Chipotle were taking all the customers, that everybody wanted healthier stuff, and that McDonald's was done. Steve Easterbrook comes in March 2015, and he really is responsible for this turnaround. People still want value, and McDonald's has done things like take antibiotics out of the chicken, clean up their chicken McNuggets, better burgers. They've changed the cooking techniques, and that all seems to have resonated. I think critics are still skeptical of McDonald's food, but it's working, particularly in the U.S.
Yeah. Talk to us a little bit about, Bill Ackman and what he might do next. Is there any way he can be more active in trying to goose Chipotle's performance? Should a head roll?
Well, he's got people on the board. The big question now is whether or not this company should hire a chief operating officer. Back in 2016, Steve Ells, who's the visionary, he's the guy that built this brand. He took over sole control of the CEO job, and there are questions about whether or not he needs an operations person to oversee the day-to-day. Monty Moran was the guy who did that. He's out. Ells is in control. So I think there's going to be mounting pressure on Steve Ells to show that he's the one that can sort of oversee this turnaround, because they clearly need some sort of operational expertise to make sure this stuff doesn't happen anymore.
Craig Giamona, fantastic story, and we really appreciate all your work on the consumer food industry in the last few days. And don't forget, tomorrow at 11 a.m., McDonald's CEO and President Steve Easterbrook will actually join us. So if you feel like throwing us some questions, please go ahead and do so via your Bloomberg. Our thanks again to Craig Giamona, our consumer reporter. Still ahead, we're joined by Eric Cantor, Moelis & Company Vice Chairman and former House Majority Leader. He's going to discuss healthcare and the future of the Republican Party. And don't forget that we also have a vote today. In case you had forgotten, Senate Republicans are going to vote on a motion to proceed on a healthcare bill. The House passed bill, but we're not quite sure whether it's going to be just a repeal of the Affordable Care Act or repeal and replace. Either way, if it passes, it will go to debate and there will be amendments. And as Sahil Kapoor, a national political reporter, talked earlier about the option of a skinny version of all of the BCRA. So do keep an eye on that vote. It's supposed to take place starting around 2:45 Eastern. A quick reminder as well, you can get all our interviews on the Bloomberg with the function TV Go. You get some functionality there as well, and you can check out the markets and also what's coming up next. In this case, it is the Trump economy. This is Bloomberg.
If you're
It's 1 o'clock in Washington, 6 in London, and 1 a.m. in Hong Kong from Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York. I'm David Gura. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the Trump economy. Here are the top stories we're watching at this hour. A busy week in Washington continues in the U.S. Senate to repeal and replace. Senate Republicans are considering that question ahead of a procedural vote on health care expected to take place this afternoon. In the House of Representatives, lawmakers consider strengthening sanctions against several countries, including Russia. A bipartisan bill would prevent the president from acting unilaterally to remove sanctions levied against Russia. Updates from my colleagues on Capitol Hill and analysis from Eric Cantor, the former House Majority Leader and Minority Whip, now Vice Chairman at Moelis & Company. My guest for the next half hour. proving to be, as President Trump put it in this morning in a tweet, quote, a very interesting day for health care. Senate Republicans are meeting now at around 2:15 p.m. in Washington. The Senate will be back in session. We expect lawmakers to hold a procedural vote this afternoon on health care that would pave the way for days of dramatic debate. Here now with the latest is Bloomberg's chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Strilly. He joins me from Capitol Hill. There's a luncheon going on now, a regular luncheon from the Republican conference. What are they discussing and what's planned for the rest of the afternoon, Kevin?
Healthcare. It's all about healthcare, David. Clearly, the administration, as well as the Senate Majority Leader's office, now feel that they have enough Republican support to move forward to advance on a motion to proceed. But what exactly they're proceeding to remains unknown, whether it's a full repeal of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, or a repeal and replace of Obamacare is really unknown at this point, and that has divided some Republicans, and why, quite frankly, someone like Senator Susan Collins, a Republican from Maine, is still holding out support. But politically speaking, Senator John McCain, recently diagnosed with brain cancer just several days ago, announcing that diagnosis, flying from Arizona to the Capitol to cast that ballot. We're going to hear directly from him at a press conference when he speaks following the vote. But earlier today, both President Trump, using his Twitter account, and the Majority Leader in a floor address urging support for them to move forward on a motion to proceed.
Do we expect more detail on the legislation itself is going to be on the menu at that luncheon this afternoon? You mentioned Susan Collins, the senator from Maine, wanting to know more about what the Majority Leader would like to see voted upon if this gets past the procedural hurdle. Is he going to be outlining what that legislation is going to look like?
Somewhat. I mean, I spoke with one Republican senator earlier today who told me that essentially they should all know what exactly is going to be debated. But that's where this gets interesting, because someone like Senator Rand Paul, who has tweeted out earlier today that he has been given assurances by the White House that it will be a full repeal, something that he and other ultra-conservatives are hoping for, he might get a different interpretation of all of that than more moderate lawmakers. So even tonight, should they this afternoon move forward on a motion to proceed, when Donald Trump speaks, the president speaks in Youngstown, Ohio later this evening, he will try to declare political victory, but it is certainly premature to predict that this healthcare battle is anything but over.
There's the rally tonight in Youngstown. There's a press conference with the Prime Minister of Lebanon at 3 o'clock. We're going to have that here on Bloomberg Television as well. The president's weighed in on this. The Boy Scout Jamboree most recently last night. What do you expect he's going to say this afternoon? Anything different from what he's been saying both in person and on Twitter?
That Boy Scout Jamboree was quite political, too, catching some of us off guard. Listen, when he speaks later this afternoon, David, the president will clearly, should he take reporters' questions, will clearly face questions on healthcare, but also, of course, the brewing battle about Attorney General Jeff Sessions and whether or not he wants to fire his Attorney General, who, if you look at the remarks both on his Twitter account as well as from his new press communications shop, led, of course, by Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Anthony Scaramucci, both of them putting distance today from President Trump and Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. That's Bloomberg's chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Strilly. We're going to check in with him again a little later in the hour. Joining me now to discuss health care, President Trump's agenda, and the future of the Republican Party is former House Majority Leader Eric Cantor, now Vice Chairman at Moelis & Company, here with me on set in New York. Let me start by asking about the way in which the White House is approaching this vote. You see the president stressing this 7-year legacy, the promises made by Republicans on the campaign trail time after time after time. He's flexing a little bit of muscle here, trying to get Senate Republicans to vote for the procedural vote and then the legislation thereafter. What do you make of his engagement with the Congress?
Well, you know, listen, anytime you have united government in Washington, there's a real potential to get things done. We saw that 8 years ago with President Obama and the passage of Obamacare, Dodd-Frank, and all the things that now Republicans are pushing back against and trying to repeal and replace. And so I think appropriate, but, you know, it is game day today, and time for the talk to kind of stop and then the action to begin. And you know, it's all very uncertain still, but the instant that you have members of the House or Senate go to the floor to actually begin to consider that vote, it's a really critical time, and it's something that's unknown. And I think the president, in his very unconventional way, is trying to lean in on that to try and convince those who seem to be still undecided.
I think there will be many Americans asking a simple civics question, which is, what the heck is going on? You've got senators voting on this procedural hurdle to get to the legislation itself. They know what the legislation is at this point. How rare is that? What do you make of what's happening?
Well, first of all, remember that the decision was made early on that the Democrats, had signaled that they weren't going to participate. So the decision was made by the Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, to say, well, we're going to have to do it with the Republican votes alone. So this procedural vote in the Senate, which is something which says, okay, we are now ready to proceed, is a 51 vote threshold to do that. Listen, the majority leader determines usually through a process in that body as to how the debate will proceed, and I'm sure in due time we'll figure out, which amendments will be up first. And as we know, Rand Paul and others who want to see a total repeal up first may very well get their wish.
You don't have to read the bills as closely as you did when you were in the House, but you've been following this story, and I wonder if looking at all of this unfold, you're satisfied that the healthcare system would be better if this legislation, if a piece of legislation were to get through both houses of Congress.
Listen, throughout my time when I served in Congress, and then when in leadership as whip, and then as leader, certainly once that Obamacare bill was passed, we were just focused on trying to do all we can, whether it was to defund it, to stop it, to repeal it. And for all that time, President Obama was still in office, so we were trying to build the case, knowing full well Obama was not going to repeal the health law with his name on it, so to speak. So, listen, no question the country will be better off without the health care mandates, the high taxes that came with Obamacare, and frankly, the high premiums that Americans are feeling. There is a lot of room for improvement, and that's what the Republican deliberations are all about right now.
Does the urgency make sense to you then? You look at how long it took to get the Affordable Care Act passed. This is happening faster. Do you think that there needs to be as much urgency, as much speed as we're seeing here?
One of the things that has always united the Republican Party is to make sure that we lower the tax burden and allow the American people to keep more of what they earn. And so I know there is a lot of excitement, not only in the equities markets that we see in this country and around the world, but among members of Congress to finally see through on that promise as well. And there's a limited amount of time where you're actually going to have to get things done. Obviously, midterm elections are not that far away. By the time you get to January, for all practical purposes, you're into election year and primary season. So you want to try and get some of these big things done before you get there.
All right, let's come back and talk a bit about that if we could. That's Eric Cantor with Moelis & Company. He's the former House Majority Leader. He'll be back with us in just a moment. In the meantime, let's get a check on the markets with Bloomberg's Julie Hyman. Julie?
And there we are seeing strength, David. All three major averages are trading at records on a closing basis, although the Nasdaq's been bouncing between gains and losses during the day. A lot of the focus today is on earnings. That's one of the things that's helping the major averages higher, the likes of McDonald's and Caterpillar helping the Dow. But I did want to check on hospitals as we have this discussion about the healthcare vote. Hospitals have tended to be the most vulnerable to developments on the healthcare legislation. However, they're more vulnerable today, perhaps, to earnings from HCA, the hospital owner. That company coming out with earnings that missed estimates. It also cut its EBITDA forecast for the full year. Analysts saying there's concerns about patient volumes. There was also some analyst commentary around a relatively small increase in ER visits of 0.4%. The hospitals are also at risk because if there is a cut as a result of changes to healthcare legislation, to Medicaid funding in particular, the hospitals could be vulnerable. Tenant healthcare and community health systems are taking bigger hits even than is HCA. Now, on the flip side, aside from earnings today, we're also watching a big move in commodities. In particular, copper futures up 4% and trading near a 2-year high, but crude oil is also pushing higher substantially by 3% now and near its highs of the session. There is still this movement following Saudi Arabia's decision to cut its exports, as well as perhaps anticipation of the weekly U.S. inventories data tomorrow. ExxonMobil moving higher with oil, and Freeport-McMoRan and copper and gold moving higher with copper, but also following its own earnings report and a call out from Jefferies that actually called the earnings relatively weak, but looked past them and said the outlook for the rest of the year is stronger. There is also some optimism around China demand for copper. And finally, take a look at the Bloomberg. We're just looking at commodities year to date, the various components of the Bloomberg Commodity Index. Metals have been pretty consistently strong thus far this year.
What's up, guys?
In yellow, and then precious metals in purple.
Nada.
Energy, of course, has been
Nothing.
the link here. It's
Yeah,
red,
so
and it has been
in
bouncing
Discord,
off but still down
check
substantially
this
on the
shit
year.
out,
Finally,
man.
we've got the ags in the aqua color there, still lower
Fucking cop cars all around my goddamn house.
move more recently.
Apparently
So
someone
metals
was
is where
stealing
we have
something.
seen that consistent strength, David.
Julie, thank you very much. Julie Hyman with that.
So, oh yeah, holy cow. Yeah, dude, they're yelling at this guy and shit. It's like,
This is an exciting afternoon.
Yeah.
Looking for those who have been leaking to the press. Not sure if this is associated With that,
Yeah, don't mind the shrubbery. That shit gets weed whacked, but I don't spray it, so it won't come up.
over healthcare continues to haunt fishers within the
Literally.
More with former Congressman Eric Cantor in a moment.
Whose other car is that? The blue? Is there a blue Mustang over there?
U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross speaking at the
No, you mean the Challenger?
Oh yeah, I think so. Maybe that's
mine.
Are you trying to get out?
No. That's mine. It was parked there. And then that silver car is also mine. It's like my beater car. I'll just drive to do whatever. And I drive it during the winter, but they pulled up right behind that car. And like the plates on that I'm changing right now. So I'm supposed to have the what do you call those? The paper plates.
Yeah.
Put on it, and I don't. So it's like, oh well, fucking great. They're coming to pull my car out and find me.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but no, they're yelling at this guy in the back. And apparently they tackled him in our yard. So,
holy crap,
dude!
Yeah, dude.
Where's the video?
I don't have the video. My dog
What
was
are you
barking at
doing
the
here?
storm. And like we just
Reasons
thought nothing
to not
of
own
it.
a dog 742.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. That was interesting. I was leaving. We were trying to leave, and then you got to get. My brother got the Snapchat, so that's not my Snapchat. Sorry, guys. That's Tricky Nicky, my brother. But yeah, that was wild. Looks like AT&T is going to get the hammer on the day. Or at least I'm hoping. I can buy tomorrow. Open. UJ looks like it's melting. Or at least coming to retest that breakout point around that 53-ish area.
Not much going on since you left. I've been scanning all 6 of my different things, and I can't get an entry anywhere. I'm just bored as hell. I had my lunch.
Look at this. Gold came up right to where I'm saying it was going to come to. At 1252, and it won't break it.
Yeah.
Like that past hour. Oh, it did come back down.
Yeah, I mean, everything's kind of in a range, but...
Yeah. Like I was trying to pay attention, but I was like trying to be like, yeah.
Let's check in on the Bloomberg First Word News.
Wonder how the caterpillars.
David, thank you. The new White House Communications Director says President Trump is likely looking to fire Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Anthony Scaramucci said in a radio interview the president is obviously unhappy. The president went after
going up.
Sessions on Twitter today for a second day in a row, calling him weak. The president's son-in-law is back on Capitol Hill for more closed-door questioning about Russia. Today, Jared Kushner is
I've been doing the last hour just making adjustments on my long account.
talking to Senate investigators yesterday. He said he
I
did
people
not
play,
collude
man.
with Russia and did not know of anyone in the Trump campaign who did. In Poland, the fight over who controls the nation's courts
Working on
isn't
my
over yet.
2 index charts, but they're both just bumping against the high ceiling. I don't know, I'm afraid to short them, and I'm afraid to long.
Ruling party more power. That debate led to 8 days of nationwide protests by demonstrators demanding the
Yeah, but by the time you're done selling your stuff out, hopefully this shit will be done and start going down. If not a crash, at least a pullback. At least like 5 or 10%.
You would think that every time we take that, it just goes up again. Like now, it's sort of like just consolidating.
To go higher, man.
Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David.
Mark, thank you very much. 6 months after they took control of the White House and both houses of Congress, Republicans who campaigned
I don't know, I was watching XBI, it's kind of crawling up and trying to set up for maybe a pop in that.
Yeah, the Qs are coming back up too. Going for the high of the day.
Before we get into all that, let me just
Bollinger
ask you about
Bands are tight though. 5 minutes.
much of what we're seeing, the dysfunction, you could call it, in Washington, is due to the fact that there's a communications breakdown between the White House and Congress, between the White House
Flat
and
ass MacD too.
Look,
Flat as
all I
fuck.
know is the American people elected Donald Trump their president because they wanted to see
Yeah, that's the word of the day.
and shake it up. And I think that he has done. And so the American people are
Literally, they do this. All the MAs will start curling up on them, and
social media president in a
when they
real
do
way
drop
because
it,
he's
oh
taking
no,
to
it's
social
support.
media to get his message out. Listen, I was there for 14 years and certainly in leadership for 6, and know full well the prism through which the press looks at issues is not necessarily reflective of that which all Americans look at issues. So, listen, it's a new era of communications, as we all know. And all that is
Still
sort of
can't believe the free
increasing
cop
the volume,
outside my house. We literally open the garage,
of information,
and you just hear this yelling, and I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck?
his name's Bobby. He's asking about reconciliation.
And then
This is a tool
boom,
that we're seeing
it's
deployed
cop
time and time again.
cars.
Yes, with healthcare, it's
Chilling.
rumored to be used for tax reform as well. Help us understand the degree to which it's wise to use that tool when you're in the House leadership.
Well, again, this is a Senate issue. It's not a House
The one
issue.
cop was like,
because in the House,
that's what you get. Shut the hell up.
simple majority gives you close to absolute power in determining the rules and the deliberation of debate and agenda. In the Senate, there have been rules in place for, I don't know how long, probably over 100 years, which allow for a filibuster, which means you have to get 60 votes in order to proceed to most items. There are items.
What was it? What's that? 215?
That general rule.
What's that? Something's at 215, right?
Entitlement spending. They are revenues or taxes, and that is debt. So
Yeah, I heard that. I'm not sure what.
Subject to what's called reconciliation.
I think that's
without
now.
getting too granular. The reason why it's called reconciliation is because before you set up that process, you have to pass a budget. The budget has
12 minutes to like Comex
for
closing.
the committees on either side of the Capitol to write the bill. That legislation
That
has
was
to reconcile
12.
with the instructions, which is the
Looks
root
like
of the
Europe
word.
sold
But again, the net effect of all of it is to reduce the voting threshold from
Yeah,
60
Europe
to 51.
kind of sold.
And so decisions were
the
made because
gold.
Democrats had signaled they're not going to cooperate with the majority. So if the Democrats weren't cooperating, and since there are only 52 Republicans in the Senate, there was no choice. And that's why you hear the president talking about obstruction by the Democrats, because they've just counted themselves out. And whereas Mitch McConnell, the leader, says, hey, we're going to get this done, and the only way we're going to do it is to do it with Republican votes only.
As you watch all of this unfold, as you travel the world, as you meet with clients, if you come to the conclusion that perhaps it wasn't the wisest course of action here to start with health care, there were prospects for tax reform, there were prospects for infrastructure reform, maybe you still think that there are, but we're looking at the first year of the president's tenure ending without a big legislative achievement. How pessimistic are you that we're not going to see anything before January 1st?
I'm actually optimistic because I think that there are 51 votes in the Senate for success. I don't think there are 51 votes for failure. And the question is how that success is defined. The political implications are pretty severe if the party can't deliver on 7 years, 8 years almost worth of promises to repeal and replace Obamacare. And for decades now, the party has been rooted in this sense of limited government, returning back to the hard-working taxpayers more of what they earned. Again, if Republican elected officials, members of Congress, cannot go back to their constituents come election time in 2018, I think the consequences politically are very difficult. But let's just step away from the politics. Let's just say the economy. We've been sort of lackluster for now a decade or more with less than 2% growth. Post-World War up until the good 2000s, we were used to 3.2% growth. That's a significant amount of growth that we're missing. And the only way we're going to get to that is, in my opinion, through tax reform. It's not just tax cuts, it's reform. Yes, reducing the marginal rates on the individuals and corporations is really central to any tax reform.
Like the dollar's consolidating to go
Position of
higher.
multinationals and how they're
Awesome.
competitive in terms of the markets overseas. All this needs to be done, and I think we're going to see not only markets take off, but you're going to see the economy continue to really take off.
All right, let's come back here. That's former Congressman Eric Cantor staying with us here on Bloomberg Television. Still ahead, the former House Majority Leader on the future of his Republican Party. This is Bloomberg.
If you
Did our Davian already leave today? Huh.
Yeah, Davian never came on voice today. I think he was on the other chat earlier.
Leaving the House Intel Committee, of course, was on Capitol Hill yesterday for an interview with the Senate Intelligence Committee. Today he spoke to members of the House Intelligence Committee. I want to take a more of a 30,000-foot view now of Washington.
See what I want to do with this
cat.
cat.
About the future of both political parties. Yesterday,
With
Democrats
what?
unveiled their new plan, what they're calling
Cat.
a better deal.
C-A-T.
Majority Leader Eric
Caterpillar.
Cantor is now vice chairman
You shorted it?
of the company. He's with me here
Yeah.
in New York, along with Bloomberg's executive editor in charge
Down
of
roughly
Washington,
about.
Craig Gordon, who joins me here in New York as well. Craig, let me start with you. There was this moment yesterday in Berryville, Virginia, this small town outside of Washington, D.C. Democrats
68-15.
laying out what they plan to do here in 2018. Are we seeing sort of clear paths forward for both
113.
I don't think we are. No, I think the Democrats are still trying to figure out how to get out from under the shadow of Donald
Down
Trump.
about $1. I don't have that many shares though, but
Rating. I don't think they've really figured out how to speak to that.
That's
Trump
nice little
voter,
scalp.
and maybe not the hardcore Trump voter. Maybe not that.
no, I'm down $1.
Maybe that other 20%.
Yeah, I'm shorting it. Yeah, yeah.
Party's arguments is the same people that
Kind of rose on me, assuming it would come down.
8 years later, they were with Trump. So the Democrats have not figured out how to bring that sort of middle-class message. They say things like middle-class tax cuts, creating jobs, things like that. But I
I think
don't.
I might add more short here.
I think the leaders of their party, when you've got a Chuck Schumer, obviously from New York, you've got Nancy Pelosi, who's been there quite a long time.
Doesn't look like the market wants to stop.
That are carrying a particularly effective message.
No, man, everything is so friggin' hot.
Eric Cantor, let me ask you about the Republican Party. We've seen the factions and the fissures within that
And
party.
that 50 MA is just curled all the way up.
Is it possible to unite them? Do you see a path forward?
Yeah, I just pulled it up and was gonna check out.
You know, David, I said earlier, one of the things that has always united Republicans is giving back people more of their hard-earned money, and that's why I think tax reform is going to be so central.
I'd give it another
Successes, political success, and
10 minutes. We're going to see direction on the SPY, either up or down.
Galvanizes and unites Republicans, and that is.
I would say longer, maybe 20 minutes.
Against what the left is for, and it's not just Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It is Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. It is that
It's only about
end of
$2 off its last recent high.
Ooh, you're eating an egg sandwich.
Actually, I switched up. I had a roast beef in the crock pot, and it got finished. So, yeah, I always try to cook something for my wife for later because I have to run out and do some work later. So, I hacked off a few slices of that, made a roast beef sandwich with chips.
Solid. What are they, the generic chips? Like the regular potato chips? I don't know how to describe them.
I eat baked Lay's.
Ooh, okay. I'm a baked Dorito guy. Also do the sour cream and onion.
Cool.
So you got 1/3 of the Senate, 435 House members coming up in 2018. So now
I love
I like the baked.
Donald Trump says, "What do you need me to do?"
Yeah, me too. But where I am, I'm having a hard time getting them. They're putting less on the shelves for some reason because they're pumping the kettle cooked things now.
Fuck that, dude. They're good every now and again, but like, who wants a fucking chip that's harder than fuck all the time?
I was just gonna say, man, my top of my mouth feels like a war zone when I get done with those fucking things.
Yeah, you bite on the wrong way, it's gonna fucking scalp right off the fucking top of the roof. Literally gonna just.
And I don't know what's up with watermelon either. I can't get any watermelon at my grocery store to save my life.
Really? Could I have watermelon all around me? Where are you at?
New York. A big afternoon to come here as we have the
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
2:15
Oh.
Wall Street time. We expect
Well,
comments
shit,
from
you're gonna be getting
Senator Mitch
peaches and
McConnell. Of course, we expect
shit
comments
right
from
now.
Senator John McCain as well.
Yeah, plenty of peaches.
Washington ahead of that
Plenty of everything. I just don't. I don't know where the watermelon comes from. If it's California or if it's South America, but it's rough picking. Yeah, a lot of our fruits come from South America.
Like how far South America?
I don't know.
Dude, most of the stuff that we get is only Mexico.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
For fruit. Good. I think that's. I'm gonna add a couple more share shirts. And after this, I'm not gonna be able to fucking add anything now. Shit's such expensive.
Be maxed out.
No, I'm not maxed out, but like, I don't like throwing over like 30,000 on something.
I hear you. Wow. Look at that gap in Caterpillar. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I was like, man, this thing's oversold. I mean, overbought.
Yeah, but I wonder what caused that, man.
Earnings. It's earnings.
Oh, okay. The earnings got 1.8. Wow.
I'm assuming they'll fade that. So, I mean, I only have 15,000 in it right now, but assuming I double it here.
Yeah, you probably just didn't wait for it to settle down enough. I mean, it's, you think it would go back and you want to catch up that gap at about 111 or so.
Well, I guess I had a chance to sell it.
Yeah, I don't know when you got it, but you did have that small dip to 113 for a little bit, the earlier dips.
I got it at 13. Yeah, 13.25. Got like 130 shares or whatever it is.
That's a good lot.
130? Wait, that.
Oh, for a stock price.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I'm only looking for $1, you know, so and it went the other way. But not down that much either.
I only try to make $100 a day, so to me, you know, if I can make 100, 120, 130, I'm comfortable.
Really, only 100 a day?
Yeah, I mean, if I make more, if I make a $200 or $300, $400 a day, then that's golden. But my goal is only 100. That way, I don't get disappointed.
Yeah, I hear you. So.
Yeah, there's a psychology aspect. I think that Jerry is.
Let's get a check on the headlines in the Bloomberg First Word News this afternoon. Mark Crumpton.
Well, I know myself, and if I raise the bar, if I said 500 a day, I'd probably very rarely meet that. So why do what I can't do?
I do mine on the weekly. I mean, I guess I'm gonna go for like a 750 to 1,000 weekly. That's my goal.
Yeah, the thing about, you know, when you think about striking less often than you put in for trade, I mean, the thing about striking less often than losing is that eventually you start getting the inverse of the winner effect. It's like the loser effect.
Would be saying that Obama.
Correct. That's part of the psychology. Yeah.
The president's new communications chief, Anthony Scaramucci, is warning.
My goal actually 750 a week would, if I had to say a number, would be a great number. But I guess I would say 5 to 750. I would love it to be closer to 750. 3,000 a month, you know, would be really nice. But
I don't know. It's just, you're in a lot of trades. That's the thing that threw me off, I guess.
I thought he had a good chance.
I am, but I don't. When I get green, I don't let them run. I take profits really fast.
Candidates in the primaries.
Gotcha.
But it soon became clear that he was the only one of them that really
And then I lose
understood what was
some of those
going on in
trades too.
middle-class working
Yeah.
America.
Secretary Ross also says that NAFTA, the North
Most
American
recently,
Free
my
Trade
Lab D. I
Agreement,
mean, it
is
was only
obsolete.
$10,
He
but
says
it's
at the
still a
very
loss.
minimum, NAFTA needs to be
Yeah, but
updated.
look where Lab D is
Research
going
on
now, man.
202 former football players found evidence of brain disease in nearly all of them.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out what I did. I
Evidence
left
in the
like
NFL,
four to
college,
5
and
cents
even
on the
high
table
school.
for a few
The
minutes there,
report
but
published
whatever.
in the Journal of the American Medical Association
Yeah, I had like
is the
8
largest
cents that you
study
could have
on
made. But
CTE, a brain disease linked to
I could have closed the trade $10
the finding
green, but
doesn't confirm
whatever.
that the condition is common in all
Asia,
football players,
London,
but does
Quebec,
reflect high occurrence in the samples at a Boston
like
brain bank
no
that
hike.
studies
Did
CTE.
Emma mess with
Global
their
News
prediction?
24 hours a day, powered by more than 27
According to Ben.
journalists and analysts.
I may be back in Lab D if XBI keeps going the way it's going.
David?
Mark, thank you.
Man.
top of my thinkorswim if I don't think I'm going to enter.
It's gone pro mode and has actually got like 30 plus inch televisions set up as their monitors because they're just really monitors these days.
I did run a 32-inch at one point with a 23 on the right-hand side, but you don't, I don't, that was just, it wasn't enough for me, just because like I like having things open in the background that I can, you know, like the chat, stuff like that. So like two of my screens aren't even used for my purpose. It's literally to have the chat open and have each channel open right now till changes. But that way it's, you know, there and I can see what everyone's talking about instead of like flipping through shit. And then I've got the three that are working.
That's what I hate flipping.
Yeah, that's the more you flip, the more you miss, is what I've learned.
Exactly.
Yeah, I only mentioned TVs because then I figured then you someone could stick a whole bunch more charts on it and sit back.
Yeah, you could. I've also thought about putting a one vertical, try and fit more charts, doing it that way. It's easier to see.
Thank you very much.
But
Ambassador Thomas Pickering, former U.S. Ambassador.
I don't know. I saw someone set up and I didn't like it that way. Just looked weird.
International Trade Secretary Liam Fox.
I don't even know how I would turn a chart sideways, to be honest with you.
No, the screen would be vertical. So your 27-inch would just be a longer. It'd be like reading the Star Wars coming down. That makes sense.
Windows setting for rotating the screen. You can rotate it.
Okay.
So yeah, you can have a portrait view monitor. Let's say you're in the reading pages worth of text.
I'm happy with the way it is. And I also had a 32-inch TV for a while before I went out and bought these monitors. And they work fine, but the 27s are almost as much space. So.
And you can use more tabs. And it's more organized with 427.
Mostly it's me. I mean, I'm a kind of an older guy now. I wear glasses, and so the bigger things are, the better they are for me. I could shrink things up and have a lot more material on these screens, but...
Yeah, but from a younger guy, am I going to lose my eyesight? Probably. But at the same time, if I do it bigger now, I'm not going to be squinting. I'll be better off. It's my idea.
Oh, we'll solve blindness by the time that happens for you.
Hey, J-Nugs, come down here. Got red bars on the 5s.
I kind of gave up on the minors for a little while here.
Looks like gold's flagging. Or not gold, sorry. Crude. Ew, what the hell is that?
Right?
Is that really what that shit is? Kimchi? Dude, I didn't even know that. Come on, man. Dude, I just had it on top of cheese curds. Like, I didn't know that they looked like freaking. Looks like intestines.
Looks like cabbage with spaghetti sauce on it.
Yeah, it looks more like intestines to me. With like bay leaves.
Yummers.
Fuck vegetables.
This is Bloomberg Markets, the Trump
Yeah.
economy. I'm David Gura. A big day, a big week.
He's more of a beef.
When it comes to tech. Let's go to Julie Hyman now.
He's a beef Asian.
Well, we've been seeing the S&P
Yeah.
500 and the Dow rise today. The Nasdaq's been flirting with unchanged. And if you take a look at the Bloomberg here, we've been looking at the Nasdaq 100 in particular, which going into today was on a 12-session winning streak, its longest going back to 2013. Some of those days were very, very small gains, but gains nonetheless. So it looks like today we could see a small loss. We'll see what ends up happening. But if you look at the push and pull in that Nasdaq 100, that could determine whether it's going to go up or down. Earnings certainly has a lot to do with it, and Alphabet is a big
Yeah, Mula. Let's get Lab D down to about 5 even.
3%. The earnings overall
Jesus, what?
but traffic acquisition costs ticked up to 22%
Well, Lab D at 5.
of sales. They were 21%.
Yeah, so I could jump in and make $10.
Just $10. I'd be going for 10,000.
Well, if it goes to 5, I'm going to buy about 1,000 shares.
Apple in particular benefiting from
I actually think I might buy a small lot of Lab D here.
raised the price target to $170 a share.
Right on the bottom of that RSI. Bottom of the Bollinger Band.
You're buying it like 30 minutes before the vote, eh?
Small lot, fuck it.
That's what I was going to say. I would buy like a partial
Maybe
lot,
like,
and then I could cost
maybe like
average.
200 shares, 300 shares.
In the S&P 500 and the
I feel like a minute.
is Seagate. The shares down 16%. The company reporting earnings.
I wanted to see maybe 10 minutes before the meeting if it would take a couple of those big green, rise up real quick.
Essentially, it's seeing a sea change in its business, slowing demand.
If it hits 5, it's double its position. I hear you, brother.
More and more by chip makers. So those shares very weak. And of course, we've been watching volatility, which is very, very low as measured.
Oh, I doubled my cat.
Looking at volatility in
See how
tech
that
stocks. This is
goes.
one we've been coming back to.
81.3 is 0.5 is the daily retrace. Wow, it's got just a pinch more to go then.
And it had a surge, the relative volatility in tech. It's come back down a little
Oh, you
bit,
doubled
but still
Caterpillar too.
at an
Oof.
elevated level here. Of course, it's all relative when you're looking at volatility in
Yeah.
the S&P 500. Again, as
You got
measured by
money
the
all
VIX,
over.
that is looking to close
Uh,
at a record low.
I like Caterpillar, and I'm gonna do some Lab D here. I pulled out of miners earlier this morning.
As I mentioned earlier, of Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross's comments at the
I'm just watching it to see if I can get an entry on JNUG around 1653, maybe 1660.
there for 2 days of talks on a potential bilateral trade deal with the U.S. after Brexit. Bloomberg International Economics
Maybe a little bit lower. I don't know.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I would love to get 20 or 1630 or so, 20 or so.
Television. Mike, what do we hear? What didn't we hear?
It hasn't been going up that much, so we need to get it as low as possible to make some, have some room.
Yeah. That's why I've been playing the bear side. Like, I'll wait for it to go up. That's fine. I just got to be patient enough to buy till it's like 59 is what I was going for on JDST, but I jumped the gun a little early.
You guys are, I'm so afraid to short gold and oil, man, because just, it's almost, I don't know, almost anything can happen and bam, you're screwed.
5-year trend, man.
Yeah.
Going down.
Try to believe in that. Yeah.
Negotiations. As far as NAFTA, that may be the only news he made. He noted,
Like they say, though, it's the trend till it's not.
We have an election in the U.S.
Yeah,
next
well,
year,
I'll give you that.
Mexican election next year, and parliamentary elections in
I mean, would I love to see gold at 1400?
next year. So,
Yeah. Has it happened in a long time? No. Has it topped out twice at 13? Yeah.
Political calendars both
But it never stays very long either, though.
Nope. And look at the rips up to the rips down. The rips down are just freaking brutal. So when you can catch it on the bear side, you just make the money in 1 or 2 days instead of having to sit there for 5 or 6 going up days, in my opinion.
No, I've always felt that about gold, that it's a short, you know, it's you're
burst.
Yeah, you're like 80% guaranteed shorts over longs.
Trade treaties. They can't under
Yeah,
As far as movement goes.
Brexit, but the
Dollar's just sideways.
Liam Fox was in the United
Shit, I need
States
to
trying
figure out
prepare
this Lab
them
D
now.
entry.
So when they are ready, they can get.
That's what scares me too, is the low dollar. I feel like it's got gold coil to you know, to equalize and go where it should be based on a 94 minus or 93, $81. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a bounce. Let me pull up the B chart.
Due diligence now, so that when we do leave the European Union, we've got a head start on a negotiated agreement.
But again, Canada just signed a trade agreement with the EU that took 7 years to negotiate.
Dog is going wild.
Trade Minister, Mr. Fox, said that he hopes to be able to do a U.S. and EU trade agreement at the same time, but the EU would take precedence. They're 50% of the United Kingdom's trade, David.
Mike, let me ask you what the stumbling blocks are likely to be for a U.S.-UK trade deal. You demurred, you didn't ask him about the chlorine-watched chicken, which I gather...
So on the UUP chart, I was thinking 24.17.
are going to be important.
I mean, that was
Two sides begin talking formally.
10 cents away.
Well, chicken is part of the agriculture discussion.
Gold would have
Agriculture
came
is
to,
always very difficult in any
or
trade
not,
agreement.
sorry,
But
the
British
dollar
have
would have
higher standards for
came
much of their food than the United States does, or at least what they consider stricter standards.
roughly $93 or so.
In their agriculture,
Where I thought the bounce would happen. It's happening a little bit earlier.
seem to want the
Just based on that oversold condition. Or overbought. Oversold.
whether you lower your standards in any areas. Another area where that would apply, financial services.
The bounce isn't taking it higher past this resistance.
Be as easy as the president.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Been sideways for
International policy and economics correspondent joining me from Washington,
2 hours.
D.C. Today. And a little programming note here. A little later today, 3 p.m. Wall Street time, President Donald Trump will meet with the Prime Minister of Lebanon to hold a joint news conference. That's going to take place again at 3 p.m. Wall Street time. We expect the
3 hours.
President will answer questions about, among other things, healthcare. We'll bring you those comments as soon as they begin. This is Bloomberg.
Maybe it flags out and goes up.
Hey, Gary, what are you doing?
Some of these guys are adding LABU. That's confidence.
Ooh.
I'm trying to figure out the chat. Is this a young Moolah maybe? Or? says he knows about bios.
I wonder, Ash, are you trapped up top somewhere?
I was just gonna say.
Dude, you gotta be trapped at like 1850 or something.
Oh, I hope not.
He's gotta be because got trapped at 17.5. Yeah, that's not horrible. Shit, you had a chance to make profit on that, man. Long. Okay, E.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's some hope in it.
All-time highs. I don't know if I want to grab this Lab D here or not.
I'm gonna watch in a few more minutes. It looks like it's thundering like crazy here. Looks like it's flagging bulls.
Back D, man.
I want to milk all I can out of my next Lab D trade, so.
It's like sitting on the RSI level of 32. It's about there where
Markets, the Trump economy. I'm David Gura. This crucial day for
use a
healthcare on
bounce.
Capitol Hill continues as we await a procedural vote on the Senate floor. That's expected to take place.
plus it's at that 50% retrace.
Bloomberg's chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Surley. Kevin, I just want to flag something here from an Ohio newspaper. Senator Portman expected to vote to proceed to Senate healthcare debate. We're just checking the boxes here, trying to see who's planning to vote for it. Of course, Senator McCain back in Washington today. We don't know how he's going to vote yet, as you mentioned earlier.
On what, XBI?
Just a little bit of press availability. What are you watching for over these next couple
Dude,
of hours
fuck
as we
this
head
caterpillar.
to that procedural vote?
Squash that bug.
Sources within the last couple of minutes since we last spoke.
It was like coming down, and now it's nah.
Republicans is that they do have enough votes on that motion to proceed.
I see that little whole dip that you have there. Maybe it's getting exhausted.
On Capitol Hill, he will be presiding over the vote in case he is needed to cast a tie-breaking vote. But to be quite
That's the problem with McCain, though. When it does that, is everybody shorts it, and then that's just giving the longs more, ability to buy at that level, so it takes longer to go down.
Are they moving to proceed on? And that's where the debate of all
One day we'll love that, though.
Pouncing on Republicans, David, saying all of this was negotiated and brokered within secret. Republicans fighting back and saying, hey, wait a minute, we've been debating this for several years. But
what chart is
ahead, now the divisions within the Republican Party, ultra-conservatives like Senator Rand Paul.
I don't know if they're talking about XBI or what.
All of them
I don't know. This is on my small screen.
at this table, and the jockeying definitely going to continue.
Am I reading this right? You've got the vice president headed to Capitol Hill. He's
Yeah,
delivering a message to members of the Congress. Now you've got the president sort of shifting his focus. Yesterday he gave those remarks in the Blue Room at the White House, clearly addressing the American people. Tonight, as he mentioned, he travels to Ohio. There'll be a press conference between now and then. He'll do a press conference with the Prime Minister of Lebanon. Then he'll go to Ohio. We'll be traveling to the great state of Ohio tonight. Big crowd expected to see you there. Is he no longer
Queued up on Robinhood for a 400 share buy here. I'm just going to wait and see. If it doesn't pop, then I'll probably disregard it.
Say that is really
I'll do the buy right when it pops.
Utilized in a situation like this, put pressure on Republicans who can't
What, Lab D?
to repeal and replace parts
Yeah.
of Obamacare. Let's also note, though, that in the House of Representatives today, they're scheduled to
Like from here, you get a couple good green bars and
essentially handcuff this White House.
brings it back down toward 560 or so, maybe.
This is no man's land till vote, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's already like hitting this resistance here. I mean, there's some good Lab D potential here, yeah, definitely. But risk to reward is
This is my
skewed.
land.
I know it's fun.
And you know, it definitely drove headlines, but
You can come claim your land. Just use your voice to do it.
The man who always knows his audience, Kevin Surley, our chief Washington correspondent, joining us from Capitol Hill. Again, as we await that procedural
You sounded like what's that guy? The crab from Futurama. Running away.
Ash, I gotta tell you, man, I have never executed a bad trade on Robinhood. every time I execute it, it's within a penny of what I try.
This is Bloomberg.
Is that what you use? You use Robinhood?
Well, I use several things, but for my 3 times and stuff, yeah, I use Robinhood a lot. Probably 90% of my leverage trades are on Robinhood.
Nice.
Then I have my regular TD screen for if I want to take more swing trades, and that's a different account. And then I have my futures ladder up. So I have a choice of what I want to use at any given time.
Got them options.
Yeah, everything but I got options, but everything but options.
Same.
No, like right now, I may jump into a lab D trade on Robinhood, and then I might look over and SPY might be breaking or something, and I'll grab a futures contract.
Is tighter than shit.
It's literally bouncing. I got a trend line right there at the high, and it just keeps nibbling at it. And I don't know if that's consolidation is going to break north or if it's going to give up at some point and drop. And NASDAQ now, or the Qs are about the same thing. I got a line at the 59, 53, 90, almost 54. And again, it's 40. It's not too far away from that either. I don't know what to do to either one of those. I'm gonna wait. I think Lab D will be the next grab here.
What was your entry?
$300 at 28.61.
See that now.
I think it's about to break the side.
Yeah, Ash, the only problems I've ever had at Robinhood are right at the open. If I want to dump something in the first 5 minutes, it actually takes the trade, but it tells me it doesn't, so I have to wait and see if it resolves. But that's the only issues I've ever had.
I didn't make an entry chat. Save my entry again, dang it.
Don't get bossy on us.
Fuck, I'm so out of it today.
That's what I'm saying. I'm starting to get sleepy, man. I ate. That's why I don't like eating during.
It is 2 p.m. in New York, 11 a.m. in San Francisco, and 7 p.m.
Trading on
in
your
London.
phone?
I'm Scarlett Fu. And I'm Julia Chesley.
What is that?
I could tell by the way he sounded he was on his phone.
Yeah. Too much kimchi.
We're live in Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York.
The SPY does not go down and retest this fucking line. I'm gonna be kind of sad.
The stakes are high for senators on Capitol Hill
Because that means that this dip this morning would have been good.
Healthcare bill is scheduled to take place this hour. We will bring you.
Yeah, I almost bought on that second leg down, and I said, let's see. Usually it'll go 3. So I said, let me see one more, and then bam, that fucking green candle hit, and that was it. On the 5 minute.
Too much of your mom's fermented kimchi. Maybe that's why you're sick, man. that shit's a little dated, man.
Shit's fermented? Holy
yeah,
fuck.
that's really fermented.
So it's actually rotten cabbage and spaghetti
Yeah,
sauce.
that could be really rotten. No wonder why you couldn't talk. You might have syphilis too. Who knows? I don't want to ask my mom. Her business is hers and yours, apparently.
There's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to the markets today that have
Dude, this 50 MA on the SPY on the 5 minutes really throwing up close.
to do with earnings. Take a look at the groups that are on the move, because it's not just earnings. We're also seeing a rally in commodities today.
Moving.
Copper near
Ask your dad too.
oil prices are moving
I'm gonna pass on that.
Materials are the 2 best performing groups today. There are
And
also
then
some
let's
earnings in materials
pump
that are
some
helping.
Lab D.
Financials are higher today.
I get
We're
it.
seeing a
Right. I'll pump that lab D. Right into that kimchi.
Now, on the downside, we do have a decline in healthcare stocks. Yes, it has something to do with Washington uncertainty over the debate, but here too, at least part of the story.
Yeah.
HCA Holdings,
He's doing this all from his phone.
that missed estimates. The company
Hashtag
also,
gross.
coming out
Hashtag you got in it.
your EBITDA forecast. Analysts are expressing concerns about patient volumes at that company. And there's also concern, of course, about what will be the outcome of the healthcare debate. Will there be a cut to Medicaid funding in particular, and what effect will that have
Hashtag
on patients who are coming through these hospitals' doors, not just at HCA, but at Community Health and Universal Health Services.
Ooh, check this caterpillar out now. Ooh, baby. Give it to daddy.
Yeah, that's sweet. I'm happy for you.
That Scarlett mentioned, that company's same-store sales coming in ahead of estimates and traffic
Gonna
increasing
come on
domestically
down
as
with
well.
the spy.
Caterpillar also turning things around. The company forecasting its first annual sales increase in 5 years.
Maybe you should put that World War II movie back in.
In China, so those shares higher.
It ended and some Western came on, so I turned it off.
Because we do see the major averages higher. Alphabet shares off by 2.5%.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip this lap.
Acquisition costs ticking up, so some concern about that. And
Now that those cats working out.
Where did you enter?
On what, Caterpillar?
Or LabD?
I didn't enter yet.
Okay.
I'm waiting on it, but with that, I got in at 114.37 short to double my position from the 113.25.
And they're still beating at a higher rate than they are missing. Julia?
Thanks so much, Julie. Now we'll soon see if Senate Republicans step up to the plate.
You're never really not quite the even yet.
President Donald Trump has been urging
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, I think so, man. The thing, you got a lot of room, a lot of capital there.
Earlier today, Majority Leader Mitch
Yes,
McConnell
sir.
spoke about this crucial vote from the
As long as that 50% daily retrace can hold.
That's my problem is my fab lines haven't been working for me lately. It's like everything just keeps disobeying, you know, the technicals on the fab lines.
Ben just said 3M's ER was a miss.
Great, they're in my long account too.
In the studio is Bloomberg Businessweek editor Megan Murphy. Kevin, I'm going to come to you first on this.
That's right. As long as they don't cut their dividends on that.
Coming out and saying, look, she's not going to vote yes for this procedural vote. But what do we know about the other holdouts? Do we think Mitch McConnell has got the votes he needs?
Julia, I'm texting with a senior aide at the Republican National Committee who says
Ooh,
that the excitement
oh, I get what you're saying on that MACD. Ooh, yeah, you might be on to something. You're looking at the wrong time frame.
with a debate on health care reform. Now the question becomes, what are they going to vote to proceed on? And that's what's unknown. Either a full repeal of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, or a repeal and replacement. And that's where all of this division is headed. But I've been speaking with several Republican consultants and sources all day who essentially say this is what is going to be, at least for President Trump, considered a political victory. He's going to try to seize momentum and try to then push healthcare reform, any type of healthcare reform, over the finish line. He'll hit on that later today at the White House when he speaks at about 3 o'clock, 3:15, and then also later tonight in Youngstown, Ohio. But as I'm sure Megan Murphy, my esteemed colleague, will tell you, the debate is far from over.
It's amazing when we see a procedural vote in order to...
I'm not sure what this candle is called necessarily. It might be a evening star or a abandoned baby, I think.
Uterus star.
But on the 4-hour for U.S. oil, I think it might be a reversal candle.
That's a candelabra.
But let's just step back from the politics here and really go through this, because it is extraordinary. We have the Senate going to the floor. We are all following. We know that we've seen this dynamic happen literally in the past 10 minutes. We have Dean Heller from Nevada now coming over to a yes. We have people Rob Portman from Ohio in a very tricky seat trying to thread the needle to a yes. But here's the
doesn't want to give me a 4-hour on oil for some reason.
On a bill, we do not know what bill they will actually put forward. A straight repeal.
It's a sign.
It says loading. Well, I'm having some big storms down here right now.
22 million Americans by 2026. And the whole idea behind this isn't actually either of those bills. It is to pass, in fact, fresh legislation in what's being called, and again, Washington parlance, a skinny repeal, which would basically strip back the hated individual mandate, forcing individuals to buy insurance, and the employer mandate of Obamacare, and perhaps the medical device tax, and then kick it back to the House, where Senate Republicans have grave differences, and hope we can come up with something later. That's the plan that we have before us this afternoon.
That's a plan with many different paths possible to us. Kevin, we keep stressing how we don't know what's going to happen. Does Senator Mitch McConnell know what's going to happen? Or
you said the 4 hour, correct?
Depending on how people vote and how the negotiations shake out in the final couple minutes.
I put this to a communications advisor who frequently consults with the White House.
Hey, Jared, did he say the 4 hour?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that's not an abandoned baby.
They feel that for weeks they have not been able to get one, and that this opening with a motion to proceed, hopefully from their perspective, will take away some of the toxicity of some of the moderates who have come under increasing pressure.
Because an abandoned baby's at like the bottom of the trend,
From West Virginia,
and usually
very much affected
it like kind of gaps down, does like a doji star looking thing, and then fucking zooms it up.
Does look like we're all getting ready for now.
This again, as Megan
Alright.
said, I mean, this is
Whatever, I guess I don't do candlesticks all that much. I just think it's getting toppy here and might go down.
Yeah.
This administration's so far 6 months in the White House is happening.
I think that's just an inverted hammer,
Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
Oh yeah, there's that.
to be honest.
We'd almost forgotten that.
Which is a...
On this point again about your win, but first I just want to let viewers know that we are waiting for Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to speak following their usual Tuesday lunch, of course, so he'll be coming out in the next few moments, and we will bring you that when he makes some comments. But Megan, I just want to come back to what you were saying there, and you were laying out all the different challenges here, the risks, and when Kevin's talking about a win needed for the administration here, I don't see any avenue here that looks like a win, a repeal, a straight repeal, a repeal and replace, whatever they can come up with here. And even if they can pull everybody together, I mean, reconciliation is meant to be a partisan deal. But what we've seen in the past is that you need bipartisan support. And I simply don't see how we come up with a solution here that all these senators can agree on.
Julie, it's a really good point. I think last week people were expecting a momentum behind a bipartisan solution to fix the exchanges. Both Democrats and Republicans agree premiums too high. Certain markets have too few insurers. Let's remind the viewers as well, this is 1/6 of the American economy we're talking that's at stake in this bill. Kevin is 100% right, though. They will view a win on this as a win, and a delay, go forward, come together in the House, come up with something together on the Republican side that makes more sense. But here's the problem on this.
I'm going to take this all short just for something to do. See if I can get a couple of
As,
tips.
a vaunted legislator. This bill is deeply, deeply unpopular. People, Obamacare, with all its laws, has gotten more popular. People like healthcare. They like access to healthcare. They like the fact that if they have a pre-existing condition, they can get healthcare. They don't like stripping away Planned Parenthood, where women go to get healthcare for all sorts of conditions. So that is actually the bigger political problem going into 2018, which a lot of these moderates and other people up for election are thinking about, is can they actually get this to be a more popular healthcare package that perhaps the bigger win is that later toward the fall.
Probability of that?
I think the probability of that continues to be very dependent on the president. They are going from firestorm to firestorm every day. Jeff Sessions is the latest.
I just said I hate shorting.
If they can stack up some credible legislative wins in a program when we get to the
Short
summer, maybe
XBI.
But right now, looks very tough indeed.
Tough calculus. Megan Murphy and Kevin Cirilli, thank you for now, and we'll bring you President Trump's news conference with Prime Minister of Lebanon live at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
No, I would do that for
First
Friday.
time he addresses the public
Top
following that
89
procedural
now,
vote
so
scheduled
keep
in
an
the
eye
Senate
on
today
it.
on healthcare. So stay tuned for that. We'll be bringing you all the details. Now let's get a check on the Bloomberg First Word News this afternoon with Mark Crumpton. Mark.
Going into thick clothes on oil, though, so it could get dicey here in a few minutes.
The former Rapid Response Director for the Republican National Committee could be the first casualty of new Communications Director Anthony Scaramucci's push to clean house as he moves to stop information leaks that have hurt the Trump administration. President Trump has criticized the leaks and is urging authorities to prosecute those found responsible. The president's former campaign chairman met with investigators from the Senate Intelligence Committee today. Paul Manafort's spokesman says he fully answered.
How much longer does that candle have to close?
2016 meeting with a Russian lawyer. The Senate Judiciary Committee also wants to hear from Manafort. The panel's leaders subpoenaed Manafort today, saying they tried to negotiate with him about his testimony but weren't able to reach an agreement. Speaker Paul Ryan says border control will be a priority for the House this week, including the construction of a wall along the southern border. Ryan spoke today at the House Republican Leadership Conference.
This week, we're going to take action on key elements of the president's strategy to secure our borders, including the resources for a physical barrier. I've got to tell you, when you go down there and meet with the Border Patrol themselves and you see the fact that the cartels are staging just over the river, there is a need for a physical barrier at many parts of this border.
Yeah, that's right, Oil. I know you're watching me. You saw me take the trade. You're doing everything you can to fuck me.
What, Oil?
Yeah. As soon as I take a trade, the whole market watches me.
Are you long?
No, sure.
I think it'll be all right.
I got the my 50 MAs crossing over my 100. The 20's already going south, so.
Global News 24 hours a day, powered by more than
I might kill it quick if I get anything that looks ugly here in the pick close.
I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. Scarlett?
Yeah, but you're right.
Thanks so much, Mark. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is set to make remarks after the weekly Republican senators' lunch.
Yeah, it's kind of supportive, but it does have that big gap from earlier today. Maybe they'll want to get down to 50% on that.
Comments when he appears. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
Damn trick with oil though is you got to weather the close, and then it does all the movement after the first 30 minutes after the close. They'll pop it in the close, and then you'll get weak hands, and you get out, and then the next 30 minutes it drops $4.
Right.
For 40 cents on me. Don't tell me healthcare is good for oil.
Yeah, man, they gotta use ambos for getting dead people there and back.
Yeah, everything plastic's made out of oil too. I guess keep forgetting.
My eyes are about to turn on.
Yeah, you should get those computer screen glasses or something if you don't already have glasses.
Well, I use the program called Flux.
Called what?
Flux.
What's that do?
Flux. So, if you look at computer screens all day, essentially, think of it as like how you grow plants. There's like a 56K bulb, and then there's like the higher bulbs. So that 56K is really easy light, whereas there's a higher one, like 200K is like the brightest, and then it lowers that for you on your computer screens. That way you can kind of watch it more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't ruin your retinas.
So what about just dimming your screens?
That's pretty much what Flux does. Actually, yeah, mine's at 65 right. I mean, it's based on sunlight too, so like whenever your sunset is, it'll start switching your screens to the lower setting.
Oh, okay. I keep my, you can adjust like to daylight, theater, movie, all these different.
Yeah.
I keep mine more of a yellowish base instead of the white and blue one.
Yeah, so you like incandescent or like a halogen area.
Yeah, it's just it's a little easier on my eyes than the white. The white light looks nicer, but yeah, after all day, I had two screens set up differently for a while, and I realized that it was much easier over time to look at the yellowish based one versus that bluish white light.
And of course, he'll be take his time with his comments as opposed to Mitch McConnell. Joel, thank you so much for joining us today. You had upgraded Caterpillar.
I'm not sure what the semantics are with this vote, but it's beginning, and Bloomberg just gave us a glimpse of what's going on live.
Measures that you've been anticipating, is it a signs of bottoming in mining and energy?
So this is where we watch XBI here.
Yeah, probably. Maybe a 3.
Yeah, oil's fucking popping too. I just closed that trade.
Yeah, no, you can go.
Sorry. That all together, that's about $3.50 a share.
And I can miss
I can't believe every piece of news comes on, raises everything. Nothing ever keeps anything as negative anymore.
And they have an analyst day coming up in early September, and they're going to start to lay out more operational excellence and lean and continuous improvement, and really trying to drive profit margins to a new higher level.
We also saw them boost their revenue forecast for the full year, and that actually exceeded the average analyst forecast here. The first
Slick SPY came into the 50 MA on the 5-minute.
We see this often.
Nice thick red.
For the US manufacturing, but also
it felt good to lose $50 anyway.
In Asia and some of the emerging markets as well. Actually,
day wasn't a complete waste.
For the outlook there too. What were they saying about China? Because I know this is also an important focus for investors too.
Yeah, I mean, China seems everything's great, and it's hard to tell if it's all because we have an election coming up later in this year. So the liquidity is flowing, and the government is
down a little bit, I think.
Keeping interest rates low, and everything looks very good. And I think the real question is about the.
What a coincidence! The 215.
Bloomberg has been reporting
that
coming
down.
Parts are responsible for a big part of Caterpillar's better than expected performance in the second quarter. And it is the demand for these aftermarket parts that's accelerating in mining and energy. What does that say to you about Caterpillar's core markets?
Well, that's exactly the point, though, because
we're playing Battlefield?
End markets, the cyclical
what you said?
Part of the story is still problematic.
You want to play Battlefield.
Still less than $50 or close to 50. Mining prices haven't bounced off the bottom. We had a very strong cycle that peaked in 2012, but now we're 5 years into the downturn, and the equipment in the field is wearing out.
No, you get better at battle.
That's really working
Me,
right now
don't get.
In a big way is parts and aftermarket and service. So if we could put together an internal improvement story, plus having all this cyclical potential in the future, you could have a really great stock with Caterpillar.
We're actually showing the share price as well, and it's actually trading at a 5-year high at this point. We've got an investor event from
that was a bad choice to try to get oil in. Holy cow.
Their next 5 years. What do you want to hear from the management? Because you've cited this as one of the...
I just cannot trade oil, man. It's unbelievable.
To outperform part of the management control here.
I have to lose a little bit of money every month just to remind myself.
That's exactly what I want to hear. I want to hear more.
So what, not trade?
Not trade oil.
Their products to improve the
yeah.
I don't care which way I take the trade, it goes against me every single time.
If you look over the last 40 years, the operating margins have averaged.
Like, look, it looked like oil was breaking down, and all of a sudden it's on the 5-minute, the 1 minute, it's just ripping.
Yeah, the 4-hour.
It
was looking like a
what would you consider
inverted hammer.
Here at this point, given where it's at,
it depends. I mean, it's at the top of the trend.
The slowdown in the sales of those
got stopped out on you, Jay.
The pickup in demand for aftermarket parts.
Oh, that means.
Well, I think they're trying to look more and more like.
Yeah, so gold back down here.
I thought you were short, UJ.
Those, Komatsu and Terex.
Yeah, and I just got stopped out.
I think GE is the direction that they want to move in.
All right, Joel Tiz, thank you so much. He's a machinery analyst at
No.
Markets, and Caterpillar
This thing popped.
Oh, hang on a minute. I just mixed up I got my two charts backwards.
They're talking Caterpillar on Bloomberg here.
What are they saying?
Is it up 5%?
Yeah, it's up 5.5%. But it's starting to come back in for me, and it's starting to... It got the 1402.
They're pumping it.
Fucking serious. Did you post a link? Yeah, I did. Did the fuck these fuckers are saying?
Now they're flipping back to the healthcare thing.
So everything is going up but XBI.
No, don't tell me gold's gonna dump. Fuck.
Gold's about to dump, dude.
I think so.
Gold should dump if you just went up almost 15 points. 15 cents right now. Why are they talking about Caterpillar? They're trying to get our fucking mom, dad, and fucking bullshit into it. Let me have it. So.
Alright, I just bailed out of my gold position in anticipation of a drop.
What were you, long gold?
Yep.
Yeah, dollar is showing a little strength too. That might send gold a little lower. A lot of support right here though.
Man, you did a double whammy there. Shorting UJ and going long gold.
Yeah, you kind of screw yourself two ways doing both those trades together.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to hedge out whipsaws, if you know what I mean, on my opinion.
If I was doing like you on paper, I would short or long both at the same time and then cancel the bad trade.
Yeah, but is that how you're gonna do it in the real world though?
Huh?
Would that be how you're gonna do it in your real account though? In my opinion.
I do that all the time.
It depends on what you want. See, there's something called beta, which is your market return, and then alpha is the difference from the market return. And people are trying to seek a positive alpha while reducing their gamma or risk. Which is why you see hedging, you know, buy the good company, sell the bad company inside the same industry.
With a vision of a better way on healthcare.
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying.
I know, I'm not doing that here.
Now, having been given a responsibility to govern, you need to act. The president's ready with his pen. The House has passed legislation. Today, it's the Senate's turn. That starts with the vote we'll take momentarily. The critical first step in that process, the motion to proceed.
I'm short gold now. Let's see how this plays out.
It's the vote that determines whether this debate can proceed at all.
Dollar looking strong, UJ looking strong. Gold should be able to break this support at least a little bit here.
After 4 straight elections.
Do you see a 350 pip move or something?
To the American people.
No.
It's the vote that determines whether senators of both parties can offer their amendments and ideas.
Gold doesn't break this. Way stronger than I thought it would be.
Yeah, especially with the dollar and UJ showing this kind of strength.
Talking about healthcare on Bloomberg now. Waiting for the vote.
And that's what I'm going to do today by voting yes. And I would ask all my colleagues.
TLT loses this last support. There'll be a confirmed bear flag. We'll see 120.
On the president's desk that moves us beyond Obamacare and its years of failure. We did that 2 years ago. President Obama vetoed what we passed before. President Trump will sign what Congress passes this time. I want to thank the president and the administration for all they've done on this issue already. They've worked with us every step of the way, and they, like us, know the consequences of failing to act. Look, we can't let this moment slip by. We can't let it slip by.
Still short crude.
Talked about this too long.
Oil.
We've wrestled with this issue.
No, I closed that oil one when I was out, 37.50.
The people who sent us here.
I saw those green candles building.
To have the
I said, what a terrible pick for a short one I did.
They didn't send us here just.
Where'd you get in it? 47?
I got in at the bottom of that last red dip at 47, 47.69, and right at the bottom of that first big green candle on the 1 minute.
Is all about.
Ouch. Yeah.
Yeah. I was fine for a second.
Thought it would probably never come.
Look at it now. It's fucking running. Woo. Man, I should have went long.
We're a little surprised by the election last year.
My bad for mentioning it. I was looking on the 4-hour.
Yeah, well, I liked the way it looked too, though, bro.
Comes great opportunities to do things we thought were never possible.
This guy sounds like a cartoon character.
What we have to do today is to have the courage to begin the debate with an open amendment process and let the voting take us where it will. So that's what's before us.
Gold just won't break.
Anybody still in UGAS with me?
I am.
America.
Stuff.
It's my only positive trade.
It's my hope. The answer
this week.
Yes.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that following the vote, Senator McCain be recognized to speak for debate.
I wish I'd have doubled down yesterday.
And that the time not count on HR 1628.
Are you guys watching this?
Yeah.
No objection, heard.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 120, HR 1628.
The clerk will
He wants
Well, I think you guys might be breaking out that consolidation,
I hope so.
which would make sense with oil.
Pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year
Yeah, I'm looking at oil for another short here, maybe. This is just news pop. What news? I don't know, but it's popping.
Sergeant at Arms will restore order in the chamber. Sergeant at Arms will restore order in the chamber, please.
Oh, they're voting on health care. Let me go buy some oil stocks.
Is Trump in that room?
Damn, who's yelling?
Wow, do you hear that?
I know he went up.
Yeah.
I gotta adjust him now.
And a pause there in Mitch
What are you doing,
McConnell's
Doc?
comments there as demonstrators and protesters.
I got you almost a minimum. You keep raising your volume.
Holy shit.
What are you
Kill the
looking at?
bill. They're saying kill the bill.
Fucking like protesting inside the
should start debate on the healthcare bill and the Senate
chambers. Yeah, they do that a lot.
Obamacare repeal. Mike McKee, we still don't know whether they have sufficient votes to go ahead, but
the noise
indicate that they are able to do
That's
so.
the Democrats.
Senator Rapido, the latest one to agree to vote to proceed to the healthcare bill.
It does look like it, Scarlett. Earlier, Senator Heller from Nevada, and this morning, Rand Paul from Kentucky, who were
That's the first time I've ever seen that.
decided to go ahead with it. And
Ooh,
I suspect
dollar
they're
pop
all
up, yeah.
looking at it from the point of view of Senator Heller, and that is that if they at least have a debate on a vote, and this is going to be a very long process of many amendments, they might be able to fix what each one of them thinks is wrong with the vote. So rather than do nothing, it's better to do something. That's the thinking at least that I see going into this, and that's why it looks like.
Oh man, XBI could rip in either direction.
The motion to proceed to a vote could likely go through. Then what happens? That's the big question mark, because
I was about to say, exit the XBI short.
doesn't necessarily indicate that they're going to
So they're killing the bill, right? Isn't that going to cause the dollar to drop?
Exactly. This is going to be a very complicated procedure, and it's going to stretch over several days.
I think we're going to get the reaction we didn't get yesterday.
Is that Senator McConnell?
I don't see the dollar dropping here.
Offer as the First Amendment. They're going to start debating the House bill. That's the legislative vehicle. The First Amendment will be the 2015 version of clean repeal. It just repeals everything. The problem with that bill is it doesn't qualify under the reconciliation instructions they're using to do this, so it will lose because it needs 60 votes, and they haven't got 60 votes. Then they proceed to what is called colloquially in Washington a vote-a-rama, where
I'll
anybody
be
can
right
offer
back.
amendments, and there will be dozens of amendments offered to try to fix various parts of this. They'll come up with some sort of clunker. Some will be allowed, some will not. And then at the very end, what will happen probably is Senator McConnell and the Republican leadership will decide what form of bill they think could pass, and they will offer that as the ultimate final amendment, substituting for everything else that had gone before, and that will be the final Senate vote. But that could be as late tomorrow night or even Thursday, because the Senate can suspend debate and take up other issues in the meantime.
And of course, in the meantime, we're waiting for them to go through the first step, which is to continue this vote with the motion to proceed. They've begun the roll call already, so the voting is taking place right now, Julia. So, Mike, just to go back to what you were saying there, even if they get this vote, and this is what is now appearing likely if reports are correct, that then is a vote on the House bill. At some point, Mitch McConnell will then present some amended version, which
Fix is
looks
popping.
like, according to reporting, a straight repeal. It will then be an amendment on an amendment if they talk about to replace and some kind of, or a repeal and some kind of replacement at this stage too. But then you've got elements of this that then won't agree with Senate budget rules. How long do they have to keep going back and forth, amending, stripping bits out?
Well, longer than most people would like, I would put it that way. But they get 20 hours of debate evenly divided between the parties. But as I said, they can suspend debate for a while to take up other issues, so it could take longer. It's also possible that either side could give back time they don't want. Democrats may want to use all of their 10 hours talking against this measure and the various efforts to repeal and replace. So it's hard to see them giving up time. And the Republicans are going to need all the time that they have to try to deal with the amendments. There's a cap on it, but it's what you would call a soft cap on how long they can talk.
Are we really any closer, do you think, Mike, after this? Because we've seen a bit of a pincer movement from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell here. Donald Trump speaking last night. They loaded the pressure on these senators to sign off at least on this procedural vote. But when we get through this, all their reservations, whether they're a moderate or a conservative for these holdouts, remain, don't they? So we're not really much closer, even with a yes vote here.
Well, exactly. I mean, what this does is get them to continue the debate. Doing something better than doing nothing is the argument that's been advanced on the Hill among Republicans. That doesn't mean that they're going to come up with a different kind of measure than the one that failed a week ago. They've got to figure out some way to appease both sides of this debate. If they start with a replacement, then you lose Rand Paul. If they start by cutting back on Medicaid, you've already lost Susan Collins. You probably lose Shelley Moore Capito. So there are a lot of difficult votes ahead for the Republican Party, and this just means that the debate keeps going. Mitch McConnell noted for this, living to fight another day is the way you would describe it.
Taking it one step at a time, certainly. You had mentioned Senator Rand Paul. He was a holdout on beginning debate on this bill, or beginning debate on health care in general. What changed? What made him change his mind?
Well, you have to imagine that there's a lot of pressure on the Republican senators. Paul's position was he doesn't like replace. He just wants it all repealed. So McConnell was able to at least get him to be a good soldier on this vote by suggesting he would start with the clean repeal, the vote to just repeal everything, throw it out, and have no kind of government health program. That got Paul to vote for the motion to proceed. What it will take to get him to vote for any kind of new bill remains to be seen.
And where does this leave us as far as Ted Cruz and his bare bones amendment? Because we don't have a CBO scoring on that. Then we had the Senate parliamentarian on Friday put out a whole number of measures that suggest that those elements like Planned Parenthood, for example, and the cuts to funding there would require a total majority and not a simple majority for the GOP here too. So what happens to all of these things at this stage? Is this just part of the negotiation and the back and forth?
Some of it's part of the negotiation. Some of it can't really be dealt with in a parliamentary fashion. Ted Cruz's amendment will come up Whether or not it gets enough votes to be included in the bill remains to be seen, but it's hard to imagine that it will get enough support that they can put it into whatever final bill they have. It also has some parliamentary problems. You mentioned the Senate parliamentarian. Under the reconciliation instructions that they are using, they can only, to oversimplify a little bit, only vote on things for a 50-vote threshold that either involve taxing or spending, revenue or spending, and that don't add to the budget deficit. And so if you have something like the individual mandate that the Republicans hate, they can get rid of that because it's a tax on people. But the requirement that insurance companies cover everyone and cover pre-existing conditions, those can't be voted on under that reconciliation instruction because they don't deal with budget matters. So that's part of the problem that they've had in trying to get this through. They've got to keep some of the aspects of Obamacare, but they don't have an easy way to repeal the whole thing unless they get 60 votes.
All right, and we just want you to know that the Senate has enough votes to advance to the debate. So this motion to proceed appears to have passed. We're informed that Senator McCain, one of the moderates, has voted no. So we know one Republican at least has voted no. But of course, the voting has not ended yet. So even though it appears they have enough votes to proceed, we will continue to wait until the gavel's been struck, and we know for sure that that has happened. I know we've got Kevin Cirilli back with us as well. Kevin, while the voting began, we heard all sorts of noises and shouts of kill the bill.
Right.
And I believe there's been protests going on all morning. Actually, we're just hearing that they don't have the votes yet. So obviously, there's a lot going on. We'll continue to monitor that and we'll bring you news. Obviously, the reports have suggested that they do, but at this stage, we don't know yet that they do have the votes, and that voting will continue. Kevin, just to go back to that point, we heard protests. People have been protesting. We heard the shouts and the chants of kill the bill here. As Megan was saying earlier, this is a deeply unpopular process and a bill.
Yes, definitely. I can tell you that right now it is unofficial, but it looks like it's indicating that lawmakers in the Republican Party do have enough to muster of support. At least that's the direction it's headed. It's not official. They haven't had that official tally where we can track that all in the Bloomberg, but it's not official, but it looks like it's heading in that direction. I can tell you, though, Julia, that just in the last hour, including since just when we've last spoken, Senator Rob Portman, Dean Heller, Shelley Moore Capito, these are all moderates from the states of Ohio, West Virginia, Nevada. These folks have now indicated that they are going to vote yes on a motion to proceed. You'll remember that just the other week when we were talking, these folks had all been no's. So those three senators, Republican parties, moving towards Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's camp. We heard from him an impassioned plea trying to urge directly members of his own party to get on board, to fall in line, to rally behind him, to give the president that political victory that has eluded him in his first 6 months in office. We're going to hear from him at the White House at about 3:15.
Right.
We're also going to hear from Senator John McCain. You'll note that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell asking Senator Rob Portman, who is serving as the president over this speech, presiding over this Senate right now, to allot 15 minutes for Senator McCain to speak.
And of course, we will take you to Senator McCain when he does begin speaking. I've also just gotten indication that Susan Collins, the senator of Maine, and Lisa Murkowski have voted against taking up the health care bill. So right now, that's right. The Republicans can't spare anymore, in which case Meghan Murphy, Mike Pence would need to come in to break the tie.
Yeah, I want to talk about Lisa Murkowski in particular from Alaska, the senator from Alaska, who has voted no on this. Obviously, the women in the Senate have been singled out in many cases. We have Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia, who has been a yes, but we now have Susan Collins from Maine, who we always knew was a no, and Lisa Murkowski, who was very much on the fence, whose state in particular, as in West Virginia with Shelley Moore Capito, would be badly hurt by a reduction in Medicaid that we talked about in the repeal and replace bill, and obviously by a straight repeal vote. So that is interesting. And again, when we look at this calculus, you're always going to also look for political cover. Who is being afforded the political cover to vote no because they know that the odds facing them in their state, the reaction that's going to be. It looks like Lisa Murkowski is in that camp right now. You're right in that the margin here is very, very slim. We have heard from Rob Portman. We've heard from Dean Heller. Ron Johnson from Wisconsin, we might want to ask Kevin if he's heard anything from Wisconsin yet.
We haven't heard, Megan, right now from Wisconsin. I can tell you that we're carefully tracking this here from inside of the Senate. But should Senator Johnson not vote to proceed on this, that would be enough to sink the Senate Majority Leader's chances. So, as we just heard from Megan Murphy, Senator Murkowski, Senator Collins, two prominent Republicans within this Republican-controlled Senate saying that they are not going to vote on proceed. So if you're following along, that means that no more senators in the Republican Party can come out against this, because if they do, it's dead on arrival. No more, can't go any further. So it's down to the wire now in terms of whether or not they're going to be able to get this through.
Megan, talk to me about what it means. We just talked about that tie-break situation and the NIFED situation we're in. What happens in a tie-break situation?
We'll have the vice president, and in that case, then we will have the motion proceed, and we'll proceed to debate. You know, this is a very, again, I want to take this a step out of politics, too, because the American people are going to be watching this. And the American people, again, are going to be looking at Washington procedure. We're going to have a string of votes today if they get through with the motion to proceed that is going to talk about a repeal and replace. That's a clean repeal that go through. And what I do wonder sometimes is, what are the American people really thinking about when they watch this? Isn't this exactly what they voted to get behind, sort of this politics as usual? Potentially some people exposed. I think one of the most interesting things about the healthcare debate is how many people have learned about the healthcare system, learned about Medicaid, learned about their insurance options, learned about the industry, learned how much of a proportion of our economy is dependent on it. But it is always interesting to think, do the Republicans have the political calculus correct, even if they advance to debate on the healthcare legislation today?
I just wanted to make the point that the current vote is 47 yeses, 2 noes. If we've been discussing Collins and Murkowski there, the noes. We're still waiting on the Democrats and the remaining Republicans, McCain, also to vote. And as we just mentioned there, obviously Mike Pence ready and waiting.
And Ron Johnson from Wisconsin as well, also from a moderate.
And he talked about the skinny repeal and said it would be rather unsatisfying. That was the comments that he was making earlier today too. So
again, said, Washington language, skinny repeal.
Absolutely, but it's again, it comes back to this idea of political capital and the calculus here over who can afford or not afford to say no here and upset the president, upset the vice president, Mitch McConnell here, versus what they've got to face in their own states back home.
But I wonder to what extent, if we do get a 50-50 split and Mike Pence, the vice president, does need to step in and in his role as president of the Senate to break the tie. Kevin Cirilli, does that matter that they got by with the skin of their teeth? Does it still count as a win if Mike Pence has to break the tie?
Hey, a win is a win is a win. Listen, there's some new headlines crossing the terminal right now. President Trump, just moments ago, this hour, speaking to the Wall Street Journal, he says that he is, quote unquote, optimistic about the chances of this motion to proceed continuing onward. So clearly he is using all lines of communication, trying to pressure his Republicans in the Senate to move forward on this. Again, that's President Trump telling the Wall Street Journal that he is, quote, optimistic that he can go through on this. To Megan Murphy's point, look, we can talk about the politics and the wonky world of all of this, but at the end of the day, really, the policy of this going to deeply impact states like West Virginia, where Senator Shelley Moore Capito, a Republican from West Virginia, whose state largely very much interconnected with the Obamacare legislation and policy, someone like her who has since flipped her decision, someone who at first was a chief critic of the majority leader's maneuvering on this, now falling in line. The same can be said for Senator Rob Portman. But keep an eye on Senator Dean Heller, the Republican from Nevada, because when we head into these midterm elections in 2018, that is definitely someone who is going to be hearing a lot about the politicking that went on in this past month. But again, this is just a vote on to proceed, not a vote to repeal and replace.
And Senator John McCain yet to vote here too. And just to go back to your point about President Trump as well, set to speak with the Lebanese Prime Minister in around 15 minutes' time. And that will be obviously the first time we've heard from him, other than it seems that these optimistic comments to the Wall Street Journal there talking about this vote. So it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say as well. That in around 15 minutes' time. But Megan, I just want to go back to what you were saying there about the fallout from this. Are we going to look back on this period in the midterms in 2018 and go, actually, this was a pivotal moment, not only actually for the Republicans, but for the Democrats too?
It will definitely be a galvanizing moment for the Democrats. We should put this into context. Just yesterday, we had Democrats releasing their platform on a better deal for Americans, their attempt to really bifurcate their movement to, one, resistance against Trump, which has proven successful for them, but also to try and put forward a new measures, better wages, better jobs, better skills. That completely fell flat yesterday in the sense of it's just not where we are in the news cycle.
Right.
But they have had a problem. We've seen it from our own Bloomberg poll about getting Americans to really identify what Democrats stand for and what the left stands for now, other than just
anti-Trump.
Now, this will give them an inflection moment. Make no mistake that healthcare, the tens of millions of Americans that have gotten healthcare on this, some of the poorest Americans, elderly Americans, disabled Americans, some of the poor, the people who are at the most high risk, pre-existing conditions, which has proven immensely popular under Obamacare. This will be a rallying cry for Democrats. And on the other side, for Republicans, we should say, in deeply red districts and in districts that are, purple districts, as we call them, Obamacare, while getting more popular, still is a divisive point, remnants of the last administration. So what's interesting about this is, yes, it's certainly going to be an inflection moment, the healthcare debate, but it will play on both sides. What I think the bigger question is, has Mitch McConnell, has President Trump gotten the calculus wrong in trying to understand what the American people want? There's no question what we've learned from this debate is what Americans didn't want was nearly $800 billion in Medicaid cuts. Senators from his own party in moderate states didn't want that. We will surely see that bill fail today, regardless of getting to debate. So they're going to have to come up with something and recraft. But the bigger question is, what will the American people take from this? Will the people who lose their health care blame Republicans, or will they just say Washington as usual?
And of course, we're still waiting for Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin and John McCain of Arizona to vote. Right now, we have 48 yes, 2 no's. The Democrats have yet to begin voting. One thing that I think is something we need to mention, you talk about the 2 female senators who have voted no so far from the Republican side, Susan Collins and, of course, Lisa Murkowski. No women were part of the caucus that crafted the bill behind closed doors. They were not even part of the discussion. This was a process that was very closed doors, and a lot of people worried that it would serve as a template for how the Senate would go forward, the House perhaps as well, with how they would legislate.
That's a very intriguing point. I'm sure they're ruining the day they didn't involve Susan Collins in those discussions, in particular moderate women. There's aspects of this bill, and this is a non-political point, that are seen as particularly damaging to women on the Planned Parenthood front, stripping away federal funding, on access to health care. And we should also remember that single women, working families, a lot of those women, a lot of those families were able to get health insurance in some cases for the first time under the Affordable Care Act. That is an issue. Those images will be seen on the campaign trail in 2018 of a room of largely white men drafting this proposal. But what is going to be remembered is, for all the problems that have gone on with Obamacare, higher premiums, low access to insurance, people complaining about their premiums skyrocketing, employers, et cetera, the insurance market itself is sometimes wobbling. Will the solution be better than what you have now or worse than what you have? It's very simple in America. It's very binary. Do people have a better life? Do they have better dreams? Do they are more ambitious about what they can achieve or not? And that is what this healthcare, 1/6 of the economy, as we've said, comes down to.
And in the upper left-hand corner of your screen there, I believe that is Mike Pence, the vice president, getting ready to take the stage, perhaps speaking. We know that if it is a 50-50 tie, Julia, he would be called upon as president of the Senate to break the tie, in which case we know that they can go ahead. The motion to proceed has been passed. That has not happened yet.
And just to reiterate, 52 Republican senators, as Scarlett said there, 50 of those 52 have to vote in order for the debate to begin. Vote yes. And we're still waiting, we believe, for Ron Johnson and John McCain, of course, just a week after his brain surgery, actually coming to Capitol Hill for this vote, which is pretty momentous too. And we will show you that when he steps up to the plate here to vote.
One other really interesting thing about this that, again, is extraordinary, is just the CBO scoring on this, on this bill.
What happened to that?
And I don't think we can say it too often how extraordinary it is today, but they are voting on a procedural process that no one actually knows how the dominoes are going to fall on this. It's rare that you ever get to a moment in the Senate where it's unpredictable at this time. Also, the budgetary impact, as we've been discussing earlier, where that goes in terms of the ultimate cost of this bill, what amendments, such as the Ted Cruz amendment, which was allowing insurers to offer really stripped-down plans, that getting scored. It is pretty extraordinary times. This is a dramatic moment with John McCain coming back to talk. What he says is likely to be remembered.
And you're talking about millions and millions of people that will no longer be insured in 10 years' time when you're talking about the CBO scoring. We've been asking for a long time why we haven't seen more reaction in terms of consumer confidence figures, because to come back to this, whatever option we're looking at here, in terms of those that will be uninsured in the future, it looks concerning. So I don't actually understand why we haven't seen more of a reaction. Mike, I want to just briefly bring you in here and ask you, why do you think we haven't seen more of an impact? Is that because ordinary Americans don't necessarily believe or can make a judgment call here on what happens next?
Well, we have seen a lot of reaction. It's that most of the reaction comes in the districts when the members go home. And they have been faced with so many protesters, admittedly, a lot organized by opponents of the effort to repeal Obamacare, that many of them have just stopped holding town halls. So it's difficult to get a public demonstration going that would make news or get news media coverage. But you do see the polls show that between 10 and 20% of Americans like this bill. It is the most unpopular legislation in many, many years. There isn't really a lot of support for it. And to Megan's point, it'll be interesting to see if the Republicans' fixation on keeping a so-called promise over the last 7 years outweighs what people think of what that promise does.
Right.
Just a few moments ago, we had Donald Trump speak to the Wall Street Journal, and he said, I think Kevin mentioned this, that he is relatively optimistic about the prospects now because he says, if this motion to proceed passes, then people keep talking, and once you get to that point, it's in pretty good shape. So the president feeling relatively good about it, and he cites the fact that John McCain came back to vote, but he didn't say that he had talked to the senator or whether McCain will vote on his behalf.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting point. A lot of people say that John McCain would not have made the trip all the way back from Arizona to Washington if he wasn't ready to vote yes on the motion to proceed. We also, of course, are keeping an eye on the developments at the White House. Certainly, there's a rose garden there. We're waiting for President Trump and the Prime Minister of Lebanon to come out and give their press conference. And, of course, he will certainly be asked on the latest developments on health care, along with his comments regarding the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions. We'll bring you there when that begins. In the meantime, Kevin Cirilli, as you monitor what's going on in Washington and with this vote, President Trump, how engaged has he been in this part of the process, in the motion to proceed? I know he's been active on Twitter talking about how the Republicans need to join together, but has he been making phone calls? Has he been calling in some of these moderate and conservative Republicans who are publicly on the fence?
Yeah, he has been. Of course, some have criticized him for not being engaged enough. But look, Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican from Wisconsin, now on the Senate floor. You're watching, if you're monitoring that feed, you can see him actually talking with the majority leader himself, the same majority leader who just several weeks ago actually, he said publicly to a local paper in Wisconsin, had a significant, quote-unquote, breach of trust with Republicans in terms of how he was handling this type of health care vote. So the optics of this, the political theater of this, all coming as Senator John McCain returning from this diagnosis to the Senate since being diagnosed publicly with brain cancer. He will arrive on the floor last. But Senator Ron Johnson, a senator over a state in which was paramount to President Trump becoming president, now one of the key holdouts, it is unknown how he will vote. But should he come out against voting on a motion to proceed, then essentially that would, by all intents and purposes right now, suggest that it wouldn't be able to go forward. Either way, Senator Ron Johnson, who has made his criticism quite clear of the majority leader, now a key person in the final moments of this deal.
Yeah, we can't really say more about the how drama, the tension that must be in that room at this moment. And Senator Ron Johnson, obviously, as Kevin was saying, they're yet to vote, huddling on the floor with Mitch McConnell there as well. I mean, just to
last-minute
give
horse
you
trading?
a sense, well, that's exactly what this is. The pressure that these guys must be under.
It's astounding that it's come down to Ron Johnson from Wisconsin on this before. And Kevin's laughing, but he knows as well as I do that we should be clear, Wisconsin, seen as a state that was crucial to President Trump's victory. But Ron Johnson's objections to this bill have been that it wasn't conservative enough, and the process involved. He's been a vocal and many times surprise critic of Mitch McConnell during this process, calling the process crazy, saying, to have the sort of procedural hurdles that we've seen here, not even seeing the bill. But he has attacked it for not halting, not being hard enough on Medicaid expansion. He's attacked it from the right, not from the center, marking him out from other senators from moderate states as well. So I know there'll be a lot of watchers that right now that are watching this unfold and are surprised that we've come down to Senator Ron Johnson.
And he said the point about the skinny repeal, and he said, I haven't even been told what that looks like again, so again, that level of frustration. Very briefly, what do you think Mitch McConnell is saying to him at this moment?
Look, with the
horse trading.
The entire calculus, of course there's horse trading, but more this is about the integrity and the reputation of the Republican Party's ability to govern. Let's not forget, they have the House, they have the Senate, and they have the presidency. And on their core pledge, when all is said and done, that they've made for 7 consistent years on repeal, not even repeal and replace, look, we are at ground zero for that pledge. And what they are saying is a failure to move forward, which has been our signature campaign pledge, would be seen as a broader failure of the Republican Party to be able to effectively govern and lead this country. That would be grave, perhaps looking outside of the presidency. I know we spend a lot of time talking about President Trump and his antics. We forget sometimes there's a much broader party with true conservative goals, holding back entitlement spending, cutting back Medicaid, doing conservative tax reform. The rest of the agenda they have waited so long to be empowered to push through. This is their moment. If they can't push through this, wait to see the problems they face on other things.
And of course, the voting had been taking place. It has temporarily paused. We know that Mike Pence is down there ready to break the tie after all the votes have been counted, but we're still waiting for 2 Republicans to vote. Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and John McCain, the senator from Arizona, who's traveled all the way back from Arizona a week following his brain surgery.
Yeah, a lot of concern, a lot of tension in that room. How long have they now been voting for? I'm just trying to do the maths.
20, 30 minutes.
Exactly, 20 to 30 minutes on a 10 to 15 vote. This just gives you a sense of the high drama, I think, the pressure in that room that we've been talking about for all the reasons that Meghan and Kevin have been describing here. In the interim, shall we get a quick look at
what's going
markets
on? Are trading.
Exactly. There are other things going on in the world. Julie Hyman, bring us up to speed with what's going on in the markets, please.
Oh, hello.
Hello. You're not forgotten.
Oh, I'm looking at healthcare, as a matter of fact. I mean, you guys are talking about what this means for Washington, for the GOP, for politics. You've been talking about what it means for everyday Americans and their healthcare. There's also what it means for the healthcare industry and for corporate America. And so I want to look at that aspect a little bit. This is the XLV, which is the ETF that tracks healthcare companies. It's down today 0.6%, although that looks like it has much more to do with earnings. So the backdrop for some of these companies, healthcare legislation aside, is not necessarily great either. Take a look at some of the movers. You've got a company called Waters, which is a maker of analytical instruments that's down about 5%. That company coming out with earnings. The earnings were positive. However, its pharmaceutical market's growing more slowly than estimated. HCA, which is probably among these companies the most exposed to a possible repeal of Obamacare.
Wow, they're talking about the bio ETFs now.
On Medicaid reimbursement for some of the patients who come through its stores. It came out with earnings that missed estimates.
I'm watching Bloomberg.
Lackluster, according to analysts. Then you have Eli Lilly, which came out with earnings that overall look like they came in ahead of estimates, although Bloomberg Gadfly's Max Neeson points out that its potential blockbuster arthritis drug may face a years-long delay in getting to the U.S. market. And then Zoetis is falling along with Eli Lilly because Lilly talked about
Little do they know, the most exposed are these fucking 3X ETFs.
revenue. So these companies falling because of earnings, not necessarily because of what's going on with the debate over the bill, but also let's take a look at the Bloomberg here. I've got a look at the various subsectors. So hospitals here in white, they're faring the worst today, in part because of HCA and the ripple effect, but in part because of the debate.
I don't know. This is anybody's call at the moment.
Medicaid-exposed insurers
here. John McCain on the floor of the Senate. Of course, a standing ovation here for the senator from Arizona. He traveled all the way back from Arizona. He was diagnosed with a brain tumor. He had surgery. There he is greeting Mitch McConnell. And of course, he is now going to cast his vote. He will also be speaking. And we await as he takes the lectern. Of course, we also know Ron Johnson of Wisconsin still has yet to vote. He was seen huddling with Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, as they discussed last-minute concerns.
Mr. Johnson.
Let's listen in.
Mr. Johnson, aye.
Fuck, he's had a rough life.
Senator is not recorded.
It is now a 50-50 tie.
Mr. Schumer, no.
Chuck Schumer, the Senate
Mr. Durbin.
leader, the Senate Minority Leader voting no.
Mr. Durbin,
so this is what they're now going to do and
Mrs.
go
Murray.
through all of the remaining.
This is going to go through quickly.
So this is
Mrs.
the roll
Murray,
call now that you're hearing.
Mr. Wyden. No. Mr. Wyden,
So
no.
let's talk about this again. We have a tiebreak at this situation.
Mr.
So
Leahy, no.
we have to wait and see as we continue to get these no's. Mike, just come in here and describe, because we've been talking about what kind of discussions there were going on between Senator Ron Johnson and Mitch McConnell, and the difficulty of standing up here and making a decision, even on this procedural vote, to continue the debate on healthcare, and how difficult it is for all these senators and what this will mean going forward.
Well, it's very interesting that Johnson decided to be among the last senators to vote. If he were going to just vote yes without getting anything for it, he could have done it a lot earlier and kept the spotlight off of himself. He had a lot of problems with the GOP leadership during his re-election campaign. They sort of abandoned him much of the way through the campaign, and he remembers that. So he may have been extracting some concessions from Senator McConnell down the road. But in the end, he did vote yes, as did Senator McCain. It will be interesting to hear what Senator McCain's justification is for this, because you remember just a week or so ago, he was saying the Senate should drop the bill, hold hearings, start all over, have a very open process to rebuild a different kind of health care program. So he has somehow changed his mind for some reason, and it is going to be very interesting to hear what that reason is.
And of course, we now have the Vice President Mike Pence, who is presiding over the Senate as his role as President of the Senate. Kevin Cirilli, let's bring you back into this conversation because, of course, over at the White House, we are awaiting President Trump and the Prime Minister of Lebanon to begin with their news conference. This will surely come up in the questions posed by the press to the president, no doubt. To what extent is the White House, how's the White House keeping on top of the developments here as they are, of course, busy with the meeting between the president and the Prime Minister of Lebanon?
I've spoken with 3 political consultants who frequently chat with this administration all throughout the afternoon. And from their perspective, this is the win they needed in order to keep advancing onward. Now, we should note that it is now anticipated that the vote on a motion to proceed will succeed. That said, it is far from over. They are going to have to now actually debate and craft the legislation. Now, so while you have someone like Senator Ron Johnson, an ultra-conservative, voting in advancement of the proceedings, he very well could vote no on any type of legislation that moves forward. That is because some of these very controversial inter-party battles could be very much on display over the next couple of weeks. But if you're President Trump and you're looking at this from a standpoint of politically speaking, he is now less than about a day as his top administration officials are testifying and being subpoenaed even to some extent regarding the Russia investigation. He now will address the nation this hour, presumably, with a significant, at least however small, ability to say it was some type of victory and try to seize back momentum that, quite frankly, folks inside and outside the White House who are aligned with his administration even privately say they've lost.
Now, Kevin, we're just showing live pictures as well of the White House Rose Garden. We're expecting President Donald Trump to hold a press conference with the Lebanese Prime Minister. Of course, this will be the first time that he's spoken, and we assume we will then have a decision on this healthcare vote. The question is, does he decide to wait until we have a decision on the healthcare vote before he actually comes out? I wonder on that one. You can see Jared Kushner, of course, busy man over the last 2 days with his interviews that have been going on. He's just in the back of the shot there. He just recently came out with Ivanka Trump as well, his wife. So everybody here waiting for President Donald Trump. Megan, I just want to bring you in here as well and talk once again about what happens now in terms of Mike Pence's decision to break this tie and the win that Kevin keeps talking about.
You know, a win is a win is a win. But one thing I want to point out, I think is important when we see some of the Senate Democrats coming up there. I just saw Amy Klobuchar up there, senator from Minnesota, who has her own aspirations, is this bill was really blocked and stymied, as long as it has been, by very active outreach by Democrats, by community activists, with people who had health care, who benefited from it. It was a surprising ability to mobilize a huge, way more number of people than Republicans would have ever estimated, calling their senators, calling their congressmen, saying, I need health care. This is how it's affected my life. So that has really been the interesting dynamic. Some of the tactics that even we would look back to the Bernie Sanders campaign, some of that Donald Trump's own campaign used the president's campaign in terms of mobilizing people to really get behind the issue. So going forward, we still have a unknown and to exactly what we're going to see, called a vote-a-rama, what series of votes we're going to see now from the Senate and what actually we go forward with, and then whether they kick it back to the House to come up with an entirely new package of legislation. But make no mistake, the opposition to this bill and the rallying cry around healthcare isn't going anywhere. There's the same people exist, and they're going to fight like tooth and nail to protect millions of Americans from losing their health care.
20 hours of debate does not feel like enough at this stage.
No, especially when everyone's coming at it from different angles, right?
Still.
You've got the conservatives, you've got the moderates, all with different objections to the healthcare bill as it's currently constructed. We also want to bring you up to speed. It is a 50-50 tie at the moment, and of course we are waiting for Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin to cast his vote. He was last seen speaking with Mitch McConnell, and of course Vice President Mike Pence in his role as the Senate President will be breaking the tie. Shannon Pettypiece, who is over at the White House, she's covering, of course, the president's press conference with the Lebanese Prime Minister, but of course they're keeping a very close eye on these latest developments. Shannon, talk a little bit about what kind of news President Trump could be making later on when he is asked questions following his press conference, because there's so many areas on which reporters have questions, whether it is Jeff Sessions, whether it is healthcare, because at this point he is looking for a win.
I would suspect that the first question is probably going to be about Jeff Sessions, given the way we started off this day with him attacking Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, on Twitter. Will he ask Jeff Sessions to resign? Has he had a conversation with Jeff Sessions in the past 24 hours as he's attacking him publicly on Twitter? We saw a real organized, mobilized defense on the Hill coming to Sessions' defense there, calling on, the president to stop the attacks. So I think that's going to be topic number one. Of course, healthcare. Another thing a lot of reporters here want to know about, a little bit behind the queue in healthcare, is a Russian sanctions bill. That's also coming up for a vote soon, and whether or not the president's going to sign that. We do know we saw the president in the cabinet room about 30 minutes ago. As you mentioned, the Lebanese Prime Minister is here. Many members, if not all the members of the president's cabinet are here for that meeting. Actually, not all of them, but many of them are here. So that's what was going on. I'm sure the president will get a bit of news updating him about this healthcare vote before he goes out for that press conference, which is supposed to start momentarily.
There's Mike Pence, the president of the Senate, the vice president, speaking in the Senate chamber. Let's listen in.
On this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the vice president votes in the affirmative and the motion is agreed to.
And the gavel has been struck. The vice president breaking the tie, and the Senate has now approved, has voted yes to go ahead with motion to proceed. They can now begin debate on the healthcare bill. And of course, this opens, 20 hours of debate, Megan?
We could see this stretching over several days. Again, we will see Senator Rand Paul, who was also one of the holdouts, we should say, the senator from Kentucky, has said that he was assured that the first bill, this is John McCain now speaking.
Let's listen I've sat in that chair, and that's as close as I'll ever be to a presidency. But anyway, it's an honorific we're almost indifferent to, isn't it? In truth, presiding over the Senate can be a nuisance, a bit of ceremonial bore, and it is usually relegated to the more junior members of the majority. But I stand here today, looking a little worse for wear, I'm sure. I have a refreshed appreciation for the protocols and customs of this body and for the other 99 privileged souls who have been elected to this Senate. I've been a member of the United States Senate for 30 years. I had another long, if not as long, career before I arrived here, another profession that was profoundly rewarding, and in which I had experiences and friendships that I revere. But make no mistake, my service here is the most important job I've had in my life. And I'm so grateful to the people of Arizona for the privilege, for the honor of serving here and the opportunities it gives me to play a small role in the history of the country that I love. I've known and admired men and women in the Senate who played much more than a small role in our history, true statesmen, giants of American politics. They come from both parties and from various backgrounds. Their ambitions were frequently in conflict. They held different views on the issues of the day, and they often had very serious disagreements about how best to serve the national interest. But they knew that however sharp and heartfelt their disputes, however keen their ambitions, they had an obligation to work collaboratively to ensure the Senate discharged its constitutional responsibilities effectively. Our responsibilities are important, vitally important to the continued success of our republic. And our arcane rules and customs are deliberately intended to require broad cooperation to function well at all. The most revered members of this institution accepted the necessity of compromise in order to make incremental progress on solving America's problems and defend her from her adversaries. That principled mindset and the service of our predecessors who possessed it come to mind when I hear the Senate referred to as the world's greatest deliberative body. I'm not sure we can claim that distinction with a straight face today. I'm sure it wasn't always deserved in previous eras either, but I'm sure there have been times when it was, and I was privileged to witness some of those occasions. Our deliberations today, not just our debates, but the exercise of all of our responsibilities, authorizing government policies, appropriating the funds to implement them, exercising our advice and consent role, are often lively and interesting. They can be sincere and principled, but they are more partisan, more tribal, more of the time than at any time that I can remember. Our deliberations can still be important and useful, but I think we'd all agree they haven't been overburdened by greatness lately. And right now, they aren't producing much for the American people. Both sides have let this happen. Let's leave the history of who shot first to the historians. I suspect they'll find we all conspired in our decline, either by deliberate actions or neglect. We've all played some role in it. Certainly I have. Sometimes I've let my passion rule my reason. Sometimes I made it harder to find common ground because of something harsh I said to a colleague. Sometimes I wanted to win more for the sake of winning than to achieve a contested policy. Incremental progress, compromises that each side criticize but also accept. Just plain muddling through to chip away at problems and keep our enemies from doing their worst isn't glamorous or exciting. It doesn't feel like a political triumph, but it's usually the most we can expect from our system of government, operating in a country
let's talk about you right now. Maybe life's tough right now. Financial pressure.
To win over moderates, but we just heard from Senator John McCain speaking on the floor saying that it was a, quote, shell of a bill. The second option, and that's what all of the chatter here in the halls of Congress today has been, at least, Julia, is the skinny repeal version. If that is an effort to kind of bridge the gap, get a lot of folks on board. If that advances, the most likely version of this to advance, it would then go to the House of Representatives. When it goes to the House, the thinking amongst GOP leadership and the White House is that there would be so much political pressure to repeal and have a win with some type of health care policy that they would be able to win over ultra-conservatives in the House Freedom Caucus. However, I'm hearing from a senior source on the House Freedom Caucus that they're not going to be able to bring it right to a vote, in which case it goes to conference. Should it go to conference, then everyone can take a step back, because that would really prevent any type of major healthcare policy overhaul from happening until a couple of months, even potentially into next year. As far as what I'm hearing from the White House, I just heard from Kellyanne Conway, who was instrumental in working with the Vice President of the United States in lobbying lawmakers. She says that her policy team was patient, respectful, tenacious, and ultimately successful. She also took a shot at Democrats, saying that this healthcare version is the better deal.
And I want to jump in here quickly with some breaking news. President Trump telling the Wall Street Journal that Yellen remains a contender for a second term at the Federal Reserve. Also saying that Gary Cohn, the current economic advisor, also a contender to lead the Fed. Of course, there's been a lot of debate and discussion about whether Yellen would stay on. Mike McKee, obviously this is pretty big. What in Washington, how do they view Yellen's odds? How do they view the perception of the Yellen Fed at the White House?
Almost nobody you talk to in Washington thinks Janet Yellen has much of a chance. Gary Cohn has been treated as sort of a favorite for the last couple of months since news stories broke that he was under consideration. He is, after all, leading the search for a new Fed chair. Janet Yellen was seen as somebody else's appointee, a Democrat, somebody who came from the Obama administration. And just on that basis, whether or not you liked her policies, she should be replaced. If the president wants somebody who is very likely to keep interest rates as low as possible, he might want Janet Yellen. But from a political basis, Gary Cohn has emerged as a favorite. That's a little bit odd, Joe, in and of itself, because Cohn's a Democrat and came to the White House as a member of the Democratic Party. So you don't really get a change in parties, which is why a lot of people thought that maybe a Glenn Hubbard or a Kevin Warsh or somebody who is a registered Republican would be a favorite, but they don't appear to have been mentioned by the president today.
Let me go back to Kevin for a moment here. And Kevin, let's talk a little bit about John McCain, because the senator from Arizona made the trip back from Arizona to Washington. He appeared on the floor of the Senate. There was a standing ovation for him. He cast his vote on the motion to proceed so that the Senate can begin debate on health care. And then he promptly said that he would not vote for the health care bill in its current form. He did mention that for himself, his next step would be to begin debate or cast a vote on a policy defense bill. He didn't really address much time to healthcare after that. How pivotal is he to this process, to the Senate Republicans' effort to repeal and replace Obamacare?
Crucial. And honestly, to be really candid with you, it really has nothing to do with politics or policy. Just the personal of Senator John McCain, who just made public several days ago his diagnosis with brain cancer. He is seen here as a stalwart in the halls of Congress, a true profile in courage, a former POW, someone who has held elective office since the 1980s, and someone who, yes, we can talk about the policy, but the key takeaway from just observing that speech that we saw from the senator, the senior senator from Arizona, was essentially when he said that the Senate isn't equal to the President of the United States. That is clearly sending a signal. Yes, the White House likes the way that Senator McCain voted on the motion to proceed, but he made in no uncertain terms clear just where he feels his maverick type of brand of politics exists in this current political juncture. He has been a critic of this White House, particularly with regards to Russia. He has also been someone who is, quite frankly, someone who is seen as a very senior member of the upper chamber, and that will only continue. The fact that he's here today after that diagnosis, really shows, I think, just the broad support and praise that he got, even from those who oppose him on a political ideological standpoint.
Kevin. I just want to bring in Shannon Pettypiece now, White House correspondent. Shannon, I just want to circle back to what we were talking about there regarding Jeff Sessions and the questions that President Trump was asked in that press conference. Just give us a sense of how this would work. Firstly, why do we think President Trump has ramped up the pressure on Attorney General Jeff Sessions just in the last 24 hours? And I guess my second question is, procedurally, what happens if Attorney General steps down or President Trump fires him? Can they appoint someone new over the August recess?
I think that we're now basically in a stalemate where Sessions is not going anywhere. He could have, after seeing the president's pressure, the president coming out in the New York Times, coming out on Twitter, attacking him, criticizing him, here in this press conference saying, I'm disappointed in him, he could have stepped down. He's not doing that. If he was going to do that, he would have done it actually weeks ago when it first became public that Trump was disappointed with him. So Sessions isn't going anywhere. Members we saw on the Hill really come to rally to Sessions' defense. Even conservatives on talk radio, Rush Limbaugh and Hugh Hewitt coming to his defense. So I think the president understands there's a line there that he would cross in firing Sessions. He's tested the water. The conservatives have really rallied around and backed Sessions. So now we're essentially in a stalemate where you have an attorney general who does not appear to have the full confidence of the president, I guess based on what the president's statements are, but he is in there, will go about his business and will carry through. And Trump has given no indication so far that he plans to fire him.
And it's interesting, I'm looking here at some headlines from Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, saying that Jeff Sessions made the right decision to recuse himself on Russia. So it's interesting here because obviously the president does not appreciate what Jeff Sessions has done insofar as recusing himself on Russia. The president says that he feels that is unfair to the president, not just him, but to the president
Not
itself.
to the president, to the presidency.
Yes,
It kind of
he
makes
made that amendment very quickly.
Yes.
Kevin, I want to go back to something you said about the multiple paths forward for health care. You talked about the skinny repeal. Can you explain what that is specifically and how that would work?
Yeah, essentially what it would do is seek to alleviate some of the concerns of both moderates in the sense of cuts to entitlement programs for underprivileged Americans, and that directly impacts some of the more moderate voters that they're trying to win over. People like Senator Susan Collins, who was one of the few senators, one of two Republican senators to vote against this, as well as Senator Lisa Murkowski, but also people like Senator Shelley Moore Capito, a Republican from West Virginia, and Senator Rob Portman, a Republican from Ohio. They are very nervous about cuts to those entitlement programs. And then it doesn't go as far as perhaps a clean repeal version would. And that essentially is where all of this is headed toward. And that's why, speaking with a senior aide to the House Freedom Caucus, essentially they feel that the current version of that skinny repeal bill, to use this aide's words, is quote unquote dead on arrival. And so they don't really see right now a path forward in that regard, or at least a significant viable alternative should this go to conference. Because from their perspective, if it goes to conference, that drags this out much longer and much more close to the midterm elections. Their thinking being, why would you want to have a major healthcare vote into the 2018 calendar year so close to the midterm elections? But on the flip side of that, if you talk to the White House, they say, okay, game on. You all thought that this was going to be dead in the Senate, and we were able to get this political victory today. Who's to say we can't apply that same pressure in the House of Representatives? This is just the beginning, you guys. It's going to get really interesting.
Yeah, just the beginning, absolutely. And as we wrap up here, Shannon Pettypiece, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, says he aims to finish the health care with a vote by the end of the week. Does that sound reasonable? Does it seem feasible according to the people that you speak with?
It depends on what they're going to vote on. Right now, based on all the reporting Kevin's done, all of our colleagues have done, they don't have enough. There is no bill that exists right now that has enough people to approve it. They're going to go through the amendment process. There'll be some arm twisting. Who knows what can happen? But right now, nothing exists now that you can get 50 plus a vice presidential tiebreaker votes to move forward on. The president in the Rose Garden a few moments ago said in the next couple of weeks. I'm not sure what he was referring to there, if he thinks the Senate's going to be debating this for a couple of weeks, or if he's talking about through conference committee. But yeah, the timing, I know they have a victory here. I don't see a good road forward, a good outcome here, even with this victory. Either they're going to get something passed that's probably going to have millions of people lose their coverage and not going to look great on them in 2018, or they go through all of this and you just get a bunch of people on record now voting no against various bills in Obamacare, and then of course all the other amendments that are going to come up on the vote-a-rama that you have now people on the record voting no against. So I don't know if this is, I know the president's going to be doing a victory lap on this. It might be a little too soon to celebrate, though. It's still a long, bumpy road ahead.
Yeah, as we look back and think of the victory celebration after the health care bill passed the House. Our thanks to White House correspondent Shannon Pettypiece, our chief Washington correspondent Kevin Cirilli, and Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. And of course, it is just after 4 p.m. right now. U.S. stocks ending the day broadly higher. You can see there are record highs for the Dow and S&P, for the NASDAQ as well, although it is marginally higher by a gain of 1 point. A lot of corporate earnings pulling equities to those record highs. We also should let you know that treasuries have declined along with gold as the Federal Reserve began its policy meeting. It will come out with its decision tomorrow at 2 p.m. No change is expected.
What do you miss? U.S. stocks have been in a bull market since the post-crisis days of 2009, but when will they turn south is the big question people are asking themselves. A Bloomberg survey of fund managers and strategists suggests that a market correction could come by late 2018, and the damage could be massive. Joining us now is Bloomberg Markets reporter Danny Berger, who co-wrote an article on this subject. Massive. It's not my word. Well, talk to me about this survey.
Yeah.
What's going to end the bull market? What do they think? Because it seems like there wasn't much agreement.
There was certainly not a lot of agreement. The agreement did seem this overwhelming sense of pessimism, which is perhaps means this is the time to be optimistic. But so they all majority saw late 2018 for the bull market stopping for both stocks and bonds. And overwhelmingly, even those who didn't see the bull market ending then, the central banks, the Fed, was the number one concern. This idea that they're going to move too soon. The tightening is going to be messy just because that they've been loosening somewhat coordinated. That has gone smoothly. But then we look over at Europe, we look at the UK, and sort of this bullish, bearish back and forth has made moving forward with central bank policy having the ability to set off markets a bit.
Danny, you write a lot about the travails of the cross-asset investors when everything moves in the same direction at once. And what's interesting to me about this survey is they see all the bull markets kind of ending at the same time. So basically, in a downturn, it doesn't look like they see any place to hide.
Right, exactly. And then they see a recession coming just the next year. One thing I do think is kind of interesting to point out is when you look at the difference, because we surveyed 30 managers and strategists across the globe, looking at the differences between U.S. managers and those in Europe and those in Asia. The U.S., I mean, I think it's almost sort of a reverse home bias, if you will. The concern there, broadly speaking, bonds were of concern. But in the U.S., people were much more concerned about equities. And I think that's partially because the equity market is just so much larger in the U.S. But when you look across, there's this sense of, we should be moving out of U.S. equities and into Europe. We're just in the beginning stages of the European recovery. So it makes sense to sort of pare back our bets on U.S. equities and move abroad.
What is the consensus on what's most vulnerable in a downturn? Because as Joe was suggesting, they're talking about perhaps the rally that we've seen in credit coming to an end, the rally that we've seen in equities. But just as you look across asset classes, whether it's high yield credit, whether it's technology stocks, were they talking about some of the things where we've seen greatest positioning?
Right. I think that, again, playing on that reverse home bias, U.S. equities did seem to be a big vulnerability just because there's been low volatility. Anecdotal evidence suggests that because of that, managers are levering up to reach their risk targets. We've heard sort of the return of the TINA principle. There is no alternative, so people are pouring their money into equities. And valuations are stretched, leaving us kind of vulnerable along with that leverage. Should there be any sort of sell-off, there is a potential for the correction to be quite a drastic one.
Quite a drastic one, given how much we've climbed. I have a chart here on the Bloomberg. This is G#BTV 7132 that looks at the previous 3 bear markets. And of course, in the late 80s, you had one that in which the S&P 500 lost about a third of its value. And then after the dot-com bubble bursting, that was a 49% drop. And then, of course, the big one, the one after Lehman Brothers collapsed, off by 57%. Even as you talk to these investors and they look at a correction in the stock market or a bear market in the stock market, they're not looking for 2007, 2009 style meltdowns, are they?
No, they're definitely not. But at the same time, it almost doesn't need to be. I mean, having a correction from the levels we're at could be quite painful. Even when we've seen smaller corrections and downturns like in 2002, that still hurt a lot of people. So, you know, they don't see this long-lasting bear market coming. So perhaps I do want to sort of temper the pessimism in there. But, I mean, it still won't look pretty in a lot of their view.
All right. Thank you so much, Danny Berger, for the latest on this survey result. And, of course, you can find it on Bloomberg.com as well.
So we've got several earnings out after the bell today. Amgen currently in focus. Let me just give you some of the numbers on this. We've got second quarter revenues coming in at $5.81 billion. The estimate there was at $5.67 billion, so a touch better than expected on the revenue line. The second quarter adjusted earnings per share, $3.27. The estimate there, $3.11. And they've also boosted their adjusted EPS view as well for the year. So a beat on the adjusted EPS line as well, just in terms of some of the other information that they're providing. Amgen cancer drug biosimilar ABP 215 winning FDA panel backing. They also have got the FDA approving Illumina diagnostic for potential Amgen therapies as well. A number of lines coming out from Amgen, but it does seem to be, as you can see, they're under a bit of pressure here, down 1%, though it was immediately down lower, around 4% post-market. So it is retracing some of those immediate losses.
And I have breaking earnings from Texas Instruments. That stock up about 1% in after-hours trading. The company announcing Q2 earnings per share of $1.03. That's well ahead of the range. The estimate was 95 cents. The range was 94 cents to 98 cents. Q2 revenue, $3.69 billion, estimate of $3.56 billion. So it looks like a very solid quarter. You see the market reaction there after hours. And this is another one of these tech stocks, kind of flies below the radar, but it's done very well, you know, and all this talk about the FANGs. A lot of these chip companies that are outside of those big four have done quite well, including Texas Instruments. So investors liking what they see from there.
And we also have AT&T reporting results. Before we get to the numbers, though, the headline that stuck out at me was that AT&T still sees the Time Warner deal closing by the end of the year. Now, on to those results. For the second quarter, adjusted earnings per share beating the highest estimate, 79 cents was the print. Analysts were looking for 74 cents. Revenue also coming in just slightly below estimates, or pretty much in line, $39.8 billion. Analysts were looking for $39.84 billion. AT&T maintaining its full-year guidance, so perhaps that full-year guidance maintenance or reiteration, along with the statement that it sees the Time Warner deal closing by year end, is helping to boost the stock by 2.4% in extended trading. Let's bring in Alex Sherman now, Bloomberg's M&A reporter, to talk a little bit more about AT&T and its merger with Time Warner. Alex, we seem to be waiting for some kind of indication from regulators that they have concerns or that they want to examine this further. What have we heard so far from regulators, and how is AT&T proceeding with its plan?
Well, Bloomberg broke a story earlier this week, some of my colleagues, that discussions have, in fact, begun, early discussions between AT&T and Time Warner and U.S. regulators. We really don't know the details of those discussions yet, but we know what we're looking for, which is, do regulators have any concerns with any of the assets as a part of this deal, particularly CNN, because of the political implications of CNN, certainly with a lot of the rhetoric coming from the Trump administration about CNN. Is there anything possibly there that would indicate that Time Warner would have to have some sort of behavioral concern with CNN? Will they have some sort of change of leadership there? At the extreme, they could divest CNN, although that seems unlikely that they would have to do that from some sort of legal perspective. But other than CNN, we probably expect very similar conditions, if there are any conditions, as we saw when Comcast bought NBC back in 2009. These are conditions that basically say, look, you know, we agree to some form of net neutrality for X amount of years. We agree to not take content exclusively from Time Warner and sell it to other competitors for X amount of years, that type of thing. Really, the question, though, is will the current Trump administration, the FCC there, even demand these type of behavioral concerns, or will they just say, you know what, we don't really see any sort of legal grounds to deny this deal, and therefore it can go through by the end of the year?
I'm glad you bring up the political angle, because President Trump, at least during the campaign, had said that a tie-up between AT&T and Time Warner would consolidate and concentrate media power. We also know that there are some Democratic lawmakers who are concerned that a deal between the two companies would lead to higher prices and fewer choices for consumers. Who is out there supporting this deal?
Well, it's the silent majority when it comes to supporting these deals, as it always is. You hear from people that are against the deal. You don't really hear from people that are in support of the deal as much. Of course, the general principles of this are in support of it. And look, there's no obvious legal grounds to me that would indicate this deal has a lot of trouble ahead of it, just because we saw Comcast NBC happen. And so there's sort of a direct precedent for this type of vertical integration. This is not really like what we saw with Comcast and Time Warner Cable, which didn't go